All right, welcome to day one of the Brisbane Jamboree. Big thank you to Garrett Advancing Motion bringing us the Jamboree this year. I'm joined on the microphone with Terry Dale, qualifying today, Terry.
Well, Mr. Mark Allen, how is it? Today is the day. Beautiful sunshine. You are here in the best track in southeast Queensland with Jamboree. How good is it today? 4s, 6s, rotos, turbos, superchargers, anything you want, it's here today. What a day to start, mate.
You are correct, mate. We've got Street Compact will be coming out very shortly for qualifying session number 1. We'll see our big classes later on. They'll be on track at around just before 11 o'clock this morning, 10:42. They're scheduled to be on track.
And how good's that going to be? They've had a really good, solid 3 days of testing here at Willowbank, Mark. We've seen a lot of things on the live feeds. It's been pretty impressive. And the guys who've come out here, a lot of guys hit the track really hard. And a lot of things learned, and let's hope that whatever they've learnt, they can put it down in qualifying and then in racing tomorrow in competition.
I should have taken this week off, had holiday, so I could have been out here to watch the testing.
You should have too, mate. Well, the thing is with Jamboree, it always turns on the sunshine. So most people, as you and I have been going to Jamboree for a lot of years, calling it, I think this is my 9th or 10th year, is everybody will go home with a Jambo tan because that's the way it works. But beautiful day. Look at the weather has turned it on. Everybody is here, mate.
And it's a good note that you just mentioned there. We do have the merchandise this weekend as well at Jambo Central. Check out all the shirts and hats, and they usually sell out real quickly as well.
So the caps will sell well quickly during the day, and the beanies will sell quickly as if it rolls into the evening. That's the way it works. So a big shout out to everybody who was here today. Big shout out to everybody over there on the grassy area. Big shout out to everyone. I hope you are all well. Got your marquee set up. Big shout out to everybody in the grandstand. A big shout out to everybody in the pits listening to us and on the live stream. I hope you are all as excited as I am being a unadulterated Japanese import rotor guy.
That you are. You know, I used to have the Honda Prelude.
And that was
the Honda Prelude. I raced the Honda Prelude here at the Jamboree event.
Oh, mate.
I purchased that car for that very reason, so I could race at as many events as possible.
That's not a negative thing.
I know. It was a great car.
We've got a Honda here today that's going to race that is going to absolutely blow your mind. It might have you wanting to go back to Hondas.
Hey, I wish I'd never sold that car. It was so consistent. When you're talking Dione racing, like we've got with Street Compact on track qualifying session number 1 here, it was the perfect car for this bracket.
There we go. So here comes our first pairing here in Armin Kovacevic and Ben Davis in the Commodore. Look at this. Look, it's a Stinger. We've had quite a few Stingers over here.
They're quick, the Stingers as well. They're a very quick car.
Twin turbo 6-cylinder. So look, the Commodore. The Commodore looks all the works of like it should just be wandering down to Kmart down the road, but it is. I can guarantee she's probably going to be probably going to run 11s, maybe even 10s, I reckon.
Big speed from him, but Ben Davis in the lane beside him, he won Street Compact in 2023 here at Brisbane.
Yeah, he did too.
In that wagon.
It's all about consistency, Mark. You and I know this. 156 for Davis. 211 for Armand, gets those lights out of the road early. Look at that Commodore, just rear end down, sails it on through for a 1079 at 127 and an 1182 at 121 for Armand in that mighty little Stinger.
That's the first pass down in Platinum Racing Products. Street Compact next pairing out here. We have got Chris Sword in the BA Ford to take on competitor 7976, which we don't have a name for at the moment. Also in a Ford.
A couple of power-packed Fords in the house. See what Chris's BA can run. Mate, we all talk about Barra the world. Well, if you wanted to Barra the world, this weekend is where you need to be, and that is here at Jamboree, because I'll tell you what, there's probably going to be about 20,000 of them here, and none of them are really going to be slow, so it's a good thing. And just wait, just got out there with a 106, hit the silver Ford as they head through. Chris will go through. That car is absolutely on a mission and pushes it through for 10.13 at 141 mile an hour. So that's nice for the Waterford-based Chris Sword. The other Ford, 12.20 at 123. That is no slouch either. So we are well and truly into the action. So Chris Morris, Ilya Bendevsky, the Sora, the Cortina. That's what it brings, Jamboree, Mark. Look at that, a Cortina and a Sora. What is that about? That is
variety is the spice of life. Variety is the spice of life.
It most certainly is. So the Growl Racing, of course, the Cortina of Chris, gets out with a 6-7. A little bit lazy for both the competitors on the tree, but hey, it's early days. But we know the Cortina is fast. I've seen it before. 10.51 at 141. And Ilya, 13.66 at 100 in the Mighty Explorer.
Mate, this is going quick this morning.
Mr. Stephen Beach.
We got 3 10-second cars already in Street Compact.
This will be Fez and Steve Beach. Oh, it's Ash Reason. Ash, we've got the couple of power-packed rotaries in the house. Steve Beach and the little 808, the Pro Boost Performance. Good to see Steve out here. I've been watching. I know him and his mum and dad really well. Ash Reason, of course. He's another guy that comes out of the Rotary stable, of course. So the mighty little Ute. 13B. So a couple of power-packed 13Bs in the house. Both of these guys will probably run into the 10s if it all goes according to plan. So they've gone are the days when if you had a 15-second rotor, it was quick, mate. It's you've got to be in the mix these days with these rotaries. Steve picks up the front.
Oh, he's just touched the wall with the back of the car there. Ash Reason, yeah.
But a 10.58 for Steve at 133. But Ash says, you know what? I paid a lot of money to race, and I'm going to get every bit of track I can use in the first 330 metres.
When you're talking taps to the wall, like it wasn't that hard.
Yeah.
It was a light tap. Hopefully, fingers crossed for him that they can get it fixed. It was just the back of the car there.
Mate, it'll be fine.
You think it'll be fine? 100 mile an hour tape?
Mate, he will not.
Yeah.
Ash will not back out. That car will be back in the pits. They'll be doing whatever they possibly can to get that thing fixed. But that's your first tap of the weekend, isn't it?
That is here in Q1 for Platinum Racing Products Street Compacts. A Street Compact, this is a class for over sedans running 10 seconds and slower. It is a die-your-own class. So what is die-your-own racing? Well, that's a class where the drivers, when it gets to racing, they will nominate a time. So let's say they choose 10 seconds, their competitor chooses 12 seconds. Well, the 12-second car will get a 2-second head start. Can't go quicker than the time that you nominate. Otherwise, that's classed as a breakout.
And you and I tomorrow, and you and I will be talking it through all through today, Mark, with qualifying 1, 2 and 3. So you and I, and we've talked about this plenty of times at our local meetings, and I'm sure you'll go through it as we go through the day. Give us a good breakdown on how the guys should probably be attacking, especially after their first run, is how they should be attacking their second and third qualifiers, whether the car is right, whether they're right, what the conditions are, what the conditions will be like tomorrow, whether it'll be similar. So you and I, I'm sure, when it comes to DYO tomorrow, when it comes to, we would have dissected it enough today that if anybody doesn't understand it tomorrow, I'm going to give you a cross on your assignment.
Well, today for these guys, it is all about qualifying today. A lot of these teams are just hoping that they get a car that goes 3 consistent laps. You know, they just want 3 consistent laps that they can nominate a dial in tomorrow. They know what the car's going to do. It's going to give them a bit of confidence going into racing. As we see the next pairing come up, Derwin Lyons in the Subaru to take on Daniel Irwin in the Serato.
Mate, I like it we've got on our screen. It's got a Suzubu.
It does actually, yeah, you're right.
So I don't know whether it's, what has he got? Has he got a Suzuki engine in it? We're going to have to find out if somebody knows. It's got the, I'll tell you what, this is, once again, Mark, when you look at these two cars on the line, if you were to say to somebody, look, 10 years ago, these were cars that you would never expect to see at Jamboree. That's pretty luxurious looking, but modern day cars, modern day technology, they're fast. And
they are. Yeah.
It is. The technology has overtaken so much in the past 15 years. It's phenomenal. So what we get to see now is.
And if you want to go quicker, you should always check out Platinum Racing Products supporting the Street Compact bracket. They manufacture niche top-end performance electronic billet parts for race applications. They're filtered down to your modified streeter like we've got on track here. Their parts suit a wide range of vehicles such as sports, compact, JDM, all-cylinder, 6-cylinder turbo performance platforms. And the majority of our parts are designed as plug-and-play kits with tech videos, instructions as well. So check them out. They've got customer support. Platinum Racing Products, big thank you.
No, yeah, well done to those guys. It's as I said, I'm sure they're parked up somewhere here today as well. So if you go down and have a chat to them, and always good to have a look, because when you come to an event like this is the opportunity to go and see our sponsors and the people here who support this event. Go and have a chat to them. I'm sure you're going to go there with your car and go, I need to go and have a chat to those guys, because the knowledge you'll learn from chatting to people who are in this biz is you cannot beat it, and they will tell you and they will give you guidance and they'll help you out. You want to go faster? That's what you've got to do. You're
100% correct. There are traders attending this event. We've got Trader Alley just behind the grandstand. Yeah, Platinum Racing Products are down there, but we've got the guys Garrett Turbo are down there. Fuel Tech, one of our partners here this weekend as well. Shannons Insurance, Precision Turbo, Bosch, Pack Performance down there as well. I'm looking at the list. There's probably about 20 to 25 different traders down there in that Trader Alley.
How interesting is that market? Always good to see these other new sponsors. There's quite a few we haven't seen before come on board. We've got the Five Dimes, Aussie Croc Talk, Bloke Men, Zilla Boats. I saw the Zilla Boats. Did you see the boats down there?
No, I haven't actually been down there yet, mate. Yeah, I've got to get down there.
I don't know where the nearest water is. Or maybe down there.
I saw Bowden's is just here. They're at the start of it.
Yeah, they did. Mate, well, I went down and had a chat to the guys down there at Shannons with the Show and Shine as well, which I'll be down there with the guys from Shannons giving out the trophies for the vehicles later on. And so that's always exciting. Get to see the Boom King guys as well. They're all down there. So if you like your sounds loud, I'll tell you what. The one thing about the Boom Kings, if you head down there later on today when we do when we announce the winners, we do a thing where they will actually, with the Boom Kings, they will actually go around to each vehicle and give them like 20, 30 seconds that they can play their tune on their car for all the guys and girls who've won that category. And we did it last year, and the crowd was phenomenal around there, and it was packed. And it was very exciting because some of the guys got very vocal about their cars and the sound, and it was pretty cool. So if you get a chance later on, I would advise going down and having a listen.
All right, back on track. Both cars are in stage now. Daniel Irwin in the Serato to take on Derwin Lyons. Reaction times 192 for Irwin, 542 for Lyons. We see Lyons, he will take the vehicle through for a 1244, 119 miles an hour, and Daniel Irwin goes 1484 at 95 mile an hour. Street Compact, qualifying session number 1. We've already had 10 cars down the track so far this morning. Obviously, we just had that incident with Ash Reason. Hopefully, we see him back out later on in qualifying. Next up, it'll be Nick Wright to take on Haley Scott.
So Haley in the Skyline, and of course the mighty little RX2 there, the little blue RX2 sedan. The Skyline, the weapon of choice for so many people these days in racing. How good is it? The days of when you could pick them up fairly cheap. Maybe not a GDR, but the GDSs you can still get them fairly reasonably. But gone are the days of getting a GDR cheap at all. And if you manage to get one back in the day, hold on to that thing whatever you do. I
looked at when I was looking for a car, when I was 18, 19. Yeah. I looked at the Skylines and looked at Commodores and ended up going the Honda Prelude.
That, you know what?
I know.
I really don't know what to say. I can't believe you've told it nationally on Overtaking Lane and at Jamboree, and you've told everyone that.
I know.
Mate, we all have stories of what we've done, what we've sold and traded in for something, and you go, I can't believe I traded that and that in on that. And you go, well, okay. But let's have a look how Nick and Haley go. Haley gets out nicely with a 147. Fair bit of wheel spin for the little RX2. Oh, Haley's car's gone off the boil, though.
Yeah, some issues there for Haley Scott. Nick Wright will get across the finish line first in that RX2. He goes through for a 1361, 117 mile an hour. Big speed for Nick Wright there. But yeah, Haley Scott with issues rolls through for a 15-second pass at 80 miles an hour in the Skyline.
Now have a look what's just jumped in. What's just jumped into the start lane. Dave Casey in the Sierra. And, of course, my mate Alvin Johnson here in the Rotary Action Mazda.
Where's Chris Diggles? He'd be loving this.
Oh, mate, I'll tell you what, Alvin Johnson, that car has got close to, I think it's 600 odd horsepower, that RX5. And
really? That's good.
Yeah, I know. So get ready. The Suzuki, is he going to be wheels up? Oh, that's some,
gets the wheels up.
That's some work.
Dave Casey in that Sierra. I'm a big fan of that. He goes through for an 11.30, 114
Nice
miles an
work.
hour. Alvin Johnson, 13.53 at 84 miles an hour, but obviously some issues there for Alvin.
Mate, yeah, and he's built the engine. He does regularly run low 10s or dip it into the 9s, so it'll be just a bit of teething problems, mate, and he'll be back. So we'll see the mighty RX-5. But here we go, Joseph Riere up against Chris Johnson in the Mazda and the mighty Cressida. What an underrated car, the Cressida. Look at that thing drop down. Look at that Cressida drops down like it's a pro stock car, Mark.
Oh, that's strong too. 156 to the 60 foot, so it's quick. Off the line, has it got some legs here. Across the finish line, the Cressida goes 10.79, 124 mile an hour. But tell you what, 10.35 at a whopping 141 miles an hour for Chris Johnson.
That is a cracker top end. I'll tell you what,
big
that's
spin.
theoretically a no 9-second car.
Yeah, well, we've got three of the cars in Street Compact over 140 already this morning.
Nice. So Brett Thompson, Luke Ty in the Gemini, the Mazda of Thompson, a couple of locals, Jim Boomba and Redbank Plains. So let's see what the Gemini and the RX-7 can do. 20B in the RX-7. Oh, wasn't happy with the launch, but the little Gemini says, I'm out of there. So Luke says, I'm going to get this little Gemini going. As I said, a lot of the guys a little bit slow on the tree this morning. Yet to see anybody attack it nicely, but 11.32 for Luke in the Gemini. Just waiting to see if Brett can get this 20B.
I could see him waving his arms around. He's
saying something's...
He might be trying to look for his crew. Yeah.
Saying to his crew.
He wants to get pushed back.
No, sadly, we don't get to see the 20B. We're going to get the green RX-7 20B run, but that's okay. This is our first qualifier, Mark, so as you know, sometimes things don't always go right. Quite often a lot of these guys park them up for a year and don't drive them very often. And kind of like, we always like to think that it's like it's almost like you've got a race car sitting at home that's also a street car rather than just a pure race car. But these things are quick and that's the way it works.
Well, you know, sometimes you need to get to Woolies quickly, mate. You need that milk.
And well, that Cressida would get you there quick. A lot of these cars here today, mate, already. So here we go. Bradley Halliburton and Matthew Stead. Matthew in the Golden Toyota. The Black Track Performance Cressida. These things will both cook. 2.5 litre for both these stout Toyotas. Let's see how we go with these two.
Yeah,
Toyotas, mate. See, this is the thing. What's it going to be? Is it a 1FZ? Is it a 3RZ? Is it a 1J? Is it a 2J? Pick your Toyota engine of choice. What do you want? Or do you want a 4AGE? Do you want to just go Aspo? I don't know.
Well, you are allowed power adders in Street Compact.
And who wouldn't want a power adder?
Maximum of 2.
Oh, that's like, how many power adders do you
All
need?
of them.
There
I want
you
all
go.
of them.
Look, Bradley's got our first red light of the day. But not that it matters in qualifying, but have a look at the top end of that Cressida. Watch this. Whoa. Watch it. And it's 1082 at 126 mile an hour. And Matt's gone down. That car launched, but it really wasn't happy. But a 1334 at 93 for Matt in that Toyota. But that thing's going to be lightning fast when he comes back.
Yeah.
He gets that sorted. You can tell.
Well, the good thing is you've got 3 qualifiers today to get it sorted. Next up, Anthony Collidan to take on Stephen Johnson.
Oh, look at that, Salika. Look at that. This is old school Mazda with the louvers.
Anthony in the Mazda on screen. We can see Johnson, the Salika.
The Salika. What an underrated little car the Salika was. So Anthony gets out with a 366, a 2-second light for Steve, but that's okay. It's just qualifying. Get it sorted. Try and get your light down. Get your times sorted.
And you're right, this event is for a lot of the races. They only come out once a season.
Yeah.
We see Stephen Johnson go 12.44, 114 mile an hour, and Anthony Collidan goes through for a 17.46. So there's probably going to be a little bit of that racer rust as well. Driver rust, car rust.
And mate, and you and I know that the guys that come here or go to a track regularly are the guys who, when it comes to tomorrow, that's where I don't want to say the cream rises to the top, but the experience will rise to the top, Mark. So Michael Crouch, Corey Gould, Gemini, the Hyundai. Oh, sadly we get to push the Gemini back.
Yeah, Michael Crouch will get a solo pass here in the Hyundai. He's in full stage. Unfortunately, Corey Gould will get pushed off.
I did like the fact that the Hyundais went out on a bit of a tangent and had some really odd colours in these things, but they actually really suited the car. So you know how like it used to always be Chrysler who would have an odd colour? Well, I like the fact that Hyundai did, and that grey looks good. So the Mick goes through for 14.05 at 101, and 101 mile an hour out of that Hyundai. Get that into you. How good is that? So nice work. So Trent Mottram, Clayton Ethel, the Commodore, the Mazda. Seriously, they could just be parked up at the Bundamba shops, couldn't they? Those two. Have a look at it. They just
Sleepers there, mate. Yeah. That's a sleeper for Clayton Ethel.
Clayton says, have a look at this. My Commodore is not going to the shops, Terry. I tell you what, I'm going to the drags, and I'm going to run a 1293 at 106 miles an hour. And Trent, obviously the Ute wasn't very happy with that run, but at least he's got it down the track, and it's given him at least something to work on. So 20 second, but you know.
I think that's about where it runs, possibly that Ute. Because it's your own class, you can go as slow as you want.
We'll find out in the future. We'll find out.
Never know. All right, Anthony Dunn now in the Mazda to take on David Cox in the Gemini.
Mate, I'll tell you what, there's a lot of Geminis here today. Mate, Holden, if you're a Holden fan and a Gemini fan. Mate, I had a Gemini back in the day. 1600 overbore, jetted. Mate,
that was another popular car,
awesome.
mate. The Geminis and Escorts.
Pull the skin off a rice pudding. Seriously, it was Anthony Dunn and Dave Cox, the TX Gemini, the Mazda wagon.
So you're saying it took you about half a minute to get down the quarter mile?
Mate, it was slow. I sold it to buy an RX-3. That'll give you an idea of... and I love that Gemini to death. And I wish I had kept it because I would have put a Rotary in it. But there you go. Look at that. Gets out with a 215 for Coxie, a 263 for Dunny. Go through. Have a look. That little wagon is quick. He's a regular.
1176, 123 mile an hour, 1248, 122 for Cox.
Mate, and you can put stuff in the back of that wagon, huh?
Yeah.
How good is that? It's got multi-purpose race car. Oh, big skid there from Derek Johnson. Now, Derek. Now, I know this car very well because it races down the road. And it's quick.
Okay.
Has one down the road at the other track. It's fast. I know Derek, and this thing is a one quick 2J. So,
the number one qualifier at the moment is Street Compact. This Chris Sword with a 10.13. Do you think he can knock that off?
If Derek hooks up, it's all over.
Well, he can't go quicker than 10.00 though. Mate, so he's got a window.
No, this
to get
thing
the
is
number one.
well quicker than that. It is fast. So Ben Moore, Derek Johnson. Oh, Derek goes, have a look at that. Hang on, watch for the top end though.
Okay, he's got the power coming in now.
And watch for the top end. Oh, yeah, 12.5 at 116, but we know, mate, I know that car is fast.
He pretty much came to a stop off the start line.
He said, no, that's it. So Ben Moore in the little Corolla. So the little Corolla decided not to play the game. You can still see it creeping down the end there. Probably run about a 38 second, something like that, I don't know.
I'll tell you what, Terry, that's 37.94.
Mate,
you
I
were
was
close.
nowhere near that 38 seconds I predicted. Mate, that's what drag racing does. I'm no good at this game.
Nice work, mate, nice work.
That was funny. So Trenton
breakout.
Redgard and Jason Gertz-Grassar, of course, in the Datsun up against the Falcon. Jason, he's been a regular to Jamboree for quite some time. See Jason out and about in that little beast and little Datsun. And, of course, the Ford of Trenton, all the way from beautiful Waterford West, down in the Logan area. I do like that blue on that Ford, Mark. How good is that blue? That's a classic blue colour.
You're right. It is.
Classic
it's
Ford,
a nice.
looks good. But they're an underrated. The thing is these days, all the young blokes, Commodores, Fords, it's like they're not like the old days when you could have like a, HQ or HZ or something like if you're going through that era, and you had to do a lot of work to get them to go fast. These things these days, you don't have to do a lot to get these things to go fast.
Well, the Ford off the shelf, it runs like the turbo one, the turbo 6. They were like high 13s off the shelf, yeah.
Imagine that. You go to the showroom. What do you want? Do you want an XR6? No. Have you got an XR6 turbo? Mate, welcome to my world. Here. And then you could take it to somebody who knows a little bit about them, and they go, well, hang on, how about we bump a few more boosts in that spoolie boy, and away you go. So Jason and Trenton, the Falcon, the Datsun. As I said, Jason a regular here to Jamboree. Good to see him here. A little bit of wheel spin there for Trenton. Watch for Jason to load. Quick, picks the front wheels up. Do like that Datsun. How good is it? Never get disappointed watching that thing.
Ooh. I think that'll put him into number 2 in qualifying for Jason Gertzgrass for the 10:23, 132 mile an hour, 13:71 for Trenton.
Well, yes, second place here, Mark. You were spot on. So Ian Clifford got Fez in the mighty Hilux Ute. Dave Rodgie in the Tuner Racing Hilux. I love this, Mark. Look at this, the battle of the Ute, the battle of the dual cab utilities.
And Ian's been doing a bit of racing here lately at Willowbank at the Street Series and that.
Mate, he has. So he's learning the trade. He's a nice young bloke too, is Ian. So Rodgie in the Tuner Racing Hilux, the EKZ Performance Hilux.
Good light from Ian.
Is gone.
Yeah, 116 for Ian Clifford, 122 for Rodgie.
Probably run around a 10.6, I reckon, Mark, unless depending on how it goes.
Come on, Terry. You can't do that, Terry.
1060 at 120. Mate, I know these cars. I know them. 1431 at 97.
6th hour off, Terry. 10.60. Nice work, Terry Dale.
Sorry for getting...
For anyone who wants to dial in tomorrow, just come up to the tower to see Terry Dale.
You want loud? You got loud. Ben Crookshank, Michael Osborne, a little Capella, the Benny's Auto and Dyno car. We love Benny's car, mate. This thing will hook up too.
Yeah, it's a great little car there, that Capella of Crookshanks. But Michael Osborne is a very competitive racer in this class. He got a runner-up in Sydney this year. He's been runner-up here in Brisbane as well, back in 2022.
This will be a quick pairing. Crookshank and Osborne. Osborne gets into the 0.60. Ben gets out with a bit of a slow light, but that's okay. It's qualifying. Let's see what Michael can run it through for. 10.25 at 122. Crookshank a 10.19 at 144. How does that change?
I think they'll go to second and third.
There you go, yeah. Crookshank,
Second and
you're
fourth.
right, spot on, second and fourth. So Crookshank into second place. Mate, it's there for the taking, isn't it?
Man, how tight is the top of the field here in Street Compact?
So Troy Dunn and Sam Blahos.
Yeah, great racing and Platinum Racing Products Street Compact. Qualifying session 1. Troy Dunn already in full stage in the Corolla, waiting on Sam Blahos in the Mazda for SICK 100 Racing. 166 light for Sam, or 591 for Dunn.
Might have been second into stage, but he was out of there like a bullet, wasn't he, Mark? So let's see what he runs. 11.30 at 122 for Blahos, and Dunn at 14.24 at 102 mile an hour for that mighty little Corolla. I think we might be moving into another category just in a moment there, Mark. We might be moving into some, it looks a little bit Euro out there maybe. Not too sure.
Yeah, Euro is up next. So it'll be qualifying session number 1.
Do we have to
Euro.
change our voice?
What would you change it to? Yeah.
Well, I'd go all Goodwood. You know what I mean? The only couple of European cars in the house. Now the V-Dub, the Golf, very quick car, Mark. I don't know if you've seen too many of them.
I'm not following.
You're not going to follow me.
I'm not following you on that, Terry. Come on, mate.
You can do a German accent.
9.
Just run. Don't be scared, Mark. Just run. Run with it, mate.
No. All right. You went for Euro.
Caught you off guard then,
did.
didn't I? Stuart Tweedale. Stuart Tweedale in the V-Dub Golf. And of course, it's a pairing of them, so this will be quite fast. Actually, both of these, I've got to be honest, these little Golfs, there's quite a few kicking around. They will run into the 10s. These guys are not here to muck around. They are here to go fast. And I know the Euros, we haven't got a real lot in the field, but I tell you what.
Oh, he's just gone through our competitor over in the Rocket side of the racetrack here. Yep.
And probably not a regular Mark.
No, that's right. Yeah.
So
could be his first time on track by the looks of it.
I know it's not Stuart's first time. I've seen that thing run before. So keep an eye on what the V-Dub Golf of Stu will run. And 11, there you go. Look, 11.56 at 126 mile an hour. That is a cracker top end out of that car.
Yeah, 16.02 or 102 mile an hour in the lane beside Stewart. Just haven't got a name for the driver at the moment.
I'm sure it'll come up next time, but nice work there. So Nicholas Ibrahimoglu and the Tarmac Engineering Godzilla Golf.
Mate, I'm so glad you could say that last name then. Nicholas.
Did you?
When I came up,
there's no
way.
guarantee that the names will get easier as it gets further on into the weekend.
Yeah,
so
no, you did really well with that
quickly. My brain is sharp. Yeah, have a look at what'll this. I reckon this golf will be fast. I reckon it'll be the quickest in the field. I think Nick, that thing will run through. There you go, 10.66, 131 mile an hour. Mark,
that is impressive from Nicholas there in the V-Dub Golf. Yeah, 10.66, 131 miles an hour.
That is fast. Oh, look, here we go. Trent Bianco. Come there. We must be into all motor.
We are moving now into all motor. Thank you to Castrol, supporting the all motor bracket this weekend.
So all motor, of course. A lot of the we will see quite a few Volkswagens, of course, which is where Jamboree all started. God love those Volkswagens.
Well, the all-motor class, it's another dye-your-own class system. It's designed for full-bodied vehicles using normally aspirated engines, no power adders, so 4-cylinder, 5-cylinder, 6-cylinder overhead cam, engines 2 or 3 rotors, full tube chassis front and back aft conversions are permitted. So that's the all-motor class. So pretty much all naturally aspirated engines. And it's dye-your-own.
No power adders.
No power adders.
No power.
It's all
Injection,
motor.
carburetted.
That is why we call it all motor.
That's all you're allowed. Now, Trent has been racing. Trent Bianco has been racing Jamboree for a lot of years, Mark.
He has,
and,
actually, yeah.
And Trent in the little Fiat X19 could have almost run it in the Euro class, except it's got a Magnum. So it's like, well, and it's fast. So Trent Bianco, of course, in the Fiat X19 and Brendan Burnett, the Mum's Tennis Friends Beetle. And as I said, Mark said,
I'm curious, what is
motor.
Mum's Tennis Friends?
You know what? I don't even know. I called it out, but I don't know if he was even allowed to. So
Yeah, that's what I'm just thinking of that. Yeah.
You're not allowed to know. But you can tell these guys before a 154 and a 128 light from both of them. Trent Bianco, watch for this little Fiat X19. Aspo for the win, 10.78 at 126. And Brendan with a 12.30 at 113. So it's going to get loud, Mark, because Aspos are loud. So
Probably the racer that's, if there was short odds for favourite this weekend, you probably put Jason Studley
without a doubt
up there in the Cortina, take on Paul Matheson, the Mazda for Matho's Garage.
So yeah, Jason Studley in the barrel-powered Cortina, the 13B, Paul Matheson in the Matho's Garage. This thing will be loud. Oh, red light for Jason.
He's having a chop.
Whoa! Over the centre line.
That a big move for Matheson.
Pull it back in, mate.
Studley 11.78, 114 miles an hour. Paul Matheson rolls through for a 13.65, but yeah, big moment for Paul Matheson. It looked like he might have taken out one of the centre line cones. No, he hasn't.
And you'd think theoretically, mate.
Yeah,
it's got no power out. It's got to be easy, hasn't it? But no. They still just up the power on these things. Like
it was a big moment for him, though. He turned hard towards the centre line.
It did turn hard, didn't it? The little wagon. But here we go. We've got Xavier Silas and Michael Holman in the V-Dub. The Gemini and the V-Dub. The Gemrec Andrews High-Tech Gem. And, of course, the Performance Upholstery V-Dub of Michael Holman. Both a bit lazy on the lights, but that's okay. Getting out the way early in qualifying and see what they can do, Mark.
You see both cars just having a cruise down here at Willowbank Raceway for day one of the Jamboree. We see Michael Holmer go through for a 16.12, 59 miles an hour, and Xavier goes through for a 15.21. So when we're talking reaction times, because we've spoken about them a bit this morning, the reaction time is how long the green light has been on for and how long it took it to leave. So if we say they went at 0.100, so that's how long the green light was on. It's on for a tenth of a second. So anything you get into the zero, so if you get your reaction time less than a tenth of a second, that's what we consider a good reaction time. The green light's only been on for a few hundredths of a second. Yeah.
So Gina Bullions in the 20B aspirated RX3. Cale Fothergill in the Rotary Action RX3 13B injected. So 20B, 13B. Pick your rotor. What do you want? 3, 2. Oh, Gina, that was impressive. Out, but something come off the car, but Kale's going to head off in that little RX3.
Yeah, it looks like Gina might have pulled up there at half track. We see Kale go through for an 14.13 at 92 mile an hour. And Gina's now got the power back under. And goes through
Gina,
for, 22 seconds.
A regular in, obviously, with the other car, with the 20B.
Yeah, I was going to say,
yeah, and she's driving this car this weekend, so she's got the 20B. She's driving the 20B Aspo, and I think they just wanted to have a red-hot crack at that all-motor record. Because that thing hooked up, it's fast.
What is the all-motor record?
That's a really good question.
Send it through to us on Messenger if you know. What's
someone-
the all-motor record?
So, but sadly we didn't get, hopefully the car's all right, but she's been testing it the last couple of days as well. So hopefully Gina will have that thing. She recently took the other car, they took it to Puerto Rico, I think it was.
Yeah, I think I saw something on Facebook about that. Yeah. Yeah, we've got 8 cars so far in qualifying for all motor. Trent Bianco's our number 1 qualifier at the moment with a 10.78. Next up, we'll see Sam Constantinou on track in the Datsun.
A little Datsun 1000 with a 13B in it. The TimberTech Rototalk Datto. Look at that little wagon. The RX-8's, so you can tell it's all motor. It's, it's just kind of loud, Mark. Those aspirated cars are just, we're just waiting for the RX-8 to line it up. We're not too sure. We haven't got any details yet on the RX-8. It does look like, I was going to say, it does look like TJ Graham.
I was going to say TJ Graham, but
could be TJ Graham.
Yeah, it looked like that car, but
I'm not too sure. I don't want to say that in case it's not.
Looks like a similar car to TJ's.
Nice slow slung RX-8. But watch this little Datsun from Sam's. Sam, a regular driver in one of the other higher classes up. Oh, she dug down. That was good. An 871 at 153 mile an hour for the RX-8. And Sam with a 12.19 at 91 mile an hour for the Datto.
Yeah, that'll put him to number 1 spot with that 871 by a big bunch. Next up, James Buckenos to take on Ben Wilkinson.
Yeah, so Buckenos in the 1300, the RX-7, of course. The guys, as I said, go down and have a look at the Zilla jet boats. Ben Wilkinson there. But the officials having a little...
He's in stage up on it for Buckenos. Yeah.
James says, mate, I'm...
And Wilkinson's getting pushed back, so it's going to be a solo pass here by the looks.
I've called James quite a few times. He doesn't muck around. Ton of wheel spin. He's not here to make friends or enemies. He's just here to have a good time. Is our James. So it goes through for 11.55 with a ton of wheel spin at 118. We know it's going to come down in times the next qualifier. Little RX-3, and I tell you what, I've had a couple of sedans back in the day, and but I never got any louvers for them. I didn't know you could even get louvers for them. So Andrew Stavropoulos, so the RX-3, the Taz Building Services gets out. Cut a 209, still getting into the zone there, Mark. So 209 I'd be happy with.
Yeah, that's solid. That's a solid start. And he'll go across the finish line there with 13.07 at 99 miles an hour for Andrew and that Mazda RX-3. And that brings a close, I think, to all motor.
I do believe so. It doesn't look like they're... all of a sudden, after the all motor, it got decidedly quiet, Mark. How does that work? We had everything there. What an interesting pairing.
I'm just looking out the window here, man. Look at the crowd building up already. Day 1 of the Brisbane Jamboree. Big thank you to Garrett, Advancing Motion, and FuelTech, our supporting partners here this weekend.
So John McDade and Chris Adams, the Datsuns are here. So we've got the mighty Nissan.
Yeah, big thank you. Speedflow supporting the Street 289 bracket this weekend. Speedflow products have proudly been manufacturing, supplying quality hose and fittings to the performance industry throughout Australia and the world for over 25 years. And Chris Adams will be in the Speedflow lane in the Datsun. So the Speedflow lane here at Willowbank Raceway, that is the lane closest to the grandstand. And
Yes.
John McDade will be in the lane beside him for JJ Contractors.
So if you are a Datsun fan, I'd say you've got to be pretty happy with what's on the line. I'll check that out at 5:43, but a little bit. Watch for John. Watch for the top end on these two babies. 8:46 at 161 for Adams. McDade a 7:94 at 180 mile an hour. What do you reckon, Mark? That's cooking.
How you doing? That wakes you up here this morning.
Mate, that thing was cooking. 180 mile an hour. Oh, Dan Smith in the Celica. Shane Crichton in the Cressida. And if you're a Toyota man, here's the pairing you like. How good is it? The Fab Lab Celica, the 6 Boost Cressida. Once again, these got. It's all about getting the power down, and judging by the other two pairing that just went through, mate, they're getting the power down.
100%,
So some of these guys,
100%.
Some of these guys have taken to this track and gone, yep, I can deal with this. This beautiful flat track that now Willowbank has provided us with.
Yeah, the horsepower just upped a little bit with Street 289.
Whoa!
Oh, wheel stand, Daniel Smith.
Dan. Oh, Dan.
Wow,
Calm the farm, Dan. Seriously. Big wheel stand there from the mighty Celica. Toyota never intended him to do that. I can tell you now.
Yeah, Shane Crichton, lane beside him, goes through for an 11.75, 161 mile an hour, so we didn't really see the potential out of both vehicles there, but all eyes were on Daniel Smith, that huge wheel stand. Yeah, Street 289, this is a class, it's a heads-up class. First to the finish line wins. It's designed for full-bodied rear-wheel drive vehicles using 4-cylinder, 5-cylinder, 6-cylinder overhead cam, engines or 2 or 3 rotors, with a maximum rear tyre size of 28 inches by 9 inches. So that is the equaliser in this class, that rear tyre.
Heads up.
Yeah, heads up though. First to the finish line wins. It's as easy as that.
It's fair dinkum drag racing. So, Eric Sleegar, Patrick Long. Whoa! Big bump into the Pepper Money sign there.
Yeah, the start line box
Car
there,
just absolutely got out of the control on the skid. Did Eric's in the SICK 100 Racing. Whoa. Tell you what, that absolutely launched right, didn't it? I tell you, geez, we've got some drama already, haven't we? We've had wheel stands, we've had centre line crossings, we've had all sorts of stuff going on.
We've had the wall touch, we've had the start line control box touch now.
So we get to see Pat in the Monster Performance RX-7. But holy, I'll tell you what, Eric, I tell you what, if we weren't awake, we are most definitely awake after that, my man. I hope the car's okay. Let's hope how hard he hit that, hopefully it's okay.
I thought he was going to save it for a second. I thought he was going to be able to pull it up, but it just shot in there.
Yes. Yeah. Let's have a look. Pat's been testing this thing as well during the week. Oh, wheel spin, a bit of shake. Wasn't happy.
Yeah, Street 209 is one of those classes where these guys have got too much horsepower for what the rear slicks can handle. So it is all about power management. And if you put too much power in it, you're going to have what happened to Patrick there. You're going to spin the tyres. And
if you do, you'll do what Eric did. And the car will just go, well, how much horsepower do you need? Well, probably, maybe, that's a lot on a skid.
It looks like Patrick might have stopped down there at the moment. No, he's got it started, moving.
Mate, they're just coming. I'll tell you what, the crowd are probably thinking, I'm glad I got here this time of morning because it's been eventful already.
This is just Q1.
Q1. This is what the Garrett Jamboree does for you. It is just full on.
We had about 8 entrants this weekend in Speedflow Street 289. Is the first of our heads-up brackets. We've got a few of them this weekend.
Mark, pass me my blood pressure tablets now. And it's only day 1. Oh, Billy Nabin, Mohammed Salami. The Hurstville Towing Mazda, the Escort. Oh, nice. We give it up for Billy. Give it up for Billy, folks. How good is that? That's a cracker skid. You know what? That's what Jamboree brings, ladies and gentlemen. That is what it's about. What a party. What a festival. It's just going to keep getting better, Mark. I tell you what, my heart rate is good now, mate. When a rotor does a skid, I'm just calm and cool. It's all good. Now you have a look at what...
I'm having a look at the qualifying order at the moment. John McDade is still number 1 with that 794. These guys have got the potential to knock him off here.
I think it's going to be on. And even better, the other blokes that are coming through next as well, they're going to give this a big shake-up. I think the lead's going to change a few times during these qualifying sections, Mark.
We can see Muhammad moving into stage here.
Mate, sticks are up on both these guys. Look,
wheelie bars are, yeah.
Wheelie bars should be low. No, keep them high because I want to launch this thing and use it like a rudder. Oh, Billy wasn't happy with it. It didn't hook up. But watch for Muhammad. A 753 at 185 miles an hour.
Here he goes.
Hurstville Towing have arrived.
Straight to the top there for Muhammad, a 753, 185. He goes to number 1. Bill Nabin will roll through for a 20-second pass at 44 mile an hour, but all eyes were there on Muhammad for Hurstville Towing.
That thing got out and was quick.
That was incredible. Goes to number 1. 6 cars down so far in Street 289, brought to us by Speedflow. And next up, it will be Michael Silk in one of the crowd favourites, the wagon. Silky, the Datsun wagon.
And Connor Fakanos, of course, here in the Mazda again. But he's here again. He was here before, so he's got a couple of cars.
Connor's got a couple of cars here.
I think so, yeah. So have a look at this, the SICK 100 Racing Mazda. And, of course, the mighty 1200 Datsun of Michael Silk. It almost is not, for me, it's not a Jamboree if I don't see Trent Bianco and Michael Silk, to be honest. So how good is this? Michael and Connor. This will be good. So Connor, the mighty little Mazda Coupe. Once again, when Mazda brought those things out with the 1000 engine in it, or the 1200 or the 1300, whichever they had, whichever model you had, same as, I suppose Silky's is exactly the same. Would have come out with a 1200, maybe a 1600. But mate, once you put louvers in the back of those wagons, they go fast. I can tell you that right now.
It's science.
That's the rule.
It's science.
It's science. I want someone to ring up Dr. Carl. So do cars go quicker with rear louvers at the drags? Yes, definitely. It's been proven. Here it is. Connor, Silky, it's on. Michael.
He hung the wheels out there for about 100 metres. Michael Silk is going to roll through the finish line now. Both drivers, 13.02 for Fakanos at 96 miles an hour and a 14.64 for Michael Silk. But
well done there. Tell you what, just carry those wheels nicely.
Carried them.
And look, that car, he does a lot of racing in that thing. Does a lot of no prep. Does a bit of roll. Does all sorts of racing in it. So Silky gets that car out. So he has a good idea on what the car does, not just at a drag strip. So it's always good to see the guys get the most use of their vehicle. And I tell you what, in this day and age, we've got some good options for people out there. And today, you can park it up in the car show. You can put it in the Boomkings. You can put it on the drag strip. That's what Jamboree's got today.
all right, another one of the heavy hitters here in Street 289, Carl Herbert for Rotary Motorsport in the Mazda.
And Carl has been racing this car for quite a number of years, Mark. And I'll tell you what, why another guy who's here in this category, once again, he's probably got the wheelie bars about 2 metres off the ground. Like, these guys, they're about the show. They're about, how do I need to be on the highlights reel of Jamboree? I want to be on that highlights reel. So all eyes on Carl in this awesome little Mazda. Oh, he got out nice. Has a little look at the the wall, a little the sideline, grooves it back in. 8.23 at 167. Now, Carl's driven that car down this strip 11 billion times. So, mate, that looked good. He got it a little bit wide, closer to the centre line, but got it back in the groove towards the end after probably three-quarter track. And nice work there, Carl.
In a straight line, the drag strip is 400 metres. He used about 415 metres going from side to side.
How does that work? Do you get extra points because you use 410 metres? I don't know how it works, mate.
So we're moving into the next bracket. It'll be modified compact.
The modified compact will be Connor Whitehouse in the Skyline. Big skid there for Connor.
Yeah, Bosch Motorsport bringing us the modified compact bracket this weekend.
We have competitor 6685. We just don't have the information on the Corona. So we do get the MCA suspension Skyline of Connor. You can't beat really the look of a two-door Skyline, whether it's all the way from a 31 to a 35, an R31 to an R31. They all look good. But have a look at that. That's my Nana's car over there in the rocket lane. How quick, and watch how quick it goes. I'm getting to bingo in a hurry.
Legs 11, mate.
Yeah. Skyline. Both these drivers is trying to get them up on boost to try and get them right. As I said, it'll be their first stab at the track. But the Skyline will go an 885 at 161 to show that it's got a ton of juice.
Oh, no ET.
Pencil. But no. Yeah, the Corona just reached forward and tripped the beams.
This is qualifying session number 1 for Bosch. Modified compact. You can check out the Bosch trade stand. Actually, they've got a trade stand down there in Trader Alley.
Yeah, do not miss it. Go down there and get yourself a couple of power tools before the weekend. Father's Day is coming up. Bosch is your place. Get down there. So Parry Georges, 13B Rotary. Ross Pulafito, of course, in the Pro Mazda 13B Turbo as well. So Parry, regular. He used to have the Gemini wagon. Now he's got the sedan. This thing will pop a wheel stand if it's on the money. Oh, not today. Blaze the tyres. The RX3 is gone, the Pro Mazda car. Have a look at the Pro Mazda car runs. Ross will run through for 906 at 138. Parry, 1167. That car will generally run around 97, 98. So car just blaze that tyres off the line, Mark. And you know what? You're just a passenger when that happens.
Yeah, modified compact, similar to our street compact bracket, but these cars all run quicker than 9.99 seconds. So it's another die your own category, but it is for the quicker of those vehicles. So they all got to run quicker than 9.99 seconds in qualifying and racing. Nigel Hardis for the Holden VL to take on Troy Lewis in the Cortina.
Yeah, the Fat As Comp Engines Cortina, the VL of Hardis. It's a good combination here. These guys are regulars. Lewis gets out. Leaves a bit on the tree, but have a look what the Cortina will run. How quick is the question? An 867 at 159 for Troy and a 1061 at 146 for Nigel in the VL. Troy, that Cortina cooks, Mark.
Yeah, that was fast, 867. That puts him to number 1 spot at the moment, Troy Lewis. And Nigel, well, the speed is there. That's a positive, 146 mile an hour. He's just got to find half a second.
So Steve Chaplin and Cameron Borserio in the Hilux, the RX-7 of the Racetech Motorsport wiring all the way from beautiful Bathurst. And, of course, Cameron all the way from Victoria, from Smithfield. So good on him.
Yeah,
well
big
done.
drive
That's
up here.
That's a trip up, but let's hope that for him it'll be well worth the while, and hopefully Diggles will be giving him a trophy on late Sunday afternoon, evening. So let's see what Cameron can do in the Hilux. Steve Chaplin in the RX-7. It says RX-7, but I know that damn well that's an RX-3 coupe.
Can't trust our computers sometimes,
No, we
Derek.
can't. Look, he obviously had it in an RX-7, but look at this thing. Oh, wheel spin off the line for Cam. RX-3 winding up. Got a little bit slow out of the line there, but still going all right. A 10.05 at 145. for Bosirio and Chaplin, a 9:35 at 150. So some of these guys, Mark, not getting under that required time yet, but that's okay. We're in qualifying. So Tim Hawkins, Martin Whelan, the Ford Falcon of Whelan, the Gatto Repairs black track car, and of course the Mazda 808 wagon of Tim Hawkins. Mate, this is when we talk louvers, side louvers, rear louvers. The Mackay car has everything. The 13B Turbo, the Barra Ford. Oh, that was not happy. The Ford wasn't happy either. Absolutely lit the tyres. Watch for the Ford's top end. A 926 at 162 mile an hour. What does that tell you, Mark Allen?
That's an 8-second car off the start line.
That is exactly right.
Just got to get off the start line for Martin Whelan. He'll be in the 8s.
That was impressive by Whelan. That was impressive. Very impressive.
Yeah, Hawkins went through for a 24-second lap there, issues as well. But the positive, it is Q1, so they've still got another couple of qualifiers to get it sorted. Next up, Christian Golby for Golby's Parts in the Corolla to take on Andrew Rankin for Tuna Racing in the Corona.
All the little Tuna Racing cars, they've got some mojo, haven't they? Those guys know what they're doing.
Oh, look at Golby's as well, man. The Corolla,
Golby. Well,
yeah.
we know what Christian's going to do. This thing will probably pick the front wheels up. It'll probably be a little bit menacing, and it'll be fast, as they always are with the Golby cars. Oh, look at that. Toyota gets out well. And watch for Golby coming hard with that. Oh, no, it wasn't happy.
Yeah, issues there as well. But Rankin will go through. 861, 159 mile an hour. And Golby obviously got off the line strong, but then had some issues, probably about 80 feet out. And rolls through for a 15-second pass. But that 861 for Andrew Rankin will put him in the top half of the field here in Modified Compact, brought to us by Bosch Motorsports. Yeah, actually goes to number one. Rankin goes to number one with that 861.
Just a touch in front of Troy Lewis's 867 to an 861 mark. So nice work. I'll tell you what, that's a good feel. Look at those guys up in the 3 guys in the well and truly in the 8-second zone. Nice, and a lot of those other guys underneath them probably well and truly capable of it as well. So, but as we move on to our next pairing, we've got Naomi Vandertote and of course Nathan Peters in the mighty Chrysler VC Valiant. And
I love that Valiant for Nathan Peters. I love the
Nathan is another guy who does all sorts of racing. He does no prep. He does track days. He has that car. If there's an event on he can race that at, he pretty well is there. Nice guy. He needs to cut his ponytail off, but that's okay. We won't discuss that here we won't discuss that here. But nice bloke. Right. Naomi, fabulous racer. Naomi is very seasoned and very good too. So these two might be in the mix when it comes to Sunday afternoon. Nathan gets out with a 135. That's a true drag racer. Naomi, the Sylvia not playing the game there, but have a look at Nathan. Pulls the chute. 935 at 144. Naomi, watch for the top end on this thing. A 982 at 159 mile an hour.
Big speed for Naomi, yeah. 159 mile an hour, that's definitely, low 9s.
You can't be negative about that run.
That's great passes.
So William Yarwood, Will and Aaron Murphy, the Typhoon up against the Supra. Now this will be interesting because Will races all different sorts of racing, is a regular to roll down the road as well. So this thing is fast. So I'll be interested to see what Will can get the Project X Racing Supra to do. The Typhoon of Aaron Murphy. Oh, blaze it up. But watch for the 2J. Oh, Mr. Yarwood, what happened with it? We'll find out later. But Aaron Murphy will go through for 11.49 and Will go through for 13.2. That is not representative of either of those two vehicles.
No, obviously not. You've got to run quicker than 9.99 seconds in Modified Compact. Next up will be Russell Archer in the RX4 to take on Callan Donnan.
Mate, there's not enough rotaries here. That's something you will not hear me say today because this is awesome. How good is that? The RX4 Coupe 13B, the Remain infrastructure of Archer, the Cal's Garage, Golby's Gemini 13B Rotary of Donnan. that is not a Gemini. Just looked across the screamers in the road.
Our computer screen's trying to tell us it's a Gemini.
It's not a Gemini. That was like a Celica. But it's not probably we need someone to send us a message. These guys just said that. Gemini, jeez. Tell you what, it didn't roll off the factory floor like that, I can tell you. Archer, Donnan, here they go. Up on the bump. Whoa, fair bit of wheel spin for both.
Yeah, obviously both cars with issues there. It looks like Donnan's got his recovered a little bit, but he's off of it rolling through for a 13-second pass at 95 miles an hour for Callan Donnan, and Russell Archer goes through for a 15.53.
That sounded like
at 54 mile an hour.
That sounded like a 2J.
It did actually. Yeah. There. 17 cars so far down in qualifying for Bosch Motorsports Modified Compact, and it looks like we've got one more to come forward.
Seriously, a HB Tirana. Can I tell you, when I was back in the 80s looking to one of my things, I was looking to race a 13B turbo up here at Willowbank. I remember taking a tape measure and finding one of these at a wrecker and measuring up how I could fit a 13B turbo in it easily. And it's really just basically a Tirana with the front cut off. And it's like, why don't we put an attractive blunt nose on it, but take an extra 150 kilos off it? So obviously Rowan has gone, mate, I'm going to do it. I'm going to put something quick in this thing, and we're going to go. We're going to have a crack at this. Look at that.
It's tidy. Rohan Gordon.
Mate, how good is it? It's got louvers. It's got a parachute. It's got tough old school orange paint. I love that, and with the wheels matching. They had a Brabham. You had a Brabham Tirana as well back in the day, and it had twin carbies on the 4-cylinder. Mate, that would have been exciting. But have a look at this, Rowan Gordon, the Tirana. Watch this thing. This thing will get up and boogie, without a doubt. So the LJ heads off. 927 at 147 miles an hour.
Did it easy, didn't it? Nice and smooth.
Very
Rohan
good.
Gordon, 927, 147 mile an hour.
Just a bit of work on that tree, and he'll be in the money. And in at 6th qualifier too, Mark.
Yeah, that brings a close to Bosch Motorsports, a modified compact. And we should be now moving into modified 10.5. Brought to us by Mainline Smart Dyno Technology, being long-time supporters of a Jamboree, the Mainline team. So big thank you to those guys. They're behind the modified 10.5 bracket this weekend, modified 10.5. It's another heads-up class, Terry.
And the thing is, Mark, our sponsors who jump on board, who stay with it, they stay with us for years, don't they, with Jamboree? It's because it's such a good event. It creates a really just a great buzz here at Willowbank, and of course they go to Sydney and Adelaide to the Bend as well, and always exciting to see the sponsors jumping on board who stay with us. That's commitment. I love the commitment, Mark.
Yeah, Mainline Smart Dyno Technology. First pairing out. It will be Robert Cady to take on Joshua Moore. Robert will be in the CQ Rotary RX2, Moore in the BR Ute.
Yeah, all the way from Central Queensland in Glenella. And Josh Moore, not too far away as well from Townsville. The Barra Ute, he's been testing that thing the last day or so. Has got it sorted too. I reckon this thing looks the goods. This thing of Moore.
Josh Moore actually won Modified 10.5 last year here at the Jambo.
That's how good he is.
He's got some silverware in the cabinet already from the Jambo.
And he's got a target on his back.
He does.
Technically. So you can say, well, we've got to beat Moore because he's good. He's been tested. It's going well.
This is an easy class to understand. First to the finish line wins.
Can you explain that again, Mark? Let's explain that to all the people in the grandstand and in the grassy area
don't go red.
And the people at home.
Don't go red on the tree. If you get to the finish line first, you win. The tyres have to be stamped 10.5. 10.5. This is modified 10.5 class, so that's the equaliser.
Mate, this is why you and I are the premier commentators of Jamboree, because this is it.
I don't know about that, mate.
078. Have a look at it. The road is out. Watch for the Barra. Barra goes through for an 8.07 at 175 for Moore, and 8.06 at 166 for Katie in the RX2. That was a good drag race, Mark.
That was just a good old-fashioned drag race. 8.06 to an 8.07 in Q1. Now, this is one of my favourite cars at Jamboree. Phil Penny in the Honda.
Well, I'm going to tell you something now.
Tell me something, Terry.
I reckon one of my favourite cars is Guy King's car in the Corolla. Because this thing is a weapon. Now, we know Phil Penny.
I was going to say, come on, mate. Have you seen Phil Penny's car? That's a weapon. It's got the wheelbase of a trolley.
I talked to Phil about it when he put the first radial car on his tyre and went radial racing. And he did the biggest skid ever, and he said, I didn't realise they wore out so quick. I said, Phil, it's a radial. Come on, it's not a slick. And him and his son, they worked so hard on that car, and it is good to see that little Honda and this Corolla. But I can tell you now, watch this thing of Guy Kings, watch this thing of Phil Penny. This is what Jamboree is all about.
Number one qualifier at the moment is an 8.06 from Rob Cady. Moore went 8.07. We know Phil Penny can run to the sevens.
Yes.
Runner-up last year at Jamboree in this very class was Phil Penny.
Philly's crept through the light. Watch for King coming strong in that car, though.
Bit of smoke from Phil Penny. He goes 9.33. How about Guy King, though? 7.25. 199.
Oh, I told you, there's my favourite car in the category, Guy King. That was sensational. 7.25, 199.2 mile an hour. Toyota. You know what? That's going to
be hard to knock off that. Guy King goes to number one qualifier. Phil Penny with some issues. He had a bit of smoke blowing out there across the finish line as well for Phil Penny.
He's going to calm down after that run from Guy. I tell you what, he's been trying to sort it out, but that is what you call sorted. That's
all right. Next up here, a modified 10.5. We have got, is it Nor Gemis?
Yeah, Nor Gemis. And at a beautiful Chipping Norton in New South Wales, Gemis Autosports. It's got it as a BL.
We can't look at our computer. We've got to not look at our computer.
It is not a BL.
That is not a BL.
That is a beautiful looking Datsun utility. I don't know if it's carried too much in the back for a few years. Well, whatever it's carried in the back of the ute, it's carried it extremely fast. I can tell you that for now. For Noah. Let's have a look what he can run. That will probably be bringing the end to our little stint before we go into a bit of track prep, I think, Mark.
Yeah, first session done and dusted for the sportsman categories.
Oh, look at that.
Jammers out. Always towards the centre line there.
Has a look at that little time block, says hello, gets it back, gets it off it, and still goes through for 10.6. But was at a 5.6 for the half track. So 1.2 for the 60. So the car's got some mojo. We know
it does. It does.
So that means, Mark, that I do believe that you and I might be vacating the seat. I think they're going to do a little bit of track prep. So, ladies and gents, don't forget. Oh, look, we've got a big crowd in the house already. Don't forget to head down to Trader Alley. Go and give all of our sponsors some serious love. Get yourself some T-shirts. Get yourself a cap. Do not come complaining to Mark and I and Chris and Rusty. Mate, they ran out of 3XL shirts or whatever at Jambo Central because... Go in, get them early because we've got 2 days of this. Get yourself some stuff, get yourself some food, and just enjoy the day and get yourself a hat.
Yeah, sure. So the prep's going to go for about 10 minutes and we'll get into our big categories.
So, Mark, you and I are going to bump out and we're going to bounce and we're going to be welcomed to the microphone very shortly by the fabulous Mr. Chris Stiggles and Mr. Rusty Gregory.
have one goal: drag strip domination. Quicker ETs, #1 qualifiers, final round victories. We earn these things for ourselves and our racers with engine management designed to work the way people actually use it at the track. Our systems are constantly updated with new functionality and free updates because progress never stops. Always learning, always improving, always striving to make the best.
Designing and building a drag strip is extremely challenging. The lives of people are at stake. There is no room for error. My name is Frank Tarabay. I'm the owner and managing director of Every Trade Group.
Hi guys, Herman from Platinum Racing Products, and I'm here at Sydney Raceway to unveil our first new prototype RB blocks.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannons,
We've also got Shannons Home and Contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannons.
Shannons, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Performance tuners and racers trust Bosch technology for their high-performance engines. Precision, reliability and performance. Bosch fuel injectors give you peace of mind, knowing your engine is getting the best fuel delivery. Race after race, year after year. Optimised spray formation for improved combustion, smoother power delivery and better throttle response. Bosch fuel injectors will put you ahead of the competition. Search Bosch Motorsport Australia. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch.
Yeah, first ever Jambo, first ever drag show.
Here we go. Here at Jambo, do we not?
Oh, yes, here we are, folks. We're just about finished the track prep, and Rusty Gregory joining me on the microphone for the next few sessions. And Russ, we've been here catching up because we're good mates. We love the top bowl. We love drag racing. But oh my God, Jambo! It's just everyone, street cars, you name it, already are turning it on.
I get excited when I'm just driving in the gate, and you can see all these cool cars rolling in for the show and shine, rolling into park in the car park, and then you hear cars up on the chip, up on the limiter, bumping it in. This is what it's all about. The Billet Jays are on offer this weekend. It's going to be a fantastic weekend of racing.
It's a festival. Absolutely. It's always been a festival. If you actually, you know what? With AI the way it is, of course, I've been catching up with all the live streaming from the testing with Jamboree. And, of course, AI asks you down the bottom, what is a Jamboree? Would you like to know? So AI accidentally told me what it was, and it's this.
It's this.
It's pretty much this. It's a celebration. It's a gathering, and it's basically where greatness happens, right?
It's like-minded individuals coming together for a common purpose. How's that?
Are you AI?
Oh, I am AI.
It sounds you're
Part
the
robot.
bloke. You're the bloke that typed that.
I'm very busy. That's why I'm always on my phone. But all jokes aside, it is such a cool event, this, and it's developed over the years. You know, we know what it started out as. We know what it sort of was about 10 or 15 years ago, but now it's something different again. Still the same psyche, the same, I guess, mentality when you roll into the gate of why we're here, but the cars have changed, the technology have changed, some of the faces have changed, but when it comes down to it, we're all here for the same reason, to go fast and watch some very, very cool runs.
Yeah, sorry, Rusty, I'm just... This is what happens.
Kids and their phones.
Well, you know what? Back in Jambo 20 plus years ago, we didn't have Facebook Messenger. we're not dealing with a living, breathing event as quick as we are here. And I've just been asked how are we on schedule, and I think we're only about 11 minutes behind. We've had the odd little delay, but that's Jambo. We've had some exciting stuff, and then with that comes, we've got to check the track, all that sort of stuff. So we're just a little bit behind, but we're in that track prep situation. But you know what? The other morning, my son Oliver, while he eats his breakfast, always watches something on YouTube or whatever, and he had the 2003 Jamboree on this week. So we sat and watched a 21-year-old Jambo, and guess what? It was the debut of PAC's MX-6.
Really?
Remember that car?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. It was here for the first time.
Wow.
And it was absolutely stunning. It was a big thing back then. One of the first purpose-built all-out Rotary drag cars.
Yep, 100%.
And isn't it ironic that after we accidentally watched this the other morning, that it's 21 years since that day, the new RX-9 is coming out from PAC. That's right, folks. You are here. Well, you may not have known that was happening. We didn't make much of a fuss of it. But yes, 21 years to almost the day where PAC debuted the MX-6, and now, again, a factory Mazda drag car. They have an RX-9, their new RX-9 Pro Mod, all PAC, billet 20B, everything in it. 21 years ago, where would they? Would they have even dreamt of where they would be in 20 years from the debut of that car to now? Folks, you should get on YouTube, watch some of that old stuff, and you would be amazed that we are just another planet away from where we were 20 years ago.
The old stuff is so cool. And the fact that it's all online and all on YouTube now, that you can actually go back and watch it, it's just sensational. But, you talk about PAC Performance. How's the cult following that these guys have got now? They walk around these pits and people literally go, oh, those are the guys from PAC Performance. It's more than just a brand now. It's more than a business name. It's grown into something completely different.
And you know what? Hats off again to the original founder and owner, Ray Box, because back then Ray, he got the video crew. He would make a video. You could back then. That was how old it was. You could buy a video of the event the next year, and then we went to DVDs.
Yep.
But just hats off to him to actually starting to capture his own event and what we saw, because it has been time. It's our little time capsule. If you want to see how Jambo's evolved, look at all the old videos up till now, and you'll notice that people like the PAC family, the Raham family, Signorellis, Rigolis, all these names, they've effectively almost become gods of the sport, gods of the festival that is Jambo, because this is where they really were able to create their own enigma that they couldn't in mainstream drag racing up till then. They were just double S, double B. They were just, turbocharged rotary sedans. And then when Jambo came along, they became the headline act.
And even back then, even in the early 2000s, the rotaries were kind of... And I don't like to use the term, they were the red-headed stepchildren of drag racing. They were the racers and the types of engines that a lot of the traditional drag racers, they just tolerated. They didn't really accept them.
Yeah.
Whereas fast forward 20 years or so, and look where we're at now. It's a completely different scenario. Those guys are leading the pack, no pun intended, and leading the way in terms of the technology for that kind of car.
And out of the sport came this incredible industry and aftermarket ECUs, and now all the way up to making your own engines, billet engines. 20 years ago, no one was thinking about making a complete engine out of billet aluminium and metal. The aftermarket ECU industry was nothing either until things like Jamboree came along, where all of a sudden you weren't using an original factory loom off your high-tech Japanese engine. You are using your own adjustable, tunable aftermarket ECU. And now, the amount of manufacturers that are in the game, there's dozens of aftermarket ECU manufacturers. We've got some of the very best, of course, engaged in Jambo over the last 2 decades as it's evolved, and great companies like Garrett, of course, our big sponsor, our naming rights partner, Garrett Advancing Motions. Where would we be without turbochargers? Innovative turbo technologies for all applications. Garrett, you have come along for the ride with us and continue to come along for the ride with us with Jamboree. Of course, also speaking of ECUs, Fuel Tech, a presenting partner. Fuel Tech everywhere, plenty of that here as well. And we'll be naming plenty more of those great names as they pop through with the various categories. But guess what? It's Pro Compact, one of my good friends and Jamboree racers and my accountant, Damien McKern. It's McKern & Associates Pro Compact. From humble beginnings in 2002, Damien McKern founded his company, worked hard to build personal and confident approach to working with their clients and accounting. 30 accountants and more. Thank you, Damien McKern. Thank you, Chris Tate, and thank you, Alan Dodd.
That was interesting trying to talk over the top of those two.
It was.
Yeah, you did a good job, Eagles.
In between
a little bit of experience.
In between the,
So first up, we've got Alan Dodd, Chris Tate, the What Up G Mazda. They're on screen now. Just an awesome little car, this one. And they had a fair bit of success with this car over the years.
He's formed his own brand, hasn't he? Because he loves the old gangster rap. What Up G? If you're having a look at him, he is an inked man. He's tattooed all up. He's got blonde dreadlocks. He's got a real attitude, Dodsy. He's one of the hardest working concreters in Brisbane. And if you come to my place, I can show you all the concrete he's poured for me. What Up G? You can go get that great shirts down there as well. And you know what? He wouldn't mind me letting you in a little secret. There's another What Up G coming.
What is it?
It's swoopier, let me just tell you that. That's all we'll say, but let me tell you, the 2025 campaign for the Dodds family will involve another little What Up G. I think he's still going to keep it called What Up G, but it's a new car on the horizon. Chris Tate, we are looking at the world's quickest Toyota 4-cylinder powered door slammer. In fact, I think it's the world's quickest Toyota 4-cylinder, period. Because this thing went 6:48 in Sydney. Remember that on the Friday night? It went 6:48, I think 2:18. So Chris Tate, 2.7 litre 3RZ Tacoma motor for those in America in that beautiful swoopy S14 chassis.
It's had a lot of work, this thing. It's been chopped and slammed and the front's really massaged on it.
He's another modern day drag racing hero because Tatey is a slave to the car. He's done that much work with his own hands on this car. He deserves everything he gets with this car. All right, Pro Compact. Oh boy, 2-rotor, 4-cylinder, door cars.
Is this our first Bump City?
No, no bumps, no converters here.
No?
Clutches, baby, Clutch City.
I was a little bit unsettled getting it off the start line. Just a little bit of bouncing. Tatey rolls out of it, and What Up G rolls it on through for a 769, 152. He was off it way early, well before the 1,000 foot.
Dodsy sometimes likes that little early checkout pass with the car, and he always errs on the side of caution. He won't overdrive it. That's a nice one. Tatey, look, all that horsepower, trying to manage it, remember, through these clutches. That's a tricky thing to keep on top of, and that sometimes is the slave to the horsepower.
I think this track might be catching a few of these guys out as well, because remember, they've just done a little touch-up on it. I don't think they sprayed. It was more of a rub and a bit more of a preen.
Well, What Up G bogged on the line, so there's a clue. And so did Tate. He drove through the clutch, I reckon.
I think it's just put a little bit more heat into the track, just a little bit grippier than what they were expecting. And I guess bump up the launch RPMs for the next one and hopefully send it. So, Lee Doherty, is that Lee Doherty?
Yes.
Yes, it is Lee Doherty down there, just waiting for our computer to update itself. It's going to take on Chris Hall in the RX-7. More rotor action coming your way. He's been running this car for a long, long time. I reckon it'd nearly be 20 years years he's been had this car, at least.
And you know what, he did start like most of the Rotaries did do with the clutchless gearbox and that sort of deal.
Yep.
It's funny you call it a clutchless gearbox, but of course they need a clutch.
They do.
Well, I mean, we've got ones with converters now, and we'll talk about them when they come up. But this is a guy that's gone to an auto, and I believe, you know, typical pack auto combo would be, I think, an Al's Race Glide Turbo 400. I think they use C4s and Turbo 400s.
Yep.
So I think he's gone back to a Turbo 400. He's got the nitrous oxide on board, so he's very much like Mario Rahaim's little Starlet. The same deal, alcohol burning 13B with a 3-speed auto. He goes to Bump City. Beside him, Chris Hall, he's still got a clutch in this car. And isn't it amazing? Mazfix from Queensland and Pack from New South Wales here in Pro Compact.
It always ends up working out that way. And this car really developed from almost a stock version of it. This was a road-going car, or a street registered car, and he built it up over the years, built it up into what you see before you now. Still pretty much a stock wheelbase. Not a lot of stretch in the wheelbase on this car, which does tend to make it a little bit of a handful sometimes. It's got big long wheelie bars out the back as well. So fingers crossed it sticks for him. This track has already caught a few people out this morning. Chris Hall on the left of screen, Lee Doherty to the right.
Drives into the centre line. Lee takes out the 330, sends it flying, and it's a 687. 687 for Chris Hall, 189 mile an hour. But we're looking at left-hand front wheel of Doherty as he drives it through that low first gear. It comes up on power, except the car is in the air and over the centre line at the 330 foot.
Look, the good news for Lee Doherty is I don't think he tagged the cone with the front of the car. I think he actually tagged it with the firewall. The front wheels were in the air that far, and he was carrying the front wheels that far down track. He had no chance of trying to pull that back when the front wheels are just dangling in the air. But a 687, 189 miles per hour, that's a nice way to start for Chris Hall. Go straight to the top of the tree in this qualifying session.
I reckon we might have 90 seconds here as we check for that cone. Can we wind replays up real fast there? Can we pull that up? And we just might have a little recap, if we can, in the next sort of minute as we write that 330 footer to see just how Lee Doherty's ride was in an instant replay.
I want to give a shout out as well to the guys from Overtaking Lane here this weekend, putting on an absolute show again at Willowbank Raceway. They're becoming part of the furniture here, aren't they?
Oh, we love that because we've got the guys beside us here, and I think, wouldn't it be good to see a replay? And he's right on it there, going to loop that up.
Threw him in it. You just look at him and say, "Give us a replay. We want it now."
He's used to that. He's used to that sometimes. Here we go. Replay from the start line. Camera 1. We can see Chris Hall getting ready. Now remember, Lee has to go in, grab the bump box, grab the trans brake button. He's got to load the converter up.
He's got a fair bit going on in
there. He's got nitrous in the engine at the same time trying to flare it. Chris is watching the RPM. He's got the clutch pedal there in first gear. So that's how they're both trying to get into stage. And then Hawley's gone here. And then Lee's just a little bit later. But yeah, Hawley's gone. But then Lee's just, thing just moves to the centre line. And isn't it funny that we're in a lucky angle right here? I mean, we're pivoted right near the start line and watch the track disappear away from us on an angle. So we see wheels in the air where maybe folks may not see it at home or watching all over the world, or you in the grandstands. But those people standing right near the fence, you guys have pretty well got the best view of how epic they can be down low.
Rode the bars a long way out there as well, and I think that might have actually upset the car and just pushed it over towards the centre line a little bit. But nonetheless, 871, that run will be disqualified for Lee Doherty for touching the centre line. Remember, there are a couple of cardinal rules in drag racing that you can't do. Don't red light, don't touch the wall, and don't touch the centre line or any of the cones. Those are all instant disqualifications.
It's easily said than done here at Jambo, especially.
That's true.
Yes, because we put 80-inch wheelbase cars with 1,500 horsepower and say, all right, well, you see those rules we just told you? Stick within that, and it's not very easy to do.
The way I like to describe some of the cars that we see at Jambo, especially these short wheelbase things, they're the fuel-altereds of the 21st century. That's the easiest comparison that you can make. They're short, they're high horsepower, most of them have got a pretty high centre of gravity. They don't behave themselves, but, man, they're fun to watch.
And, of course, real people own them too. It's not like we're professional teams here. It's not like they all come out of a 100-foot long transporter with engineers. They come out of some of the best workshops in the world. A lot of these people are hard-working businessmen that want their own personal rocket ship, their own personal roller coaster, and they've all got them. They all turn up and they just want to send them. And sometimes that's a little bit too wild. And for Lee, even with the manual, he would have had some wild rides in the past. But even with the auto, when it starts to haul the male, and we saw the left-hand wheel in the air. Obviously, the right-hand one was not too far below it. And when the thing drifts like that over to the centre line, he's trying to steer it, and then sometimes the reaction is when the wheels do come down, they're the wrong angle and you get loose.
Well, and talking about wheel stands, we do have, once we get to eliminations here this weekend, we've got an award for the best wheel stand, which is presented by Long Boost Performance Parts. And guess who gets to judge that? I think that's us.
Well, look, years ago we put in the patented Triple H rule that has changed wheel stand competitions across the world.
Absolutely. And it's a criteria for judging.
It's another Australian enigma, much like Reagan. So height, hang and haul, right? So we want to see them up high, but we want to see them hang the wheels out. And you know what? If they're still in the middle of a run and the thing's doing the wheelie, who are we to get in the way of judging that as the better wheel stand?
Absolutely.
Sometimes best wheel stand has been one 3 inches high, but it's been 500 foot long. So you've got to sometimes do the sums.
And look, for the interest of transparency, we do have separate judges for the height, the hang, and the haul. We compile the scores at the end of the run. And,
that's news to me, but keep going.
If you've watched the Olympics, you know how it works. It's like gymnastics, but with cars.
And I'm glad that the Olympics are over now, because now we can get into something really, truly exciting and expressive, and that is basically turn up with some horsepower. We'll give you the sticky. You do the rest.
We also get to give out Best Burnout Award.
Oh, well, that's the opposite of the sticky. That's the skiddy.
Right. That's where we just want to... Again, there is criteria.
There is, but guess what? It normally ends up Anthony Matuk.
9 times out of 10.
Yeah.
9 times out of 10. It's consistency of smoke, density of smoke, the ease of which the smoke is produced. There's a whole bunch of criteria that come into judging Best Burnout. We also give out the Crew Style Award here this weekend. So for all the crews, make sure you are throwing on your crew uniforms. And look, anybody... I'm going to come out and say it. If you've got a team that's got matching shoes, and they've got to be colourful shoes, they can't all just be black.
Yes.
If you've got colourful shoes, you've got a team with matching shoes, you're going to be in the top 5 this weekend.
Yeah.
I'm going out and saying it now.
Yeah, no, that's a good idea, mate.
Yep.
Again, always innovating. And yeah, you're right. If you can match all the way down to that, that's the ultimate crew uniform.
Yep.
If you can be that exact. And look, people... you've seen plenty of crews as much as I have that get that involved. Light of the night, of course, is going to be hard to do. We've got to do it during racing, so lucky we don't have to think about any of this today.
We don't really get to judge that, though, do we?
Oh, by the end, we've got a lot of pen written all over paper, because by the end of it, we go, did you get that? No. Did you get that?
I'd like to see best staging routine as well. There's one to think of for Adelaide Jambo coming up later on. I think that would be awesome, or Sydney Jambo as well. Best staging routine. I think that's got some potential.
I got given some money to give out to award Best Bump.
Best Bump?
Yeah, Best Bump. So it had to be the most clinical bump.
Viciousness? Rocking.
Yeah, but you know how you just talked about you need that extra factor to consider to get you over the line?
Yep.
He cut a light on it as well.
Yes.
Like he bumped it in neat. He left on an 018 on a Pro Tree. It was the best bump in and the best bump out. There won't be any of that right here.
All right, next up is young Peter Raham. It
Yes.
is in the Rocket Industries lane on screen now. The Pack Performance car out of Sydney, out of Raceway, is going to take on Sam Kiprios from Victoria Point in Queensland. Again, two names that are pretty well known in sports compact drag racing, but
Second generation.
Peter looking to make a name for himself this week, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, this is his first start at a Jambo.
Oh, I think he ran. I think
he ran one of the
street
classes.
car. He ran the street car.
But in terms of pro compact, this is his first start.
And of course, Sam Kiprios, son of Peter Kiprios. Of course, Kip used to run a little KE20 out here with an 18RG turbo motor in it, I think, from memory. And of course, Kip. They build pretty good engines. They especially like 3RZs, and this is what this little Starlet's got in it. 2.7 litre Hilux Tacoma engine. It's got the 5-speed clutchless gearbox. He normally runs in double D gas automatic, so it's actually a mechanically injected car as well. So it's not EFI to my last knowledge of the vehicle, who knows. Peter Raham, of course, got that billet Pack 13B, the very best from his mum, his dad and his uncles. This kid was always born to do this. El Chebo, he is here. And 21 years ago in that video, it was only a twinkle in the eye.
I was going to say, where's he even around? Nice launch, clean. Peter Raham actually gets over near the centre line, has has to reef it back in the lane. This is a good first pass of the weekend, a 7.24 to a 7.34 for Kyprios, 189 to 185 miles per hour on each side of the racetrack, respectively. That's a nice way to start for those two boys.
Good boys indeed. On you, boys. How's the drive for old Pete, eh? On you, lads. You guys are off. A couple of younger 13B escort driver leaving. Oh, God, how proud do I feel as big? Well, you kind of, when you see the kids kicking around the pits when they're young, you kind of become another uncle to them. And it was so good to see, not that I knew young Kip much, but, I've known little Pete since he was a kid, and then to see him, mature into the bloke that just knows the family business. Probably learned, I think he was 10 when he built his first rotor, I think he said. He was 10 when Dad taught him to do the first one. There's a photo somewhere of Rocky showing Pete at age 10 how to put one together. So it's so good that this legacy is continuing to live on. And folks, this is what Jambo's going to be like. We're going to continue to see the torch passed in, like most motorsports. You'll see that torch passed. And we also want some new ones, because guess what? We've got a whole generation of kids that don't have parents or uncles or aunties that are into cars. But guess what? Somehow through the internet and YouTube and events like this, they find their people. So we got all these new places that are going to come through. They want a bit of this. It's a long way to the top if you want to run like this, but guess what? There's no better time than to start now. The bug bit Jürgen Piscopo many years ago, and this will be another great contender here. 13B on board.
Yeah, it's a very cool car, this one. Got the big wing on the back as well. Very long set of wheelie bars on it. It's a very well set up car. Just sits on those bars, rides it all the way out, pulls up the front wheels on each gear change, and that's on a pretty nice pass. He rolled out of it just a touch early, but at 7.57, 153 miles per hour, that'll slot him comfortably into this McKernan Associates Pro Compact field. Looking at the list as it stands at the moment, Chris Hall number 1 with a 6.87, Peter Rahayem in second with a 7.24, Sam Kyprios third with a 7.34, Jürgen Piscopo, I should say, 7.57, Alan Dodd, Lee Doherty and Chris Tate rounding out the field as it stands right now. We are going to move into Pro Turbo now.
Dave Reed sends me a picture of little Pete back in the day. On your Dave Reed, drag photos on your mate. He's listening. He's listening. At least that's one of them.
How does he listen to us?
I don't know. He's right there.
Take
somewhere.
photos and then find the old photos to send to us.
Yeah.
Within 30 seconds.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
He's walking AI. Tony, Siri, AI, Alexa.
Yeah.
I hope everyone's phones just said, "Hey Alexa."
We just say, "Hey Dave."
Yeah, hey Dave. Tony Gooderham now, Justin Gregory. This does start Pro Turbo. Again, this allows you 6 cylinders and triple rotors.
Yep.
However, 13B turns up, El Squirrel, and a 2J and an RX-7, of course, Justin Gregory. Maybe he finds the pickings might be a little bit easier in Pro Turbo than Pro Compact, Tony Gooderham. We've had a few guys over the years elect Pro Turbo for reasons not too dissimilar to that. But you know what? He's just about knocking on the door of his first 7-second time. This is the guy that built this car in his garage in Toowoomba. Big Tony?
It's a very, very cool little car, this one. Probably, I'd go out on a limb and say it's probably the shortest wheelbase that we've got in the field here this week.
Yeah, 79, I think, or 80-inch wheelbase. Yeah, it's about the same wheelbase as my Sierra, so we know they're at that 80-inch, 79-inch wheelbase.
Definite handful. He's going to take on Justin Gregory in the Black Track Performance RX-7. Very, very cool car out of Cardiff in New South Wales. Sydney Dragway being his home track, but he loves coming up here and putting on a show for the Queensland fans.
Another interesting story about the little Suzuki is that Tony's like $1.10 kilo, like he's 110 plus kilos. The guy can bench press hundreds of kilograms. He's a big fella, but he's in this little car.
Well, he just puts the car in the back of the ute at the end of the day.
Pretty much physically just lifts it on.
Just picks it up, yeah.
Tone's got the clutchless gearbox. Gregory's got the auto. Oh, and there's a whole lot of nothing going on for the Squirrel. Kind of disemboweled himself there, the Squirrel. Gregory he finally got the thing to stage, and then he's just going to unleash a little bit of 201 horsepower. I thought, Justin just gave it a squeeze in the middle, and I was about to say, rolled off the throttle, 201 mile an hour.
I reckon he rolled into the throttle because it was definitely lazy on the front half of the racetrack, but you heard it absolutely come in at about 300 feet, 400 feet out off the racetrack. The tires were absolutely together down there. Just had to get it refired, and he's going to idle on down the racetrack. He had a wild run at Jambo last year, I think it was, in the first qualifying session, so it's already going better so far this year.
Well, I don't know whether he's got a Liberty in that or a G-Force, and I know sometimes from memory the G-Force can sometimes just unload, and again he might have spun the tyre maybe in his reflex. He'll have to check his data log whether the TPS shows him off the throttle. Those things can.
When you roll out of the throttle in those, it takes a load off the box and they automatically fall back into neutral, so you got to stop it to basically reset the gearbox, for lack of a better word.
And if it's spun like it did, if it hits a limiter, it's going to do the same thing.
Exactly. Exactly. Next up, Jason Payne taking on Eddie Howard. The Enviro Waste Services RX-7 with a little bit of history. This car with the 20B in it. Jason Payne with the Skyline. This car always seems to have some kind of race tape on it somewhere. Every time I see it roll out, I don't know why. It's colour-coded race tape.
That's an interesting thing to remember, Rusty.
He always seems to have adventures. That's the way to describe Jason Payne's usual Jambo weekend.
Oh, look, you got to hand it to Payne. Like, he's been another one of these traditional Group 2 races that can fit into Super Stock or Comp Eliminator or Super Comp. Normally a double D Ultra Production injected automatic. Whew, that's why he just loves to come and run Pro Turbo.
It's the alphabet on the side of the car.
He just needs to put PT on the car when he's running in this one. So this is, I think, a 3.2 litre RB. I think we're a power glide. He might have actually gone to a 3-speed from memory. There's a few guys that have gone from 2 speeds to 3 speeds, trying to make the things a bit revvier, a bit more peakier. And Eddie, I think, is the same. I think he's got a 3-speed in this. So this is a 2J versus RB, big tyre, all 6-cylinder matchup here in Pro Turbo. So we're going to go to Bump City with a couple of 6-bangers right now.
Off we go. Eddie Howard's been sneaking up on this combination, now running with the gas racing power plant, and the team they've really got it together. This thing's running pretty consistently in the 6-second zone now. So very, very tough customer, and just a really good guy as well, Eddie. Really genuine guy, passionate about drag racing, launches like a bullet almost over the centre line. I think he kept it in his lane. This is on a number and a 653, 217 miles per hour. How about that? Paney, not too far behind. 652 with a 4, so only 100th of a second separating it. Payne goes to number 1, Howard to number 2. Side-by-side 650s, thank you very much.
Eddie, what a drive job. What a drive job. Now, that was first to second. It started carrying the wheels. Yesterday in testing, it actually went a bit further and took out the centre line. This time, it came down just enough time for him to steer it away. I already saw guys clapping in the grandstands after that moment. That's a drive job and a half. You gotta love it. All right, here we go. 20B time. It's Kareem Amraz from Penrith. 20B on board. This RX3's been around a while in various owners from memory, but here he is.
Not a name I'm really too familiar with, if I'm being honest. But fantastic looking car. It's got 20B in it, so it's got plenty of potential. And it looks like, unfortunately, I think, is he backing it out or just trying to straighten it up down here? Looks like he might be backing it out. Backing it out of the beams, unfortunately.
I thought they were saying you just might need more skid, but they just saying out completely or just in the water? No,
just
skid.
In the water. So we're doing another burnout.
All right, Kareem gets it in gear. Here we go. Righto. Plenty of tyre under this thing.
With the 20B, you're kind of going to need it, aren't you?
Yeah, that just looks tough from every angle here, and we're looking at it sideways right now from the tower, and it's got some meat under the back. The wheelie bar's ready, 20B on board. Kareem, talk about having your own personal roller coaster. This is Kareem's adrenaline machine, and bags. I'd have a steer, but I don't know. These are scary. Sometimes these cars are scary to consider. How the hell do you steer these things?
The centre of gravity in these things is very high. The aero is pretty much non-existent. And when you consider that you're potentially doing upwards of 180, 200 miles per hour in some of these cars, these things can be pretty wild. Just struggling to hold it on the limiter there. And Amro's not going to get the result that he wants first time out, but puts it down the racetrack, and he will log a time to get into this Pro Turbo field.
You got to hand it to him. At least he's gone and got the number. Like, if you can the run there and don't get it down, well, you're not going to turn up on the sheet. He's turned up on the sheet. He's in fourth there out of, well, look, Justin Gregory sort of had an on and off run to be third. Kareem with a 15.5 we know can improve. But look at that. Jason Payne, 6.52 with a 4. Eddie Howick, 6.53 with a 4. And that amazing side-by-side run we saw there in qualifying. And that was in Pro Turbo. So not a massive field in Pro Turbo now. Normally we would have, well, up until he's debuted the new car, of course, Sam Sadecki had the old one. And of course, Jay was running that version in Pro Turbo. Of course, he then went up to Factory Extreme with the new car. And then, of course, Sam's
got the new
car. Got the new Quadzilla. But, of course, they're at a wedding this weekend, so no Sedex this weekend.
Yeah, it's unusual. It'd be the first Jambo for a long time that we haven't had any representation from the Sadek family. I got to be honest, I was a bit disappointed when I heard that because I really wanted to see that Camaro in action.
Oh, me too.
The Quad Turbo. Yeah, that's going to be something else.
You'll have to come to the Bend for that because that's when that will now be back. The Sedex, I think, are taking both those cars to the Bend.
Yep.
But I do remember Jay cutting his teeth in Pro Turbo with the 20B RX3. So it looks like Factory Extreme's about to come up, brought to us by Precision Turbo and Engine. This is Q1 for them. Now, Precision Turbo design, test and manufacture record-setting and championship-winning turbochargers from all forms of racing worldwide, as well as OEM for GM. Precision Turbo's knowledgeable and friendly staff, over 100 years of combined experience, committed to providing full technical support, each and every product. Great sponsors, we've had them for a while, for Factory Extreme. And you know what? This car just is one of the world's quickest import door slammers out here ready to go. All the way from New Zealand,
Correct.
Rod Harvey.
So what is the PB for Rod Harvey at the moment? I know it's deep into the 5 seconds.
I think it was a 69.
69?
I think it's been 5.69 for Rod Harvey, and that I think puts him about third or fourth quickest in the world.
Out of a 6-cylinder, just put that in perspective. It wasn't that long ago that we were talking about the first 5-second run for a door car full stop in the world, and now we've got 6 cylinders running 560s, and we've got 4 cylinders knocking on the door in 5 seconds.
Absolutely,
it's insane.
Yeah, I was actually explaining to this drag rate, this fella, as I said to you before, that had been to the drags in the 80s, and we're talking about cars trying to run 7s in double B. So we got 4 seconds. So we've got 4-cylinder street cars running 7s and 4 cylinders and 6 cylinders running 5-second runs. Rod Harvey, this Camry looks absolutely. Well, actually, let me recalibrate my comment. It's now coming up on the entry here as a Supra. So we are now identifying and have a look at the nose on the front. It's a sexy beast. This thing's an absolute weapon. This has the potential to chop another 10th or so off its PB because remember, 2JZ door cars, 550, 560s, 570s. We've got a bunch of them in the world now, but Rod Harvey's always been near the top. At one stage, he was the world's quickest.
This car could identify as a pineapple and it'd still be sexy. Seriously. This thing is just drop-dead gorgeous. The UASA battery sponsored car, also racing for Speedflow, and he's taking on Jerry Keel. We haven't spoken about Jerry too much. Direct Clutch Service ProMaz sponsor car, I should say. Sorry, spelling mistake on our computer system here. Factory Extreme qualifying session 1. Now, here's the question for you, Diggs. Do you go out there knowing the field that we've got and just absolutely throw it all at the wall and hope that it sticks? Because this is the top of the tree in terms of sports compact racing in the country, in terms of effectively unlimited racing. This is what it comes down to.
I think just one in the bag. Look, Harves, it's been a little while out of the seat. This thing is an absolute beast. It's caught him several times before, and he's the first to admit that. They always continue to learn with these cars. But when everything goes well, it's going to be a barnstormer. Jerry, he's Mr. Reliable. He'll get this thing into the 6-second zone and stay there, and he can just be that sleeper that might just knock a 2J or 2 off here today. We do have a couple of more rotaries than average in Factory Extreme here this weekend. So the odds for 2 rotors or 1 rotor in the final is pretty high here. All right. Oh, no. No, he just wants to send it. Like, he's not going to get anything there. If anything, what Rod might get is the tape out of his, that's old-fashioned to say, the tape out of his data logger. 7.15 for Jerry, as we said, nearly in that 6-second zone. That thing dragged the clutch pretty bad. Is he going to get some measurements off his data logger? Yes, he'll get a G reading. He'll get this, he'll get that. So he'll get some data, but not an ET.
I've got to be honest, I was surprised that he stayed in it. When you look at the telltale marks on the racetrack, look at the tyre track tyre tracks down there. Absolutely shook the tyres and threw the thing over towards the centre line.
Yep.
But he stayed in it. I was expecting him to get out of the throttle when it was so close to the centre line, but still goes through and does not record a time for Harvey. Keel, though, 7:15 takes him to the number 1 spot. And we've got plenty more cars coming through in this first session of Factory Extreme. Lots of rotors.
Just a quick announcement. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. If anyone's lost a wallet, the Jamboree merchandise tent has that there. So if you've lost a wallet, it's been handed into the Jambo tent. So I just goes to prove we've got plenty of good folks around here. Someone's handed one in they found somewhere. If it's blue, it could be mine, but hang on.
But there's no money in it anyway.
Hang on, check them. I don't know. Actually, I don't know. Where's my wallet? Could be mine. But if you are missing one as well, go to the Jamboree tent. Someone has handed in. Thank you, good people. But yeah, look, I don't know with Rod. I mean, in the spur of the moment, you think you've got enough brake pressure because normally you've got to line lock that thing in. You're bringing it in on the clutch then, so your clutch leg.
Yeah.
If anyone still knows how to drive a manual.
Yeah, if you've been skipping leg day on me.
Well, you're trying to bring in, 2,500 horsepower when it's all in plus, and you're trying to move that car a little bit in, and look, it dragged it. Rod might admit that, again, with data logging, he should be able to see how much brake pressure he actually had there in the line lock and this, that, and the other, but look, he just obviously decided that, he's got to get it out there and see what it feels like, and first of all, to see, if it's going to run clean and shift gears, and it looked like it did all of that. He's just not going to get that elapsed time that he needs to feature in the qualifying. I'm sure it's only one more run away from doing it, but it is a finicky thing to get right, and more we've noticed the trend over the last couple of years with cars of this calibre is there's a few more torque converters creeping back in. So the auto coming in, and listen, look, the RX-9 that's coming, and plus, of course, Botha here. These guys out of the pack stable, they are now using what they call the quick drive, which is a torque converter, so like an auto, but still the 5-speed gearbox
backed up
behind it.
Yep.
I think, again, the theory is trying to get a repeatability in that start line that drives you nuts with a clutch.
It also means sometimes a lot less work between rounds as well, because you don't have to go up there, resurface the clutch, reface it, reset the clutch. It's literally a matter of cooling the converter down, and you're pretty much back ready to go.
And you know what? It's another thing we've noticed here this weekend, and speaking of clutches, because we actually have here in the house, and I've seen him standing on the start line behind Rod Harvey, is Mr. Eric Lazinski, of course, from the United States. He's here to help Zoran run a 5 in the BMW, because, of course, Zoran still runs a clutch, and, of course, Eric's got his own clutch company. He does these clutches. He also knows his way around an import, especially with Titan for years. So Mr. Lazinski is here in the house. Eric, next time I see him here, we'll give him a shout out. Now, that's a guy that can tell you the story about the rise of the import drag racing industry, not only, especially in the United States, where kind of NHRA were the first to say, hey, let's go import drag racing with our own series. It kind of got all the factories involved early. Workshops started to form. The smart ones did well at it. Factory involvement saw all the workshops nearly just sort of fall away immediately. Everyone went drifting after 3-4 years, and that crumbled. But here in Australia, it washed off. And tell you what, any of those people that remember that certainly know the Aussies have grabbed the torch and taken it forward, as is Puerto Rico, Brazil, Europe. Last weekend, we had a lot of turbo import stuff running in Europe. It's around the world. It's an international motorsport, and we all speak the same language. If you like 6 cylinders, 4 cylinders, and rotors, you're in the right place, because it's Jambo and it's Factory Extreme qualifying. Another guy that decides, you know what, I'm 13B, I can be in Pro Compact, but you know what, I'll have a swing at the big boys. Marcus Pepe from South Australia, Boostworks RX-8 with that Billet 13B. He's going to give it a crack.
Love seeing the 13Bs trying to take it to the big boys in this category. It's not an easy thing to do. You sort of, I don't want to say it's like taking a knife to a gunfight, but it's certainly deciding to take the hard road, that's for sure. Marcus Pepe, fantastic looking carries, taking on Jason Both. Absolutely screaming with that rotor in the New South Wales Fire Detection Pack Performance Mazda 6. He's had some adventures over the years, hasn't he, Both?
Again, another guy that's had a baptism of fire over the years. He had his RX-7. He's had a clutch in the car as well, you know what I mean? So he's another guy that had that in the car.
Yep.
He got his 6-second runs with it, but then this is the latest evolution. I forget the nickname he calls this thing. He's got a good nickname for it. The Joker, I think he calls it the Joker. So this is a billet pack 20B. I think it's got the quick drive in it. It's got the 5-speed behind it. It's got everything. But remember, you talk about knife to a gunfight. The quickest rotor in the world's at 6:03, and it's a 13B. So the 20Bs aren't even the quicker rotor at the moment.
It's hard to wrap your head around that, isn't it?
Yeah,
it is very difficult.
Poor little 13B, 6:03. I think Gabrielle Racing did it. So no one's run a 5 with one. Maybe wouldn't the world be shattered if a 13B set a 5 before a 20B? Here we go, factory extreme qualifying. Oh, boys, stay away from each other. Oh, boy. Boy.
Let's take a breath after that one, shall we?
Oh.
I thought we were going to high-five each other out the window there. Jason Both and Marcus Pepe both getting very, very close to the centre line down there. I'm not actually sure if anyone crossed, but they certainly had a good look at each other and went, you know what, probably might be the time to get out of the throttle when we're trying to share a lane down here.
So two impressive things there. Marcus Pepe 103 to the 60, but Jason Both's 024 leave in the other lane. So he let go of that button at the right time, but it was the 13B that went 103 in the 60. They both walked to the centre line. They got there within half a tenth of each other and said, well, I shouldn't be going this way, I shouldn't be going that way.
024 in one of these cars is really just a bad job of red lighting, let's be honest. Now, we got two pretty much brand new cars out here that we haven't seen a lot of on Australian drag strips, have we?
Well, we've got one with a legacy and one brand new legacy. So let's talk about Frank Tarabay. That's now called the King Kong car. Now, look, the late, great Lizzie Musey debuted this as a pro mod in the States. He then got sold to the Mastermind team from Puerto Rico that proceeded to run it with a 2J. But out of respect for the passing of Lizzie this year, is that the Tarabay brothers have decided, well, we're going to get it back. We love 2J, so we're going to keep a 2J in it, but we're going to call it King Kong in memory of Lucy. So this is the King Kong Dodge, I think it is. And ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. The only RX-9 drag car in the world, pack performance. Oh, put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, Georgie, please. Georgie, please.
This thing looks so aggressive from the back. Like, when you actually look at how tapered the rear quarters are, how narrow the thing gets at the back, it is such an aggressive-looking body shape, this RX-9, with George behind the wheel. George Rahayem, of course, one of the founders of the Pack Performance Empire. It used to be a stable. I think it's an empire now. I think that's the only way to describe it. And this car it looks as good as any car that they have turned out of that workshop before.
Look, it's got such a presence about it, and as we said, Jamboree have made these people masters of their own empire. They are world famous when it comes to Mazda rotaries and drag racing, and I think they said they got nearly 30 staff. And they decided, you know what, we're going to debut the new Pro Mod and we're going to call it an RX-9. And it is big and swoopy. But then again, have a look at King Kong beside it, folks. We are going to bump these two things in on torque converters. And if this thing goes, both of these things, if they go anywhere near where they've been in testing, mind you, we've had that sun, but now we've got cloud cover. So the track at the moment for this horsepower, who knows whether this stuff's going to stick or quit.
It's definitely a much squarer body shape at the front end, isn't it, for Frank Tarabay?
Yep.
When you look at these two side by side, two very different shapes, a lot bigger for Frank Tarabay on the far side of the racetrack, but of course he's got the 2J in it. So both cars just about ready to bump in. Rahayem not too far away. Clean greens both sides, straight up in the tyre spin for Rahayem. Tarabay on a pretty nice run here, 033 on the tree, and how's a 6007 grab ya? 6007, 243 miles per hour. That is a solid first pass for Frank Tarabay, and would that be a PB for the new car? I would say it'd be pretty close to it.
I think it is. They went an 03 yesterday, 600. Now, look, ladies and gentlemen, it's just gone off the screen. Frankie goes 034 off the button. So Frank Tarabay, one thing I've learned about Frank, he can steer.
Oh, yeah.
He can leave, he can stage, and even though, look, Georgie took a little bit long to bump in from when Frank lit it up, but he kept his nerve, goes 034 off the tree, one flat to the 60 foot, and that baby was gone. Send it out the back door. Factory Extreme just goes to prove just how far we are away from an epic pairing. That shows how close we are.
Next up, it is Don't Mess with the Zoran Gadget. The gas racing BMW.
You think he's joking? He does. He means it. Don't mess with the Zoran.
Don't mess with the Zoran.
I mean, he's a gentle giant, but you should shake his hand.
Oh yeah, he's not a guy I'd like to get on the wrong side of. But while you're on the right side of him, he is a genuinely great dude. And he's taking on the Lexus that's on screen. Do we have any details on who this is?
Oh, look, it could be Rob. Normally, Rob's driven this car before, of course, Frank's brother. So Rob Tarabay ran this at the Bend last year. So he's...
Yep, I reckon.
I think it's Rob.
I reckon you're right. 379. Yeah, absolutely. It's Rob Tarabay there. So the second of the Tarabay brothers racing cars.
We've got Gas Racing 2Js, nearly the rest of the field in Factory Extreme. This is where they balance out the rotors that are in this class at the moment, as you might find a Gas 2J in the final. There's a decent odds on that happening because...
So what have we got? We've got 13B, we've got
20B,
we've got 2Js.
Yes.
Have we got anything else?
Who knows?
In Factory Extreme?
4G63 if the boss turns up.
That's what I was wondering.
Yeah, he might be at the back here. But no, here we go. Zoran Gadget. So in behind there at the wheelie bars is Eric Lazinski from formerly of Titan, or still at Titan, whenever they want to get the gang back together. So Mr. Lazinski, good to see you back, sir. He's already here in Australia. He was here for Sydney when it got rained out, so he flew over and flew back. He wants Zoran to get a 5-second run. He's gone low, 6-1 with the BMW. Now this is a 2JZ from Gas. It has got a clutch in it, so it's one of these ones that, again, it's the magic of getting the clutch right. Lazinski's here to handle that, and of course Rob beside us. I think with an auto and I think a full turbo 400 style gearbox in this, so he'll be bumping it in. Zoran's got the big left clutch leg. He'll be manhandling this down.
Zoran doesn't skip leg day.
No,
he does not skip leg day. He'll be fine with the clutch in this one. So we've got Rob Tarabay right of screen. It is Zoran Gadget in the BMW. A lot less aero on this car than a lot of the other cars in the field. It is not a slippery body, this thing. Tarabay really taking his time coming in. He gets timed out. Zoran on a nice pass right down the centre of the lane. This looks good in a 6.07, 239 miles per hour. Unfortunately for Rob Tarabay, that was a big bang out of Rob Tarabay there, and he will not record a time. Got timed out on the start line, had the 7 seconds to get in, and did not quite get there, Mr. Diggles.
Yeah, no, you know, when you sit back here and watch it all, I mean, all I was wanting to hear was Rob start the staging procedure and light the wick, but Zoran got into stage first, and again, who do you hold out? Do you risk burning the auto guy out, or do you risk burning the clutch guy out? And at the end of the day, I mean, both these guys kind of in the same team and workshop.
Yeah.
That's just a little missed time there between the two starting line procedures. And you know what? Might be the first time or last time we see that this weekend on the Pro Tree stuff. Sometimes it's just a pure freak fluke, and there's been no malice between them. But that's how races won and lost. That's how equipment can accidentally get blown up.
Yep.
It's not deliberate. A lot of the times it's not. But you can just see that this stuff, these things are time bombs if they're not used properly.
Putting a lot of heat, a lot of load through components that aren't designed to sit on the start line, on the limit for that long. So if it is going to be anything, I guess it's better for the clutch car to be doing it.
You drive that thing out, you cook that thing and it's gone. The same with an auto, you fry the auto.
One.
Yeah,
it's a tricky one. Next up, though, we've got the man who can drive anything.
Yes.
And I mean that in the truest sense of the word, Paul Mahayet. Multi-time Australian Door Slammer champion. He has driven just about everything and anything that you can think of. He's an Australian Outlaw 10.5 champion. And he thought, you know what, let's jump across into the factory extreme ranks and driving for Joe Signorelli and the Gas Racing team here this weekend. He's had a couple of events in this car, and it's been starting to show some promise.
Can steer, another guy I mean, we've got that many good steerers here. I mean, I wouldn't say we've ever got any bad steerers.
If you've got to spare half an hour to kill, jump on YouTube and just type in Paul Mahayet highlights.
Yep.
And trust me, you will be entertained, especially the in-cars from Paul Mahayet. But he's on a solo pass here. This will be the last pass in Factory Extreme here for qualifying session number 1. And, of course, Factory Extreme brought to us by Precision Turbo and Engine. Fuel Tech on board for Mahayat. What can he deliver? This is on a nice pass. A very nice run, in fact. 6:32 though. It's a little bit down on what I would have expected. I guess it was a little bit slow to the 60, only 104 to the 60-foot timers, but a 6:32, 222 miles per hour. That's good enough for the number 3 spot. So Frank Tarabay currently sits number 1, Zoran Gagic number 2, Mahayat in 3rd, Jerry Keel in 4th with George Raham, Marcus Pepe and Jason Both outside the field. The one that gets me is we've still got Rob Tarabay and Rod Harvey without a time recorded in that session of Factory Extreme. So plenty more to come.
And from what I would imagine, the boss has left the 4G63 on display, and he tested the last 2 days.
Yep.
Mind you, he might front up for one before the end of the day.
Who knows?
Well, here we go. Pro Mod now brought to us by Every Trade Group. The highest quality construction, fit-out, heritage, new builds and complex refurbishments in key sectors. Mr. Tarabay's team throwing some money behind the Pro Mod field. Yeah, we grow a few cylinders in Pro Mod.
Yeah.
And you know what, we don't mind it. I mean, you know, years ago we were all about anti-V8 stuff, but then we realised just how many tough V8s there are out there that want to play.
We may need to educate people what that big thing hanging out the front of the Camaro is, though.
That's a compressor.
With the black belt on it. That's a compressor?
That's supercharged.
Supercharged. And that is Neil Murphy. Fantastic looking car, this one.
Isn't it funny when you listen to mainstream media and they want to use hook lines in ads?
Yep.
They still use terms turbocharge and supercharge.
True.
So KFC can do a supercharged sauce.
Yep.
If you want to turbocharge
or nitro.
A nitro.
Nitro is the other one. Now, let's talk about Paul Merry for a tick, because last night sent a shot that was heard around the world, the quickest quarter-mile run on a radial tyre in Australian history with a 5:85, which puts him right in the ballpark for Pro Mod here this weekend.
On a radial tyre, it'd be interesting to see what happens right now with Paul Merry's deal. It's a Proline 481X, so it's tried and proven, 4,000 horsepower twin turbo V8.
And just quietly, it's a badass looking car.
Oh, absolutely.
It is so cool.
It was originally brought into Australia by Andrew Wagstaff. Look at Murph over there. Murph, he's got that 521 cube screw blowing Hemi ready to let rip here. Murph, he wants a bit of turbo. He doesn't like them. He's told me he doesn't like them. And he wants to knock every turbo Teddy for 6. Paul Merry, you tell that to him though. He'll go to Bum City a little bit. Have a look at the radial car's ass in the air. It goes 592. Take that, big tyre car. 592, 230 mile an hour. 6 flat for Murph, 253 mile an hour. The radial car, 109 in the 60 foot. And you know what I love about a radial car? Look at the rear end, the shock absorbers. Maximum travel.
Yep.
That's the shock absorber on the start line, planting the radial tyre to the start line.
Push it down to
and
the
how
racetrack.
freaky does a radial car look over the quarter when it's bummed 6 foot in the air?
Now, Neil Murphy, 6009 after only a 104 60 foot, 253 miles per hour, and he had at least 1, if not 2 cylinders out for most of that run.
It had a little fluff to it. Look at this Merry at half track, 396, 205 at half track. And that thing that high in the air is only right, it's gone 230. Early click for him, but God, I wish I could see that again. That looked freaky, that thing going to the fit.
This is fun. Speaking of radial cars, but this one's no longer on a radial, so I don't know what we call about this one. Stephen Smith in the Mustang.
Smithy's done everything with this car. I mean, this was also came into Australia as a radial car. It's now back on a big tyre for a while. Smithy having a crack at some Pro Mod, but you know he will go radial again. He's just going to see how far he can push everything on the big tyre. But you know what, Merry just comes in there and makes a little mini mockery of the big tyre by making that car stick. But hey, yeah, quarter mile RVW, Brett. That's exactly what it is. Smithy, though, look at this. Again, 481X, so another one of the Pro line. So very similar to Paul Merry's Nova. But here it is in this beautiful fastback Mustang, 540 cubes. And KPM on the scoop there, of course, Kevin Morton in his corner. He's got some good guys in this corner too. He's got Ricky and Kevy. And Smithy just wants to see this thing into the 5s.
That's what I was going to say. We haven't seen a 5 out of him yet, have we?
He'd love one.
Yeah. It's gone very close. Remember, it won't be this time, though.
Smithy.
pulls through the beams
Yeah,
down there, unfortunately.
No trans brake didn't grab, or something's failed that stopped that car from, rolling forward. That's the problem with these things. Sometimes you've got, yes, 4,000 horsepower somewhere in there, but you want to make the thing move an inch.
Yep.
Sometimes that's where the science is. It's like, okay, we can give it 250 mile an hour top end, but can we make it move an inch without rolling through the beams? As I said before, Rusty, it won't be the last time someone loses. I mean, we're only qualifying today, but tomorrow someone will lose somewhere on that start line. Just what we saw there. If Smithy was in a race, that's a round gone.
That's right.
So I mean, in order to win Billet J's here tomorrow, it's one of the hardest things a racer can do in Australia is win one of these.
You got to keep backing up.
You got to see how hard these cars are sometimes to do the little things. They do the big things really well. The little things is what costs races. And the ones that can master the whole deal, they deserve those Billet J's.
Now, next up is a car that I've actually really been looking forward to seeing, because I haven't seen it since it had a couple of hairdryers in the front of it.
Well, this is another international contender. Remember, I had a little bit of America's Cup flashbacks when he took that and went,
That's right, he
got
did
into
take
the
it
lights
over.
out.
Absolutely. So we've got Peter Gratz, who is on screen now in the big Cuda. Very tidy looking car. This one out of Queensland has run into the 5-second zone. He's going to take on Jet Martin himself, who's now got the supercharged combination under the hood.
Oh, love it.
Still roof and quarters on this car?
Yes.
Oh, that is too cool.
Yeah. Now, Jeremy Jet Martin. A couple of years ago, him and Wade Wagstaff, they took their cars to the States. I think it was the No Mercy or Lights Out. It was a duck race anyway, and they both qualified in the field, and I think they both went around each. There's a whole lot of America's Cup going on that, because the Yanks, they wouldn't know what a VB Commodore is. They knew Wade's 57, what a 57 looked like, but Commodores, may they live forever, the commies, and they will. In this country, they will live forever. The Commodore is here for good. So in 100 years' time, when you see Teslas muched up as packaging in your Amazon container, there'll be a VB Commodore going down the street with its real steel.
I see Craig Burns giving some guidance to this team here as well.
Oh, hang on.
Back of the car.
Well, tell you what, that's some more notice to the opposition. Mind you, Gratzy can turn this thing into a 5-second beast as well. Peter Yahoo Gratz from the golden ages of drag racing, the 1990s, when he came in out of nowhere into Door Slammer and made a name for himself. Of course, he's a plumber by day and by night. That's how hard he works.
Superhero by night.
He's a superhero. He's a superhero plumber. Best plumber in Australia. Just ask him. All right, here. Oh, Gratzy, that's the centre line. There's the parachutes for Jet, and he goes 663, 139. Geez, they both meant business. Look at the light for Jeremy Martin. 029 off the Pro Tree for the Commodore. 1 flat to the 60. Half track 394. It was making all the right noises.
I'd love to know how much that car weighs, because it just went 1009 to the 60.
Yeah,
I want to know how much that thing weighs, because that is moving. Shoots out just after half track and rolls it through for a 663, 139. That's going to be one to watch as we move into the later rounds of qualifying here. And, of course, we move into race day tomorrow. It's going to be an absolute cracker here at the Garrett Advancing Motion Jamboree, Queensland for 2024. This is one of those events that you just mark down in your calendar, you circle it, and you look forward to it all year long.
Absolutely.
And it's awesome to be here once again with you, Diggs.
Oh, mate, Rusty, it's just fantastic, and we love to sit here and talk and catch up at it, but you also want to see every single run that goes down the track, because it doesn't matter whether it's everything from street compact all the way to pro mod, is that they've all come here for the one reason, and that's just to let these things, cut these things loose.
Let them eat.
And we've still got, I think, J275 and J315 there in the lanes by the look of it. So we've had our pro mod stuff on. Now, don't forget, I digress, because in 19 minutes' time, we're on the main stage for round 1, I believe, of the Babe Comp. So if we stick to our schedule, which we do,
absolutely,
one would have to alight out of here in about 4 minutes in order to get to the stage to proceed with the first Babe Comp. Heat, I would give that job up to someone else if they chose to take it, but no one else will do it. When you put the call out saying, can you MC the stage for the Babe Comp? No one puts their hand up.
Such sacrifice, Diggles. You do it for the team, don't
No, well,
you?
I didn't even put my hand up, and I'm doing it. So, sucks to be me. So, yeah, in the next 4 to 5 minutes, one will have to alight, because at 12 o'clock on the main stage, which is in behind the main grandstand here, will be round one, according to our schedule, of the Babe Comp. So we've got a lot of the ladies, the representatives of various companies are normally part of that. So you actually get to meet quite a lot of our girls that are here for promotional reasons today and tomorrow. So they'll be there.
Yep.
Don't forget, that's at 12 and 2 on that stage. So in 2 hours' time, we'll do it again, and then we'll be able to find out who the champions are. Because what we do in Heat 1, we introduce all of them.
Yep.
We interview them. We have our 3 judges. Normally there's some
Do you need any more judges?
I'll text you if we
You
need.
just let me know,
Yeah,
all
I'll
right?
text you if we need a judge. If someone doesn't turn up.
Look, I'm willing to take one for the team if I have to.
Absolutely, and I ask the tough questions because we want to find out who the best Jambo babe is. I don't ask silly questions; I ask pertinent questions.
That's right.
Because we've got to talk about.
This is a serious business.
Well, we've got to talk about cars sometimes, and I want the girls to know a little bit more about them. And the ones that do give me the right answer, normally the judges look at that. Mind you, sometimes the girls will turn up and they've done everything before they need to get there, and they're just so impressive. That's how good they are.
That's how good
Some of these girls have got really good heads on their shoulders. Let me tell you.
We are moving into the GDR shootout, though. Sorry to cut you off, Mr. Diggles.
No,
because
that's right, mate.
Although the Babe Comp obviously is important, that's future Chris's problem.
Yeah.
That's future Diggles' problem. Right now, we're looking at the GDR shootout on the racetrack.
That's 6 minutes problem. That's Diggles in 6 minutes problem. All right, yeah, well, that's it. We've got this GDR shootout. Now, look, we're right now, I think we've got one here to turn up, and that's Robert Arbolino. I think that's the cranked team. Now, look, I only think it's because, normally we will see a Croydon Matux lineup. Now, we haven't seen the Thatcher Extreme cars come out per se, but also the GDRs aren't around at the moment. So, that's right. So they went over there. So that's why there's a little void, because some of the world's best GDRs disappeared over to the States. They're that famous. That's not the first time an Aussie GDR's been the best in the world.
An Aussie GTR from Japan is in the US.
That's right.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense.
And so did Reagan when she did her breakdancing. So, hey, now that she's done that, I don't question anything else.
I heard you taught her everything she knows.
Yeah, absolutely. And that kangaroo hop, that was me leaving the room when I saw it. Right. All right, so Rob Arbolino, he's going to let this thing go. He's going to have it all his own way here this weekend if this is our lineup at the moment. Just one tough GDR. Go some.
Yeah, that's stout.
That is sent, ladies and gentlemen. 723, 199 mile an hour, and straight down Broadway there for Robert Arbolino. That is our GDR down. It's not our only GDR, but it's the only one in the GDR Challenge. So it has gone down, but we've got plenty more action coming up, including this one, Earth Moving Mobile Auto Electrical and Conditioning. Stu Walsh races in Pro Modern supporting Jamboree with his Earth Moving Mobile Auto Electrical and Air Conditioning business. He's sponsoring J275, which I think is what we're just about to have here right now. So I think it is, because I can see plenty of 275 cars in this category. Now, J275 is a radial tyre class, so you can only run up to a 275 drag radial. We run them over the quarter mile, so some of the performances you may see duck into the 6 second zone here. But we have got that much variety in J275. I can already see a Barra, a 2J, a Barra, a 2J, a Blowen Big Block, a Twin Turbo Noonan, a Turbo LS. It doesn't matter what power adder you bring to J275. The only thing you need really to comply is that 275 on the back.
Yep.
So this is what's going to be in this field coming up. And I know that we might have a few there on the 315 tyre. It's not really on our first list here, but I do believe that's another class when we get the fields up.
Yeah,
but I do know we do. Yeah, so J.
Yeah, we do have J315 coming up for their first qualifier just after J275. And I'm not quite sure what we're waiting on here. It's just all quiet on the Western Front out here.
That's what we got. Yeah, so right here into stage will be Faith Setnay in the the King 2J, I think's the license plate. Disco Dean, well, he enters himself now as Disco Dean instead of Dean Ferris.
Does he?
Yeah, so Disco Dean Ferris. Honestly, in southeast Queensland, the Barra-powered panel van has probably done more laps than most at various events. It's almost like every weekend he's running this thing somewhere. He ran it up at Benaraby a couple of weeks ago in our Kenda Radial round up there, and he sends me a text to say, "Has anyone help out? I've split my intake manifold, and has anyone got a TIG welder?" Well, this was said in Gladstone. You don't think we could, because I said if we couldn't get a TIG welder in Gladstone, we shut the whole country down. We had a TIG welder at his tent in 90 seconds.
Really?
Took it home, TIGged up the plenum, and Disco Dean raced the rest of the day. And I think lost by the faintest of margins. But, yeah, he split that plenum. He noticed he was down on horsepower. Found this hairline crack along the weld. We put the shout out within 90 seconds. We had a TIG welder and an offer of 2 other intake manifolds, but they weren't going to fit.
Sensational.
But... oh, yeah, he's got plenty of tales of the journey. And really, how many times have you ever seen an Escort panel van with a Barra in it? Yep, that's right.
I think I can say once.
There
I
he
may
is.
have seen it a few times, but it's been the same car
He
each
knows
time.
he knows how to race too, Disco, over the either over the 660 or the quarter mile.
Absolutely.
So-
And then we got the King 2J Supra down there racing for Akai House and Kebab House. Now, Kebab House, I can speak with some authority on that is a fantastic kebab shop down at Wetherill Park.
Mate, that just reeks of quality right there. Coming from you, mate, and you are pretty
Look,
much...
I consider myself to be a bit of a kebab connoisseur, if you will. I didn't get this body through hard work and determination, just quietly. I got this through tasting the wares on behalf of everybody of the kebabs of Western Sydney. And I can say with authority that Kebab House at Wetherill Park are on top of the tree in terms of flavour and taste and consistency.
I now kind of want one,
I know,
mate.
I could go one.
I just want a mixed one. just with all the
Look,
regular
if you can't
veggies.
find a kebab at Jambo, you're not trying hard enough.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah, slap yourself back into consciousness. It's not too far away. All right, so here we go. J275. I might take this opportunity to roll off the throttle and go and start my next responsibility. And Rusty, we'll see if I can find one of the boys for you.
That's all right. We'll keep pushing on here. So it is Mr. Centenay in the Speedflow lane. The Akai House, Kebab House Toyota Supra King 2J. Bit of a famous car. This one got a little bit of a following, that is for sure. And Disco Dean Ferris from Tambourine, the Golby's Goldline Painting Ford Escort panel van. To pretty experienced racers on both sides of the field here, or both sides of the track. First qualifying session and first pass of this first qualifying session for J275. Again, another very, very entertaining class where it is all about that equaliser, the great equaliser, the 275 tyre. Doesn't matter how much horsepower you make, doesn't matter how you make it, it is all about putting it down to the ground through that 275 tyre. And I'm going to welcome to the microphone replacement Diggles, Mr. Mark Allen. Mark, how good is it to be back here at Jambo? Beautiful sunshine in southeast Queensland. You can't get much better than this.
It is an outstanding day here today. I was on the microphone this morning for the earlier qualifying. But here, getting a shot at J275. Big thank you to the guys over at Earth Moving Mobile Auto Electrical and Air Conditioning supporting the bracket this weekend.
Do have a long list of sponsors here this weekend. In fact, there's about 25 pages of sponsors. Got to say a big thank you to everybody who gets on board with the Jambo. Of course, Garrett Advancing Motion, our naming rights partner, and all of our bracket sponsors. But as you said, the Earth Moving Mobile and Auto Electrical and Air Conditioning J275 class in front of us now. You see a wide variety of cars, a wide variety of power plants, power adders. You see a little bit of everything in this class. I think that's a bump city. I think we can call that a bump city. 063 to 092 on the tree, side by side, but Centenay is going to leg it through the top end of the racetrack, and a 711, 197 miles per hour. That's a nice way to start the weekend for him. And an 872 for Disco Dean at 113. He rolled out of it just past half track.
You know, say all the other drivers get their full name on the timing system, but Dean gets his nickname, Disco.
Yes, Disco. Apparently that's what he puts on the entry form now.
There you go.
He just puts Disco Dean on the entry form. So he goes into the number 2 qualifying spot, and we have got a host of very, very stout cars coming your way here in J275 qualifying. Next up, it is Danny Lonestown the Spot On Performance wagon, the OG Wags, as it's down in our computer, and Ben Neal from Mittagong in New South Wales down there, about an hour and a half south of Sydney. Beautiful part of the world in the Toyota Cresta car that's got a little bit of a following, has actually done some racing internationally as well. They took this car overseas and with some success, but Ben back here racing for Valvoline, Empire, Haltech and Spares Box, as I touched on. No mucking about here for these guys. Danny Lansdowne goes in. The Cresta, I should say, not too far behind. 026 on the tree for the OG Wags, and he's on a nice pass here. Right through the top end. It's a full pull first off in a 753 at 190 miles per hour for Lansdowne, and Ben Neal goes through for an 885. You okay, Mark?
Yeah, mate, 164 mile an hour. 4 cars down now in J275. Faith still at number 1 with that 711.
Absolutely. Solid pass on each side of the racetrack there.
Well, Denny Lansdowne actually won J275 last year here at Brisbane.
Correct. And I want to say a big thank you to all of our partners here this weekend, as we touched on. Garrett Advancing Motion, Fuel Tech, our presenting partner here this weekend, Bullet Race Engineering, Platinum Racing Products, and the Oceana College of Technology. They are our product partners, and then, of course, all of our bracket sponsors. We will touch on them as each of the individual categories roll out. But J275 qualifying session number 1 is in front of us, and we're going to have the Mustang rolling out now of Nick Baxter taking on the Skyline of Lachlan Miller.
Yeah, Baxter in this Mustang. He's been campaigning in the radial series as well with this Mustang, running to the low 8-second zone. Not sure if he might have dipped into the 7s now with the Mustang. I'll have to check that out, but they're getting quicker each time out on track, Nick, in the Mustang.
It's cool to see so many Fox body Mustangs out now. It wasn't a body style that was particularly popular in Australia for a long time, but the last 10 years or so we've seen so many of them coming into the country and so many of them being built locally, and they're made for drag racing, aren't they? They've got the right proportions. You can put a big tyre under them without too much trouble, and they look pretty damn cool. When they're done right, they look good.
Yeah, Lachlan Miller in the lane beside him in the Skyline for Miller Engines and Mechanical. It is their first pass of the weekend. Q1 J275. This is, of course, a heads-up Pro Treat class. First to the finish line wins. It's as easy as that. Don't go red, don't cross the center line.
Yep. Now that you've said that,
it's qualifying.
Commentators curse in qualifying. Nick Baxter, the red Mustang, taking on the Skyline. Left of the screen, that is Lachlan Miller. Miller, I think, rolled the beams there. And Baxter absolutely bombed the fire at the head of the throttle. 047 on the tree. It was a good reaction time, but after that, it was not much to write home about.
Yeah, Nick's a really good racer, actually. Always cuts in the low zeros there. Rolls through for a 12-second pass, 71 miles an hour. And Miller, obviously, we have no time recorded. Bumped through the beams. It's one of the challenges, obviously, staging. You wouldn't think it'd be that difficult to stage, but it is. There's an art form to it.
There's so much going on in these cars that you don't realise, and it all depends on what your drivetrain is and what your setup is, whether you're running a clutch or a converter, or there's so much that goes into everyone who's in these cars trying to stage them. It's not just a matter of rolling it in, pegging the throttle and hoping for the best. There's a lot more to it.
And there's a human element as well. Like, a lot of the drivers now have like these smart watches that record your heart rate and all that. And a lot of the drivers will see the heart rates jump 20 or 30 beats as they go into pre-stage.
Really?
The nerves, the excitement.
Wow. Technology, eh?
There you go.
Technology. So next up, we have got Andrew Coles, the Public Enemy Spot On Performance Mustang, taking on Warren Allen, the FG Falcon, the Light Vehicle Solutions Barra-powered car. Full body, very much street appearing, this one. Pretty much stock body on this, with a little bit of a wing on the back and the parachute. Other than that, there's not a lot of aero going on. Very different story for the Mustang. So, to 7.5 tyre. That is pretty much the only rule in this class. The rest of it is first to the finish line wins. Don't red light, don't hit the centre line, don't touch the wall. 7.11 currently the number 1 qualifier with Centenay. What can Coles and Allen deliver here? Qualifying session number 1. 2.75 guys really struggling to get a hold of the racetrack here today.
As we watch Coles go through for an 8.66, 181 mile an hour, 9.15 for Warren Allen, 178 miles an hour. You're right, it is a class about power management. Now these guys have got way too much horsepower than what they need, so they've got to take horsepower away off the start line and then get it back in as quick as possible without spinning the tyres. That's the magic of the crew chiefs, what they've got to... Why they get paid the big bucks, try and get these cars down the track.
Yep.
And if you get it wrong, well, you're going to see what we just saw there spin.
And it's no reflection on the racetrack either. Like, this racetrack is tight. It's got some teeth prepared by Justin Simpson along with the Willowbank track crew here. This thing is absolutely on point. And, of course, it is a new surface as well. Still with not a huge amount of runs on it.
And that's the appeal of these classes, because as a crew chief, tuner, driver, you want the challenges. You want the reward of getting a car from the start line to finish line where you tune everything.
Both cars in. Shane Facconi on a nice pass in the Commodore. That thing got up there and moved. Steve Farrelly a bit lazy off the line. 8.10, 173 miles per hour for Facconi. And Steve Farrelly, unfortunately, he's out at the throttle well before half track down there. He's going to coast across the line for a 13-second pass. Not the way he would have wanted to start his weekend. Now,
yeah.
Sorry, mate.
No, you're right, mate. I'll just have a look. We've got 9 cars down the track now in qualifying. And Centenay number 1 with that 7.11. Lansdowne number 2 with a 7.53. And Faccioni number 3 with an 8.10 there. So far, 9 cars. And we had a couple that had no time recorded as well.
Yeah, not a lot of clean runs in that, though, really. Centenay, Lansdowne and Facconi probably the only ones who really got down there cleanly. So plenty of room for improvement from the rest of the field. And we have still got a few more cars left to come through. It is the LS RX-8 down there of Brent Coles. Spot on motorsport car. You heard me right, the LS powered RX-8. And he's taking on Anthony Karofsky, the VK Holden.
You like the... I was going to say, you like the sponsored portion for Anthony there, my wife.
Yep, he knows which side his bread's buttered on. You got to say a big thank you to the wife, always. The VK Commodore. Don't have a lot of details as to what's powering this car. Not a car I'm overly familiar with either. Certainly looks the goods out there. Something about a nice, clean white Commodore, isn't it? Looks sharp. Very, very sharp. And Brent Coles, he's always a contender in this category. Always there, just if the big boys in the class sneeze, slip up a little bit, he's already there, always there just to swoop in and take advantage of the situation. At a Heritage Park in Queensland, Karofsky from Menai in New South Wales, long trip from him.
What, he got out strong, Anthony Karofsky in that VL,
That's
the VK,
nice
sorry.
run.
8.24, 167 miles an hour there for Anthony Karofsky. Brent Coles goes 10.22, 144 mile an hour.
I know that you can't exactly call any car in this class a
I think
sleeper.
I think the chute's come out on the ute here. It has. The burnout was sort of camouflaging it, but the parachute has come out there of Luke Rosati in the Holden ute.
That is unfortunate for
I
him.
just seen something flash in the back of the smoke, and I'm like, was that the chute?
Yeah, and it could have just been a matter that there wasn't a huge amount of the pin holding it in. And when he's done the burnout, the vibrations have gone through the car, and the chute has come out. You see that orange thing that the crew member is holding down there? That's the pilot chute. That's what essentially drags the chute out of the pack. So once that comes out, the parachute follows not too far behind. In the meantime, Matthew Aegis is going to go on a solo pass in the VL Turbo. Very clean looking car this one. But what I was saying, that car of Karolski before, that's a sleeper. I did not expect that car to go 8.2. didn't look like it was going to log
Did
a
it
low
easy,
second
didn't it?
time.
Yeah.
Aegis with a nice launch. Up on the tyre and on the picks early down there.
Well, he ran a 796. I was about to say he would have been in the 7-second zone had it been out the back door, but he still goes 796, 124 mile an hour. That would have been in the
That would have been a lot
mid-sevens,
quicker.
yeah.
Like, went 124 miles per hour at the finish line. He was already doing 156.
I'm thinking he would have been around the
At half
750s.
track.
Around 750s.
Yeah. Absolutely. More cars keep on rolling in this J275 class. Brought to you by Earth Moving Mobile, Auto Electrical and Air Conditioning.
Of course, the man behind that, Stu Walsh,
there
has
you go.
campaigned at the Jamboree in the past.
So it is Matthew Dack from Chambers Flat in Queensland. He's taking on Scott Hoffman, the Toyota Corolla, on the far side of the racetrack.
You know what I like to call this? The Corolla Coaster.
2J powered. Did I hear 7.4?
Yep.
At 190 miles per hour. So he's run 7.4 at 190 in this car. That thing is well set up. It just gets up and moves. Something came off the car just at half track there. Doesn't look like it's worried it in a 7.40 at 193. On the money, Terry Dale. What Saturday night?
To be seen here.
Please.
Welcome to the 20.
Nailed it today. 740, 193 mile an
Wow.
hour. And Dak rolls through for a 13.36 at 82 mile an hour with some issues there for Dak.
So 7.40, that puts him up into the number 2.
Garrett, Daniel.
Cars over 100. I think that will round out J275. I think we're
Start, folks. Let's get the temperature up.
A big screw-blown Mercedes. I need to know more about this car. I need to know about this car. I don't know enough about this car. It's got the twin chutes on the back of it. It's got a PSI supercharger on it. I know it's on a 315 tyre. Other than that, I know nothing. He's taking on Jeff Trapnell with the Chevy, racing for Trapnell Race Engines out of Yatla.
That'll be Guy Hall.
Guy Hall. This thing is cool. Do you remember back in the day there was a super sedan car called the Barnstormer? It was a Mercedes, similar body style to this. This is next level. This is limo spec, this thing. It's got all the chrome trims. It's black. All it needs is HC plates. And we're off to the races. We'll get you there quickly. J315, basically the same as J275, but on a 315 tyre. And a 315 tyre is not enough for Guy Hall.
A lot of smoke out of Trapnell's car there across the finish line. He goes 892 at 135 mile an hour. Hall goes through for an 1160, 137 mile an hour. But obviously, Hall was instant spin on the hit there. And they've got the same challenges as the J275. There might be a little bit bigger tyre, but they've still got too much horsepower. It's still about power management. Dealing with the elements, obviously, the middle of the day is always the hardest for these guys on the radials.
Yeah, this is probably going to be the toughest session for them, I would suggest, in terms of qualifying here today. We've still got 2 more cars at least coming through in this session of J315.
That looks like Carkeet down there. I'm going to be Reese Carkeet in the EH to take on Grantley Schloss in the LX Tirana.
Good one for the Holden fans here. Now, we do have our track walkers out there just doing a quick once-over of the racetrack. I think because of all that smoke that was coming out of Trapnell's car as he went through the finish line. The concerning thing is it was coming out of one side of the car, and that usually means it's some kind of engine issue where there's stuff going where it shouldn't and stuff burning that shouldn't be burnt. And once you let the smoke out, it's very difficult to get it back in. So for Trapnell, we're just going to do a quick once-over of the racetrack and make sure that everything is A-OK. Big thank you to all of our partners, of course. Earth Moving, Mobile, Auto and Electrical and Air Conditioning for J275. J315, we are looking for a partner here at Jamboree. But I want to say thank you to Precision Turbo and Engine for Factory Extreme, McKernan Associates for Pro Compact, Every Trade Group for Pro Mod, Speed Flow for Street 289, Modified Compact for Bosch Motorsports, Mainline Smart Dyno Technology for Modified 10.5, Castrol for All Motor, and Platinum Racing Products for Street Compact. Also, we do have the Show and Shine going on over just behind the tower here. You can't miss it because the calibre of cars that are down there in the Shannons Show and Shine this weekend, absolutely outstanding. And just some of the categories here this weekend: top sedan, top coupe, top wagon, top paint, top interior, top bodywork, top rotary. There's a trophy for pretty much everything here this weekend. A lot of trophies to be given out, so make sure you do get down there and check out some of the best quality show cars that Australia has got to offer here at the Jamboree 2024. Garrett Advancing Motion, the naming rights partner, and of course Fuel Tech, our presenting partner here for the Brisbane Jamboree. Absolutely love this event. You can't get much better than this. The weather is perfect. The racing is even better, and I don't think we're too far away from getting back into it here with J315. We're going to take a quick break here while we're just doing this little clean-up down there on the racetrack. We'll be back with more after these words from our partners.
We have one goal: drag strip domination. Quicker ETs, number one qualifiers, final round victories. We earn these things for ourselves and our racers with engine management designed to work the way people actually use it at the track. Our systems are constantly updated with new functionality and free updates because progress never stops. Always learning, always improving, always striving to make the best.
Designing and building a drag strip is extremely challenging. The lives of people are at stake. There is no room for error. My name is Frank Tarabay. I'm the owner and managing director of Every Trade Group.
Welcome back to the Garrett Advancing Motion Brisbane Jamboree for 2024. My name's Rusty Gregory. Joining me here for the final pass in J315 is Mr. Mark Allen, my partner in crime. How you going, mate?
Going good, mate. It's good to see the cars back on track. We've got Reese Carkey now in the EH Holden to take on Grantley Schlotz. This, of course, is qualifying session number 1 for J315. So far, we've had one pairing down. Number one qualifier at the moment is Jeff Tradnell. There's a lot of smoke out of that car, though, 892. Currently number one spot. I don't think that's going to hold.
Not a lot of cars in J315 here this weekend, but still quality field, it's got to be said. Reese Carkey, that really, really tidy EH Holden. That's up there with one of my favourite cars of the weekend so far. This thing is
tidy.
Just absolutely schmick. And even Grantley Schloss's car over there on the far side of the racetrack, just looking absolutely resplendent here in the Queensland sunshine.
Mate,
nice
you
change.
should see the garage that the Carkeets have got and all the cars that they've got.
Oh, look, if this is any indicator...
In their garage, yeah. They're all impressive.
Looks like it's got a full funny car cage in it too. It's a full-on race car, this thing. Very, very neatly presented car.
It runs into the 7-second zone, high sevens for Reese. Nice launch. He's opening. Went towards the line, yeah.
Gets out of it wisely and rolls back into the throttle as well. 799 at 171 and an 850 for Reese Carkeet. So I think that'll put Schloss into the number 2 qualifying spot behind 796. No, that actually puts him to number 1, I should say. So 791 takes Grantley Schloss to the number 1 spot. Carkeet slots into number 2. Trapnell number 3 with an 892 and 4th with an 1160. So that does round out J315. I'm going to jump off the microphone and hand back to the very capable Mr. Terry Dale to talk you through our next category, which is Street Compact qualifying session number 2.
All right, welcome back. We are in qualifying session number 2 for Street Compact. Chris Sword with the first 00 light of the day, 003 for Chris Sword, 037 for Ben Davis in the Commodore beside him. And Sword will go through for a 1027, 140 mile an hour. And Davis goes 1086 at 127 mile an hour. Street Compact brought to us by the team over at Platinum Racing Products.
So, Mark, we come back to some lights. How good was that?
Yeah.
Corey Gould and Trent Mottram here in the Mazda and the Gemini, but that was straight up 003 and another 0 light, so the guys have all of a sudden hit the ground running in Q2. So Corey Gould, Trent Mottram. He's got it out there, got it just nudging it in. See what he can go in this qualifier. 391 to a 155 light. And they'll be testing this out, Mark. We'll see what this is. This is the tester number 2, isn't it, really? See how they go. A 1065 at 129 for Corey Gould in the Gemini. 1190 at 115 for the Ute of Trent Mottram. So he betted his 20.6, obviously, when it was had a bit of trouble in the first round, but he's got it sorted. So good to see there, Trent.
Yeah, massive field in Street Compact. How many cars we had down so far, Terry? 36.
36. It's a big field. So Dave Rodgie and Anthony Culloden in the Mazda, and the Hilux of Tuna Racing, of course. Oh, red light there for Anthony, but a 0.24 for Rodgie. That's good.
Tightening up their reaction times now.
Mate, all of a sudden they've brought their A game in the Q2, haven't they?
Yeah, Rodgie went at 14.31 in the first session this morning in that Hilux. This time around he goes 14 consistent as well, 14.35, 97 miles an hour. And Khalidin goes through for a 16.37, 84 miles an hour. He picks up a full second, Khalidin in that Mazda.
Now here you go. Dave Casey. Zach Anderson. There it is. It was Zach Anderson earlier who didn't have his name up. Of course, young Zach. The SWL Racing Waltec Performance Sierra. Watch this little thing cook. Picks the front wheel up.
11.30 in Q1. They could be my favourite car this weekend. Something fell off the back on the launch for Dave Casey. Zach Anderson, our red light, 064 in the Falcon.
Look at that, 11.43 at 114 for the mighty Sierra, and a 12.28 at 121 with a red for Zach. He'll get rid of that red light, and he'll be a contender later on, I can tell you that, without a doubt. So Clayton Ethel and Aman Kovacevic in the Stinger.
Yep, in the Stinger.
The mighty Stinger. Look, I'll tell you what, the Stinger's gone all out too with the white writing on the tyres. It looks like it's a NASCAR from where we're sitting.
It does actually, you're right.
Stretch, but it does look like a NASCAR. It looks pretty cool.
The way it's chopped and that.
Yeah. Tell you what, they both left with a bit of a snooze on the tree, both Clayton and Amman, but that's okay. Let's see if they can better their previous times. So Clayton a 12.79, he's gone a couple of tenths quicker, and 11.73, another tenth quicker for Amman in the mighty Stinger.
Well, this is a good learning experience. Like when you're talking reaction times, if you wait for the green light, you're already too late.
Yes, but yeah, that's exactly that is it.
If you're waiting to see the green light, you're too late.
Yeah. So Michael Crouch and Ben Moore, the Corolla, the Hyundai. Oh, the Hyundai cuts a red, but a 539 for Ben. And a little Corolla. Look, that poke. See what he can run it this time. He's got it sorted. Have a look at that's not.
It's going all right. Yeah,
11:51 at 127 with a very soft launch, you would say, and a 14:07 for Michael in the Hyundai. He's gone all right, mate. That's two 14.0s.
Yeah, Crouch is very consistent.
2 14.0s,
yeah,
so he's
14.05 and
consistent.
14.07. Chris Morris now in the Cortina for Grau Racing to take on Joseph Friere in the Cressida. Tail of the tape. Friere went a 10.79, the Cressida first qualifier. Morris went a 10.51.
Yeah, Mr. Grau Racing in the Cortina, 10.51. I reckon he might go a little bit quicker this time too.
Only 2:10 separate him in qualifying by 5 spots on the qualifying sheet.
Joe gets out pretty quick too. Might go under that 10.7. No, 10.73, that's consistent. And a 10.52 at 140 for Chris in the Cortina. So both of them backing up their previous mark. So that might be where they might be playing the game today.
Yeah, I think you're on the money there. The big challenge for everyone will be the difference between today and tomorrow. Like when they have to pick dial-ins, like what's the variables, the changes from what you had today here Saturday to what they're going to have tomorrow.
So Ilya Bendevsky and Haley Scott, the Skyline versus Sora. Nissan, Toyota. This is what it is. This is Jamboree. Ilya gets out with a 362, a 545 for Haley. As I said, we'll give them a bit of leniency until the final qualifier for a few of these races to get their light down. But a 10.37 at 135 for Haley's in that.
She's going to move from
that's fast.
That's going to move from number 35 spot right up to the top of the half.
I reckon. Look at that into number 6, just like that. Boom. So Ilya a 14.01. So Derwin Lyons and Daniel Irwin, the Serato and the Subi. 109 to a 0.61 for Dan. That's good. You've got to kind of get a hold of it early, Mark. I think there's some of the races in this category are going to dust you if you're not on your game later on. So a 12.30 for Lyons and a 15.13 for Irwin.
Yeah, good reaction times both sides of the tree there. And you're right. You don't want to be giving your opponent any sort of advantage.
No.
And when I'm talking about advantage, you don't want to be cutting lights in the 0.5s or 0.4s. Like, I think a good goal for as a driver at the Jamboree, you want to look for a 100 light or better.
Yeah, I agree.
100s or better. Yeah. And you're going to win probably 8 out of 10 races then.
And because of the fact that we've got so many guys and girls who are running either cars that have turbocharged or even like not necessarily race ready, who race like street meets and meets like that consistently. So you're looking at people who've got manual cars, which are not necessarily the easiest when they're fast as well. So Nick Wright and Sam Blahos. Road, big puff of smoke out the back of the 7.
Yeah, good light from Blahos there, 0.75 right, 2.24. Blahos goes through for a 12.44, 122 mile an hour. He slows down from his earlier 11.30. And Wright slows down a little bit as well, 14.01 at 87 miles an hour. Had run to 13s earlier today. Next up, Bradley Halliburton in the Cressida. He's currently a number 13 qualifier with a 10.82 to take on Anthony Dunn, the little Mazda. He's a number 19 qualifier with an 11.76. So we can see the Crusaders in pre-stage now for Black Track Performance. It went 126 mile an hour, so that's pretty much on the money speed-wise, I think. Might have rolled off a bit early with 126, but let's have a look here. Red light this time around for Halliburton. A 146 clean green for Anthony Dunn. The Crusader is out in front at the moment. It does. Has he rolled off as well?
Way too. Look, that 10.75.
Yeah, 10.75. 126 again. So
that looked a lot quicker, and he got off it too. And 11.64 at 121 for a Dunny.
I think it's all first half of the racetrack for the Crusader. It sort of runs out of legs after that.
It does. It might be reasoning there, maybe. I don't know.
They had the same speed at half track, but he was nearly a full second quicker.
Well, here we go. The battle of the Johnsons. Stephen Johnson versus Alvin Johnson. The Rotary Action Mazda versus the Celica. Both of them leaving a lot on the tree, but that's okay. 2-2. Alvin's 13B Turbo not having not much fun in the first two qualifiers, but the Celica will go through from 11.37 to better the 12.44 earlier, and Alvin a 13.85 to back up at 13.53. But we know that car is well and truly capable of running well and truly into the nines, so let's hope he gets that sorted by Q3 so he can get himself something to work with to dial in. Look, he's a seasoned racer anyway, Mark. He's raced street meet, he won at Jamboree.
You want at least one lap to give you an idea. You just want one lap in the time cards.
And if you are an experienced racer, look, the guy's got runner-up at Jambo before. He's raced the street series for quite a few years, does all the drag challenges and stuff. So the guy knows how to race. So you're right. So a lot of the guys, even if they don't get, if the car's giving them issues, they know that they're sorted. You know what I mean, Mark? So you'd rather have, one or the other.
Exactly. You're right. You're 100% right there. A good light from Michael Osborne, 8.23. Troy Dunn goes 0.92 beside him. The little Hilux for Tuna Racing, Michael Osborne.
How quick is it? Look at that. A 10.09 at 135 mile an hour.
And Troy
Dunny
Dunn
with a
goes
14.23 to back up a 14.24.
I think Osborne has gone to number one with that.
Let's have a look. We're going to wait. Osborne in the Hilux.
Yeah,
you are spot on, Mark.
He goes to number one qualifier, Michael Osborne. Next
Well
up, Chris
done.
Johnson in the Mazda to take on a Jason Gertzgrasser in the Datsun.
Another quick car with the Datsun. This thing could be another contender for top qualifier if he gets it sorted in.
He's our number 4 qualifier with 10.23. Chris Johnson, though, no issues. Gets off the 583 light.
Datsun wasn't happy with the spin, but Chris will go through for a 11.11 at 97, and Jason in the Datto an 11.08 at 125. He just didn't want to play the game that time, Mark, did it?
Nah, it spun on the hit there. And there was issues for Johnson at the other end of the racetrack. He was off a bit early.
So Matthew Stead and Ben Cruikshank. Ben doing a massive skid earlier today in qualifier 1. So the Benny's Auto and Dyno Capella. Of course, the Golby's Parts and Fabrication Toyota. That's a couple of good workshops there, those guys, the Golbys and Benny's. Both the guys know what to do, how to make their cars go fast. So Cruikshank and Stead. Qualifier number 2.
Cruikshank out of the 162 light. See Stead there just getting his boost built up, I think, on the sidelines. Got a lot of spin there. 10.28 for 137 mile an hour for Cruikshank. And Matthew Stead will go through for a 11.03, 136 mile an hour. He does pick up 3 seconds, but still wasn't a full pass for Matthew Stead.
No, not enough.
Next up, Brett Thompson in the Mazda to take on Luke Ty. Tail of the tape, Luke Ty is our number 17 qualifier at the moment, an 11.32, and this is Brett Thompson's first pass if he gets to the finish line.
Well, both cars bogged down off the line. Wasn't happy. The RX-7's got it going. The 20B, it didn't get a time last time, but let's see what it can run this time. Doesn't sound happy at the top end either. 12.87 at 75 miles an hour, and Luke Ty in the Gemini will run a 19, sadly, and hopefully the Redbank Plains Gemini will come back and run more closer to that 11.32 it did earlier in qualifier 1. Sometimes cars do things that you just don't want them to do on the day, do they, Mark? They don't do as you and I both know that. You especially being a modified racer, it's like, mate, why don't you just do as you behold? What is you told?
Yeah, there are days which can be very frustrating. Okay, we got the Supra of Derek Johnson on track to take on competitor 9315.
Yeah, we've got the little RX3 coupe. Not too sure whose it is because we haven't any details up on there. But Derek Johnson will actually in the 2J Supra, the DJZ engines and fab. I'll tell you what, we saw him run a 12.55, but I can tell you right now, without a doubt, that car is capable of a lot more. So hopefully he'll get the 2J down.
Well, you've been calling it all day, Terry. What ET do you think he's capable of?
I know it's fast.
Well, that
Look,
Mazda
you can hear
driver.
that thing spinning.
Yeah.
You hear it just like
Ooh, that
blazing.
Mazda driver goes a bit too quick. 964, 142 mile an hour.
There you go.
Got to be slower than 10 seconds here in
You gotta be,
street
yeah.
compact. Yeah, Johnson goes through for a 13. Oh, have a look at Johnson's speed. You're right, though. 144 mile an hour.
Yeah.
So
Oh, mate, the car...
he's got the power to run into the nines, really.
Well,
At 144
it will
mile an
be
hour.
definitely a 9-second car. So, but there we go. Trenton Lidgard and Ian Clifford. So Fez in the EKZ Performance Hilux. Good to see 10-6. Oh, Ian.
Clifford, yeah, he's dragged through the beam.
You don't want to see that. That little ute's a tough little machine. But anyway, Trenton will head out with a 301. See if he can better his 13.7. 13.98, so he's in the zone. He's got something to work with the last qualifier coming up later this afternoon. So sadly, we won't see what Mr. Clifford run, but that's okay. He had a good first run with a 10.60, so hopefully he'll get a good third qualifier, and that'll give him something to think about tomorrow to dial
Well,
in.
the lucky thing for Clifford is he has done a lot of laps here recently.
Yes.
So he does have a lot of data on the car.
We talked about the car versus the driver. You know, like you might have a car that's consistent, but if the driver's not used to racing, you come here and some of these guys will just put you away. So Coxie in the Gemini, in the Cox Automotive Gemini, 12.48 at 122 earlier for the Kandanga. I don't even know how to pronounce that. Look at that. What suburb is that? I thought it should have been Kandanga.
Yeah,
but anyway,
12.14.
Right, he's gone quicker, so nice work there for Dave at 120 mile an hour for a 12.14. So that means we might be moving out of our street compact mark. We might be moving into our Euro class. So we've got a couple of quick. What do you reckon? How quick do they look? It's a Golf. I don't know. I keep thinking about that commercial. You know,
What's the commercial?
It's a Golf. It burns like a Golf. Because they were done for getting their emissions. They were lying about their emissions.
Yeah, I remember that, yes.
And you know what? If you tell any drag race, so we're going, look, they were lying about their emissions, so they're getting away with it. It's like, yeah, do we really care? Have you ever been to a drag strip? We skid and do all sorts of loud and smoky stuff on purpose. I don't think it really cares. But if you haven't seen these cars run, we've had a 11.56 for Stuart, and for Nick, a 10.66 in the Golf. That is exactly right. These things are just a tidy piece of machinery. Look at that. When you look at them sitting back there, just getting ready to come forward, Mark, you'd go, well, hang on. One runs 11s and the other one runs 10s. You'd go, no, you're kidding me.
They
really?
look like there should be the cars outside Domino's delivering your pizza.
There should be an Uber driver or something, that pick you up. I bet you neither of the boys have got a beaded seat cover. Neither of them. But here they are. Stuart Tweedale and Nicholas Ibrahim Imoglu, of course, in the Tarmac Engineering Godzilla VW Golf. That thing is wicked fast. 10.66 at 131 mile an hour. Stews goes 11.56 at 126. I think you'll see Stewart's go quicker this time.
Yeah, I think you could be right.
With that
as well.
top end,
yeah.
the car is capable of a quicker quarter mile time. So we're just waiting to see the guys. We can see our track walkers down there. So we'll take the opportunity to say a big shout out to everybody who is tuned in at home. Hope you're sitting there with your feet up, enjoying it. Everybody who is here at the track. Big shout out to everyone in the grandstand. Hope you are all ready and fired up and getting your Jamboree tan. Put some sunscreen on. Get yourself down to the merchandise tent. Get a bucket hat. Get a cap. Get whatever you got to do. And all the beautiful, beautiful people in the grassy area. How are you all today, my good friends? Were you all well in the grassy mound? Give us a wave. Look at them. I probably know half of them, Mark.
You don't need to do what he says, just so you know. If he's
No, they don't have to do what I say, but it's nice if you do. I'm just going to go up there.
It's funnier if you don't.
All I've got to do is
anything.
walk up there and say, how many Rotor fans up there? And they go, yeah, that's Terry just blabbing on about his Rotors again, but that's okay. But yeah, what a day. Look, I'll tell you what, I'm surprised we didn't lose half the crowd down there with Diggles going to the Babe comp.
Yeah. You're right, but you know what? The real action is here on the racetrack.
That is exactly right. We have, I'm going to say it, we have the best modifications on the track. That's what I'm going to say. It is the best modifications. That's it. You go down to the Babe comp. See how you like that. I'm sure it's infested with about 20,000 18-year-olds. How good is it though? The girls look lovely. Chris Eagles will be down there doing the right thing, telling them all how I always love the questions that Chris will ask is what car they drive, how much they know about the motor industry. And it's always interesting because some of the ladies just blaze it out and say, oh, yeah, I've got a 9-second whatever. And you go, okay, righto. And it's impressive. So if you're not here and if you're keen on getting down to see the Jambo Babe comp, head down there now. You'll have a good time. So we are just waiting for the guys to walk. Just waiting for the guys to see what's going on down the deep end. So as I said, a big shout out to everybody who's out there in the crowd. Shout out to Jasper and Xander. Hope you guys are having a good time too. But all good. So here they come. The Mighty Golfs. What will we see?
We had 3 in that first session for the Euro class.
We have an Audi as well in the next run. Come on, Mark. I want to hear you put the voice on. The Euro. We've got to change
I'm not doing any
We've got to
voices,
change our
Jared.
narrative for the Euro
No.
class. So Stuart Tweedale will be coming through here now in the VW Golf. That's what we need.
You can do that. I'll let you go. Go for it. There you go. Over to Terry Dale.
Well, have a look at that. Nick and Stu, get out there, but have a look. Watch for this Golf in the rocket lane. Watch for the top end. Watch for the speed. 10.64 at 130 mile an hour and a 12.18. So he's gone a little bit slower. So Stu didn't get the car down as good as he would have liked it, 111 mile an hour. But that is, I'll tell you what, Nick's, that thing's fast, without a doubt.
Yeah, next up we've got Ben Conroy in the Audi to take on Haley Menz in the Golf.
Come on, you can't not say Audi without putting on a pompous accent. Seriously, come on, Mark.
I'm not doing any accents, Terry. I keep telling you this.
You would if we were at the QTRC. Calm yourself. So the Tarmac Engineering Audi gets out quick. Putting the power down nicely.
This Audi's quick.
How quick?
9.52. Thanks for coming. 148 miles an hour. Haley Menz goes for a 14.09, 103 miles an hour. She picks up 2 seconds from her earlier pass, but Ben Conroy in the Audi for Tarmac Engineering, 9.52. The Jamboree is definition of a sleeper these days.
That is you would not expect. Actually, even all the way with Haley's car running 14s, none of those cars you would think, well, mate, I'll race it at the drags, because you'd go, no, really? You go, well, have you seen how fast it is? Imagine hopping in that car in the passenger seat. You would just be mortified if you'd never been in a quick car before.
No,
because you would not
at all.
know if you'd never been in a 9-second
It's probably
car.
doing.
You have no idea.
It's probably doing 0 to 100 in probably 1.8 to 2 seconds.
Exactly. Yeah, it's hard to believe unless you've not done it before. So that means we are moving into all motor, Mark.
Yeah, we're moving into all motor, brought to us by Castrol Oils.
So James Varkinos in the SIC 100 Ross Dynamic Mazda 1300. Trent Bianco in the Fiat X19. So Trent and James at a 10.78 from Trent earlier, 11.55 from James in the first qualifier. This is all motor. No power adder, no nothing. Injection, carburation, that's it. Oh, Trent's a racer, gets out of the 147.
Oh, issues for James there in the Mazda 1300.
Bianco will go through for an 11.28 at 124, so the car was a little bit off its first
half a second
qualifier.
off. Yep. But
James got it sorted.
He was rolling through.
Probably had a box of marbles, I don't know, whatever it wasn't good. Let's hope he can get that little Mazda back again. We love the sound of that 13B injected. So our next pairing.
Yeah, Sam Constantinou to take on Nick Bentz. Punch buggy.
Yeah, it is.
First one of the day for me.
I was going to say I didn't see Nick run before, which is good. So we get to see Nick in the VW Mag Australia and Custom VW Beetle. And, of course, Sam in the TimberTech Rototalk Datsun. Datsun 1000. I'll tell you what, you don't see too many of them on the road. And I'll tell you what, you didn't see many back in the day either, mate. Back in my time, they were a rare thing. The Datsun 1000.
He's our number 5 qualifier, Sam, with a 12.19 in that Datsun. The V-Dub, first pass of the day for Nick Bentz, running for VW Magazine, Mag Australia. V-Dub Mag
What'll Nick
Australia.
run? It's got the big 2276 cube in the Beetle. Is it run a high 10 from memory, something around that? Got the big cannon out the back. Don't you love the pipe?
We
love that.
We love the pipe.
Nick bumps it in. Qualifier number 2. You're an all motor. Doesn't matter about the light. Let's just get him down there. Get a time. Get him down there sweetly. Yeah, Nick's looks pretty good. Yeah, 11.76 at 114 and 11.30 at 123 for Sam in the 1,000 wag. Gone a lot quicker there, Mark.
Yeah, Sam jumps up to number 3 spot in qualifying. Nick will go into number 5. Next pairing out here in all motor. We have 13 cars down the track so far in qualifying. Paul Matheson to take on Xavier Silas.
Yeah, Paul got a little bit close to the centre line on the last run, about half track. Let's hope he's got that sorted. That sounded a lot better. Got out. Using every gear. Have a look at that thing.
He made a little bit of a move towards the centre line there on one of the shifts. For
That'll
Paul
be a good
Matheson.
run though, Mark.
It is, and he goes through for a 12.41 at only 84 mile an hour. So he rolled off of it, and Xavier goes through for a 15.73 at 87 miles an hour. Doesn't improve on his earlier 15.21 for Xavier.
So Ben Wilkinson and Cale Fothergill, the Rotary action at Mazda RX-3. Car was, back in the day, used to wheel stand a fair bit too, that little Rotary action when it was running a turbo on it, of course. But the mighty FD RX-7, Ben Wilkinson.
So I think Wilkinson was spinning a bit there in the RX-7.
So running, I think it's a 4-rotor in that thing. Not too sure. Sounds quiet. 12.97 at 112, and Cale a 14.71 at 78.
Yeah, Cale might have been off of it early, only 78 miles an hour across the finish line. Next up, Jason Studley to take on the V-Dub of Brendan Burnett.
I reckon you're going to see a double O here.
You're going to call it double O.
I'm going to call a double O from Studley, I reckon.
It's a big call.
Oh, he's gone too deep, though, has Jason. He's gone in, he's backed it out.
He's shallow, mate. That was flicker in the bowl. Well, there was a double O in the line. But there was a 1-0-0 for Jason Studley, 2-1-0 for Burnett.
Close. Getting there.
And Studley will go through, runs at 12.21, Oh, he's a bit off, actually. And Burnett goes 12.61, 108 a mile an hour. But Jason Studley doesn't usually go half a second off what he ran earlier.
There'll be a story there. There's something going on.
Yeah.
That was
Andrew Stavropoulos
and Michael Holman. So good to see a few of the Beatles turning up. 16.1 for Michael earlier, 13.0 for Andrew.
Yeah, 130 right there for Andrew. 119 for Holman. Holman went a 16.12 early today. This is going to be quicker for Holman. Let's see what he goes across the finish line with an 11.58. Picks up a bunch, 116 miles an hour. And Andrew also picks up a little bit as well, 12.88, 104 mile an hour.
Nice work there from Holman, though. That was good. The Beetle was on a march. Nice work. So that means we're bringing towards a couple of cars that theoretically should go straight to the front of the qualifying if everything runs right. So that's the sound of a 3-rotor aspirated. And you're going to get 2 of them in the house. So Craig Wassoon, of course, in the John Blanche Racing RX-8. The Edisons.com.au Mazda RX-3 of Gina Billions driving it today. So Gina, experienced drag racer, behind the wheel of a 20B Rotary. Not too sure how she's going to go with the Aspo one, but this is good. This is exciting. Craig and Gina, 8.71 to Craig earlier in that RX-8. Gina yet to get it down to make it all worthwhile, Mark.
Yeah, Gina running.
If it goes.
Yeah, Gina running for Edisons.com.au this weekend. It is. What is the potential of this car for Gina?
It'll be like Craig's, without a doubt. It'll be well in that zone, probably quicker.
Craig is our number one qualifier at the moment with an 871.
On the money. Craig's is out. Gina's chasing down. It's going to be a good run for both of these. 864 and a 923 for Bullions. So Gina goes 9.2, 8.6 for Craig. That is quick. 154 miles an hour for Craig. Well done. That is what an aspirated rotor sounds like in full flight, both of those 20Bs side by side.
That'll be bring a close to our qualifying there for all motor. Now moving into Street 289, brought to us by Speedflow. Speedflow products have proudly been manufacturing, supplying quality hose and fittings to the performance industry throughout Australia and the world for over 25 years. They're located in Taree, New South Wales, if you didn't know that, Terry.
Mate, I know that we've got a lane named in their honour.
You do.
That's all that matters. That's important.
They are Australia's number one choice in performance hose and fittings. Due to their innovative design, manufacturing, quality control. Qualifying session number 2 for Street 289. Number one qualifier at the moment is Mohammed Salemi with a 753. Number 2 is John McDade with a 794. Rounding out the top 3 is Carl Herbert with an 823. And we've got our number one qualifier on track right now for Hertzfield Towing, Mohammed Salemi, to take on Eric Slugger.
Yeah, and Mohammed, I'll tell you what, was not mucking around with the skid there, Mark. Given the crowd what they want, a big skid from the RX-7, the Hurstville towing car, the SICK 100 Racing, the Mazda of Eric. So we'll get to see if Mohammed can better that 753. Probably every chance too, Mark. Probably just wants to be. Well, he doesn't have to work very hard at the moment, but let's see what he can do.
This is a heads-up class, Street 289. First to the finish line wins. Once Eric gets a time on the board, he'll give us 10 competitors so far in qualifying.
He just needs to run around that same time again, get it consistent, and he'll know what the others will need to try and beat him in. So let's see what Mohammed can do. What can Eric do? Bit lazy on the tree for both the races, but this is quick. Goes through for a 767 at 184 mile an hour. Eric will go through for an 842 at 160 mile an hour in that little Mazda. Well done.
Yeah, Eric will go into number 4 spot with that 842. Mohammed will stay number 1 at the moment. Doesn't improve, but there wasn't a bit of smoke out of Eric's car across the finish line there.
So Carl Herbert, Patrick Long. Our number 3 qualifier, Carl Herbert. Let's see what Carl can do in this little green RX-3.
Now, Long was another one of those drivers that didn't get an ET in the first qualifying session. So once he gets one on the board, that'll give us 11 cars now in qualifying. Herbert was our number 3 qualifier. 823 for that Rotary Motorsport Mazda of Herbert's. The Monster Performance Mazda of Patrick Long just moving towards the staging area now.
So they'll be hoping to get out a representative pass, Mark. Pat will, Carl will. Carl will say, look, I just want a little bit quicker than that 823, see what I can do. Put myself in the mix. Well, the RX-7's got it cooking this time. Have a look at Patrick Long. He'll go through for an 800 at 168. Carl Herbert, an 825 at 167. So we've got a couple of good passes there from Pat and Carl. Puts Patrick into 3rd, Carl into 4th. Yep. Well, you and I, let's talk about this, Mark. Come on.
Okay, what do you want to talk about?
We're going to talk about the Celica.
Yes.
What did it do this morning? it pretty well nearly will stood half the track.
That's right, you're right.
It was like,
yeah.
It was like, mate, Dan, calm it down. The Fab Lab Salika said, you know what? I don't even need any steering for the first part of the track. That's all I need to do is wheel stand this thing. So Chris Adams in the Tech Path Datsun, 8:46. Dan Smith, 12:24. Let's have a little look. I think he might calm it down a little bit this time. I don't know. But look, you don't know what these races are going to do. Well, lit it up.
Well, he kept the front end down this time, but it spun instead.
Be quick, though.
It is quick still. Still goes 8:51, 177 miles an hour. Chris Adams rolls through for a 13:63. Doesn't improve on his earlier 8:46. But Daniel Smith, he gets into the pointy end of the field there with an 8:51. They'll actually put him at number 7.
Number 7. Oh, tough category, Mark.
He's still at the third best speed so far in this class. So the performance, he's got the power. It's just obviously he spun there on the head, so he's lost half a second there.
So Connor Vaginos and Bill Nabham. Billy did a massive skid on the first run in the Escort and the SICK 100 Racing Mazda.
Yeah, both these guys didn't get down the track in the first session.
So, but these two are going to be in the mix. We know the quality of these two races, of Connor and Billy. We know the quality that is sitting on the track right now. These guys have an opportunity to stamp a bit of authority, get the car down in Q2, see what they can do. This will be a good race. This will be a good heads up race. Even though it's a Q2, I'm looking forward to this.
Sideways, but yeah. He held onto it though. Did a good drive job to keep it straight. And then Connor just trying to build the boost up.
Hit it now, watches. Probably still tap out at 120 mile an hour or something ridiculous.
It looks like he might be off of it already.
99 mile an hour.
Yeah, 13:40 there at 99 miles an hour. Nabham just rolls through for a 23-second pass at 30 miles an hour.
That car was angry on the launch of Billy's. It absolutely got it sideways. And look, Bill's been racing for a lot of years, so he knew how to drive out of it. But
well, he's got the power. It's just a matter of finding what the track requires to get that power down without spinning.
That was wild. So yes, maybe Bill didn't want to be outdone by wheel standing Salika, so it's just thought I'm going to have to do something cool. These guys.
And the other good thing is with Bill on his side of things is that the issue is he knows. The good thing is he's got the power. He knows it. So then in the back of his head, it's just a matter of finding that sweet spot now on the start line with the 289s to get it off there, because he knows that if he can get the tyres planted without spinning, he's going to be at the pointy end.
Yeah, that's exactly it, Mark. So, mate, it's a whole game, and the head game is starting already, for a lot of these races. And it's like, and the thing is, Mark, with the qualifiers, all 3 qualifiers tonight, when you're sitting around that, when you're eating your shish kebab or whatever you're eating tonight for dinner, you'll be sitting around, a lot of talk will be going on about, and they'll be dissecting the field, they'll be dissecting their own performance. What is the car capable of? Have I put enough in it today, or did I put too much in it? We know that the track conditions are going to be very similar tomorrow. The weather at the forecast is similar today. So, mate, who knows? If you're a racing man, if you're going into a race again today, as the same as tomorrow, how do you attack it tomorrow? What would you do tonight around the barbecue or around the dinner table?
Well, obviously, it just depends on what has actually happened throughout the day for myself and the team. So, if the car's done what you want it to do on the 3 laps, well, that's awesome. You're going to sit back and have a good time. But if it hasn't done what you expect to do, well, then you're going to be looking over data. Okay, how do we fix this area of the track, or how can we improve in this area? And so you
it's a different topic of conversation.
It is. It really is.
So, but anyway, we'll get on with this this awesome little orange 1200 Datsun wagon of Michael Silk. I don't know if anybody has been to Jamboree before. This car is a staple of the Jamboree scene. We see Michael run the car at quite a few different things. We see him at roll. We see him at no prep. We see him at all sorts of gigs. And most importantly, he is just like a legend when it comes to Jamboree, and we love it. So the car has got pictures of it everywhere with it on the rear wheel. Has stood it on its bumper at different times. But sadly, we're pushing Silky's car back, which is a little bit disappointing.
Oh no, that's not what you want.
just when I was talking it up. But so we don't get to see chaotic run, but we know what it does. So I'm sure Michael will be back for the third qualifier. So that means we might be bringing forward. What have we got? Competitor 9315. We don't have any details, mate. Sadly, in this little green RX3 coupe, they're not too sure.
Yeah, no data for it at the moment, so I don't know if he was out in the first session. Anyways, it's qualifying here for day one of the Brisbane Jamboree.
Yeah, big shout out to everybody from Garrett. Hope everyone up in the corporate boxes are having a good time. They give us a wave. Look, there they are. Big shout out to...
there you go, they're waving.
Yeah, they love it. Waiting for the little RX3 to head off.
He was dragging through the beams.
Yeah. Trying to hold it back, but it didn't do it, did it, Mark?
It's a good clean pass.
Bit of a crackle and a pop at the end.
And rolls through for an 11.14 at 106 mile an hour.
So as we bring our next pairing forward, you can see Nathan Peters here. But as I said, yeah, big shout out to everyone in the corporate boxes. I hope everyone's having a good time. Big shout out to the McKernan Associates and, of course, the Downshift guys. Hope you're all having a good time in there. And, of course, the Fours and Rotors guys were there as well. So they're all having a good time up there. So Nathan Peters.
Moving into qualifying session number 2 for Modified Compact. A big thank you to Bosch Motorsport. They've got a trade stand down behind the grandstand. Check them out. They're supporting the Modified Compact bracket this weekend on track. Nathan Peters in the Chrysler to take on Nigel Hartas.
So Nigel, 9:35 before for Nathan and a 10:06 for Nigel. Now we know that look, Nathan, mate, he has run that car in everything. He will actually. I've seen him win trophies in the car show and then go and then go race it. Because that is how beautiful that car is.
So this class is all about consistency. It is a die your own class. Nathan Peters went 9:35 first session. Nigel was a 10:61.
Carries the front wheel goes, Nathan, but Nigel's finally got that thing hooked up. And away it goes. That'll be quick. An 8:76 at 154 mile an hour out of that VL. And a 9:47 at 142 for the Chrysler Valiant. That was a good drag race, Mark.
That was just a good lap all around for both competitors. So Nigel gets a good lap on the board. He goes to number 3 in qualifying. And Peters will go to number 8 with that 9:35 that he ran earlier.
Got 18 in the field, so we've got a few of these guys. So we'll see how they go, see if we can get anybody can bump Andrew Rankin or Troy Lewis off those top 2. Both of them. That was interesting because Lewis thought he had it all wrapped up, but along come Rankin with an 8:61 to the 8:67 mark.
Well, in this class, you've actually got to go quicker than 9.99 seconds. So we do have a lot of drivers that haven't actually gone under that.
I think
far, they're gone 10 seconds and slower.
You reckon they'll sort it this time? You'd hope so.
I think so. A few of them will, yeah.
So Aki Kador, Rowan Gordon, the Tirana, the RX3.
Well, the good thing is no matter what happens in qualifying, they're going to qualify and race tomorrow.
Yes.
But you don't want to be not running in that 9-second zone. You don't want to be running 11s or 10s and giving up a second because you've got to dial in quicker than 9.99 seconds.
And I'm not too sure how the seeding goes or how it goes, but it's like, because it'll be like the last thing you want to do is go up against a guy who's running 8s and you haven't even had one good run in yet. So you've just got to hope for their car not to go right, and that's not how you win a race. I know it is, but it's not how you want to win a race. So Aki Kador, Rowan Gordon, the Tirana, the RX3, the little HB, the little RX3. Oh, ton of wheel spin from both cars. Amazing those tyres. Tirana looks like it's hooked up, so is the RX3. The little Tirana goes through for 10.82 at 142 and a 12.12 at 91 for Kador in the RX3. So Russell Archer, Cameron Boserio, the Hilux, the RX4 Coupe.
Yeah, both these drivers haven't run quicker than that 9.99 second cutoff for this class yet in qualifying. Russell Archer only went 15.53 seconds in that first session. From memory, he just spun the tyres on the head.
He's spot on.
Yeah, Cameron in the highlights. He was almost in there. He went 10.05 at 145 miles an hour. So he's on the money. He just got to pick up 600ths of a second. We can see Archer in the Mazda, the RX-4 for Remain Infrastructure. Both cars in pre-stage.
Been racing for a few years. That car has got some good capability. We know how quick it has been. I think it's going to be a problem. Oh no, the car's gone off the boil. I thought, it's not going to be a problem at all. But the Ute, is Cameron going to go under it?
No, he'd spun on the hit there. Goes 11.16,
I'll tell you
141 mile an hour. And Archer rolls through for a 15.31 at 53 mile an hour.
Sometimes things just don't go your way in your qualifiers, and you never know. So final qualifier will be a big tester for a few of these races, Mark. So Aaron Murphy at Parry Georges, another one. Another couple who need to go quicker, the Mighty Typhoon and the Gemini Rotary. Both cars well and truly capable of going past, well under those 10s, under that 10-second cutoff mark.
Yeah, and I think you'll see Murphy in that Ford pick up a bunch here. Georges in the same boat as well. I think both these guys will pick up over a second if the spin again there for George.
The Ford's got it cooked. Here it comes. Watch for the time on the Ford. That'll be a lot better. A 9.91 and 141 and 11.39 for Parry. Car is absolutely wheel spinning off the line, but I'm sure Aaron Murphy in that FPV, the F6 Typhoon will be happy.
Well, the good thing is Parry Georges does have another lap to get it right.
So Steve Chaplin and Edward Gersom, the Corona, the RX-3.
Chaplin's our number 9 qualifier at the moment. Went a 9.35, big speed, 150 mile an hour. And Gershom, this will be the first lap on the board once we get an ET from Edward.
Well, hopefully we can get that little, see that little Corona head down there, Mark? Aggressive.
Yeah, Chaplin's hanging the wheel there for nearly, 100 foot out there for Steve Chaplin. He goes through 9.19, 153 mile an hour. And Gershom goes 10.82, 131 mile an hour.
Steve absolutely just wasn't even backing out of that thing, was he, in that little RX-3? So that was awesome. So Martin Whelan, Chuck Jifkins, the Golby's Gilroy car.
Yeah, a few cars that we didn't see in Q1 have come out in this session. And Chuck Jifkins is another one in the VSU.
All these guys, they're packing parachutes, so we know that the capability is there of theoretically over 150 mile an hour, Mark.
You are correct.
So, wheel spin. The Ute says, I'll just blaze the tyres, have a little bit of a shimmy and a shake. The Ford says, I'm going to get back on this because I need to make the best of everything. 11.08 at 129 for Martin, and for Chuck, a lot of wheel spin, got it sideways, 15.63. I really want to see how that VS, what it can run, because I think that's going to be a whole new bit of show.
William Yarwood now in the Supra to take on Ross Pigliafito,
yes, in the ProMaz Mazda, the Project X Racing Supra. And Will, I know a little bit about this car as well. I call it at the other track. This thing is fast. It's better than 13-second fast. I can tell you that right now. This thing, if Yarwood gets this down,
you talked it up in the first session, and then he had
Mate,
issues.
I've talked the two Supras up, the Derek's and Will's, and they both disappointed me. But don't disappoint me, Will. Come on. Doesn't sound happy, I'll tell you. So Ross's car goes through for 9.26 at 159. Will's will go through for 9.65 at 145. That was a lazy 9.65 mark.
It did sound pretty lazy. It sounded like it did it easy.
It did it. So that'll give you an indication of what Ross's and Williams. So Ross puts him into 5th position. Andrew Rankin, Troy Lewis.
Number 1 qualifier, Rankin in the Corona. Lewis in the Cortina.
Is that
Number 2
1 and 2?
qualifier. Yeah, 1 and 2 qualifiers.
Oh, right, side by side. This is like a battle royale with Rankin and Lewis. Who's going to get top qualifier out of these two? The Corona's gone. The Cortina had a bit of spin. The Corona says, I want number 1 qualifier. 8.59 at 159 to a 9.26. How does that change the standings, Mark? He'll keep
I think they'll keep him exactly in the same spots.
Mate, it was a shot fired across the bow, though.
Yeah, well, Rankin improved by a couple hundreds.
He did. Andrew got that thing down. Now we talked about top end. We talk about speed. Golby in the Corolla.
You think Christian could potentially nudge that number 1 spot?
I reckon he could without a doubt. Tim Hawkins in the 808 wagon. Needs to get it down. Christian get this thing to hook up. It'll have a good top end about it, though. We'll keep an eye on it. 993 at 137. Tim Hawkins, sadly, that gorgeous-looking 808 wagon, not playing the game. Ran a 16, but it's not playing the game today. So hopefully for Tim, he'll be able to get that all good for qualifier number 3. Because I want to see that thing run nicely in modified compact. We're chipping away through them, Mark. I tell you what, there's been a lot of questions being asked of a lot of these races, to be honest, in this past qualifier 1 and qualifier 2. I think a lot of them will be looking at it thinking, well, is the car playing the game? Am I playing the game? What is going on? Oh, big skid there from Callan in the... Well, that's not, I'll tell you what, that's not a Holden Gemini. That's what we've got on our screen. It is not a Holden Gemini. So Naomi Vandertote in the Nissan Silvia S15. And 982 for Naomi. I'm sure that car can go quicker than that. And we know that Callan in the Cal's Garage car will go quicker than that as well.
Well, the TV guys are telling me that it's got Pro Fox on the number plate.
Is it a Fox body Mustang?
Yeah, this might be a Fox body.
Ton of spin, the same for Naomi.
Spin. Yeah, that's it's been a bit of a challenge for a lot of teams, eh?
Yeah. Callan in the Stang says, look, you know what? There you go. 12.04. Yeah, but...
We'll have to get Naomi off the racing surface here.
Yeah, that's a little bit sad. We wanted to see Naomi hit the track.
Yeah, what we might do, might go to a word from our supporters here at the Jamboree while we get Naomi off the racing surface.
Hi guys, Herman from Platinum Racing Products, and I'm here at Sydney's Raceway to unveil our first new prototype RB blocks.
We are back, Master Mark Allen. Robert Cayley. Noor Jamis. Oh, look at that. The CQ Rotary RX2. It's loud, it's angry. It's 806 at 166 mile an hour. So the Jamis Snowder Sport Little Ute has ran a 1066.
This is Modified 10.5, brought to us by Mainline Smart Dyno Technology. They've been long-time supporters here of the Jamboree. And we are in qualifying session number 2, Modified 10.5. And it is the warmest part of the day. Just like the other classes that we've seen so far, the biggest challenge, again, like all the teams will be facing, is power management and getting it off the start line.
Which is...
And when you've got guys that are touching nearly 200 mile an hour, running in the low sevens like we saw from Guy King.
You need that.
Yeah.
you need it. So we are not far off, Mark, from you and I exiting the seat and going to Pro Compact with the boys. So let's have a look what Katie and Jamas can do. Got out. RX2 is out of there. Cut a good light too, Mark. 0.73. So Robert will go through for an 8.24 to 168 with a 0.73. Red light for Noah, but this is just qualifying. But an 8.74 to 154. I'm sure they will be happy with that because they finally got the car down nicely. I hope the guys were you guys happy with that, the Gemas guys? I hope they were happy with that because that certainly looked like it hooked up nicely.
It puts them into number 4 spot in qualifying.
And I don't see the mighty
don't see
Guy King there, so we get to see Josh Moore in the Barra. In the BR Barra Ute. So Guy, and in case you weren't here earlier, Guy King in the Corolla ran a 7.2 at 199.2 mile an hour. And sadly, we can't see him back round in the... I think maybe they just want to come back for third qualifier. They were probably happy with it, mate.
You could have been happy with it, you don't know.
Top qualifier by a long shot. And that top end was, well, mate, how quick does your modified car go? 170?
Yeah, 170 mile an hour.
Yeah, and this thing's got another 30 mile an hour. Imagine seeing that Corolla come past you at the end of the track. You're in a modified dragster. It's like, hello. Anyway, Josh Moore, the Performance Parts Plus BAU.
Don't tell people I drive a dragster at Jamboree, please.
Yeah. Well, we used to have a class for it.
Yeah, the extreme class.
Just need a turbo and or a 2J or a Barra or something in it. So Josh Moore in the BR Barra Ute. Get this, folks. Ran in the first qualifier in this awesome looking Ford. 8.07 at 175 miles an hour. So I'm sure that Josh, who is in third position, he only needs to go another tenth or so quicker to push himself up into second qualifier.
Only 100th, actually.
100, actually, you're right, 100.
That's not going to happen with spin on the car line for Joshua Moore. The Performance Parts Plus BR Ute will coast through here, will not improve on his earlier 8.07, which will keep him in that number 3 spot, 13 seconds to 73 miles an hour for Joshua Moore. And that brings a close to qualifying session number 2.
That does for
you and I, Mark. 10.5. Guy King will stay number 1 with that 7.25.
Yep.
And that means we've got a little bit of track prep for 10 minutes, and then we'll be back into the big boys: Pro Compact, Pro Turbo, Factory Extreme, Pro Mod, J275 and J315. So the big boys are coming back out.
So get yourself a nice comfortable seat, and we'll be back very shortly. We'll chuck the able commentary skills of Mr. Chris Diggles and Rusty Gregory back in for the pro category. So don't go too far, folks, because it is going to get louder and faster very shortly. We will see you all back very shortly.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannons,
We've also got Shannons Home and Contents cover,
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannons.
Shannons, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Performance tuners and racers trust Bosch technology for their high-performance engines. Precision, reliability and performance. Bosch fuel injectors give you peace of mind, knowing your engine is getting the best fuel delivery. Race after race, year after year. Optimised spray formation for improved combustion, smoother power delivery and better throttle response. Bosch fuel injectors will put you ahead of the competition. Search Bosch Motorsport Australia. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch.
Yeah, first ever Jambo, first ever drag show.
Here we go.
drag strip domination. Quicker ETs, number one qualifiers, final round victories. We earn these things for ourselves and our racers with engine management designed to work the way people actually use it at the track. Our systems are constantly updated with new functionality and free updates because progress never stops. Always learning, always improving, always striving to make the best.
Designing and building a drag strip is extremely challenging. The lives of people are at stake. There is no room for error. My name is Frank Tarabay. I'm the owner and managing director of Every Trade Group.
Hi guys, Herman from Platinum Racing Products, and I'm here at Sydney Raceway to unveil our first new prototype RB blocks.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannons,
We've also got Shannons Home and Contents cover,
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannons.
Shannons, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Performance tuners and racers trust Bosch technology for their high-performance engines. Precision, reliability and performance. Bosch fuel injectors give you peace of mind, knowing your engine is getting the best fuel delivery. Race after race, year after year. Optimised spray formation for improved combustion, smoother power delivery and better throttle response. Bosch fuel injectors will put you ahead of the competition. Search Bosch Motorsport Australia. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch.
Yeah, first ever Jambo, first ever drag show.
Here we go. Here at Jambo, do we not?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, folks. Just chilling into a beautiful Saturday afternoon here at Willowbank Raceway. The Garrett Advancing Motion Brisbane Jamboree, as we do a little bit of track prep. I wouldn't call it prep. It's more manicuring. The amount
science.
It's a science. The amount of horsepower that we've been putting down this track. Now we've got this midday sun. Well, 1 o'clock or whatever. We've got the Queensland sun that just bakes this track. And you know what? You can be absolutely laser leveled and ground flat smooth like this track has been.
Mm-hmm.
But when it gets that little bit hot, a little bit slick, every drag strip in the world does it. When you put horsepower, rubber, and a flat surface, be it concrete or asphalt underneath it, is that there's a period of time where that track is not at its premium. People would like to say that have watched the sport for years, think that it's this time of day, and you're absolutely correct. But what we do see out of these sessions is ones that have adapted to that, have allowed for that, and that's going to show up in the qualifying list at the end of the day.
You could call it a redeployment of rubber assets. How's that? Because they scrape and then they put the rubber back down in other areas. It could be some bald spots starting to form on the start line. It really is a science in how Juzzy goes about preparing this racetrack, and it actually starts days in advance. It's not like he just shows up here at 7 o'clock this morning and has a coffee and says, "Okay, we good to go, guys." This is a process, and it's a science that goes on for days and days in advance of the event just to get this track to the point of where we've got it now.
And again, if you go back 21 years, like I did on YouTube the other day, the 2003 Jambo, when Packard debuted their MX-6 into the 7s, 7-second zone. Joe Signorelli was in the 7-second zone there as well.
Mm-hmm.
They were pretty much our quickest cars back then. Now we've got 5-second cars. We've got new generations making their debut at tracks, and it just goes to prove that the more Jambos we do, the more we get to see the history unravel from where we were to where we are now. Look at the industry back then to where it is now. And back then, mate, track prep wasn't really a thing 21 years ago. It was a drag strip, and that was enough.
No, you just cleaned up the oil, and if it was clean and dry, then it was pretty much good to go. Whereas what you've got now is it's completely different. There is dedicated companies and training programs and restoration programs to get racetracks up to the standard that you need to run these level of cars. And what we've got here today is by far and away one of the best racetracks in the world, and certainly one of the top echelon racetracks in this country.
And again, another thing I always used to argue about with drag racing, it's about the only motorsport that doesn't give anything out to the mainstream industry to use. Everything that's been developed and engineered in the drag racing world hasn't really left drag racing because it's only really good for the purpose. But track prep now as well is a new thing where we want to see, and remember, what's happened over the last 21 years as well, we've gone from engine dynos to roller dynos to hub dynos, and as we said, ECUs from back then to now, turbocharger technology from then to now. We've tripled, nearly quadrupled the horsepower in most cases, so something had to evolve as well. So where else in the world do you use a track rotator and a tyre sled and a spray rig? You use it on a drag strip. It's the only thing you need for surface preparation if you want it perfect. We lay the glue down, the things stick. That's basically what we do. When the track is at its prime, magic things happen. When the track's a little bit tricky, the same thing happens. Spectacular stuff happens.
Absolutely. And you get too much is not necessarily better either. That's why we get out there and have to scrape it, take the excess rubber off, and make that racing surface perfect once again. We're probably not too far off it. Now, the one thing I have noticed in the last 5 or so minutes is the Jet Racing boys coming out and having a good look at the racetrack. So I would suggest that might indicate that the boss might be coming out for a little bit of a play a little bit later on.
I think see the nose either of the Eclipse or the MX-5. It's just hard from here. If I had the binoculars, I could spot it.
Yeah,
but
roll
yes.
the car forward for us, please, if you can.
Yeah,
there we go.
Well,
it's Lee Doherty.
It's Lee because normally Captain has the high ace with Jet Racing.
That's right.
That's normally the giveaway for the Jet Racing
that
team.
is the giveaway, yeah, correct.
Is the Jet High Ace, not in this case. But look, it's that time of day where we get to see how all these Q2 and Q3 situations pan out. Every other category has managed to get at least a couple down. We've heard them. It was good doing the Babe Comp, stage 1 of the Babe Comp down there.
Why was it good doing the Babe Comp? Diggles, tell me.
No one else turned up for the job, so I got it.
Yep.
And
good one for the team. Good on you.
Yeah. So we had 10 lovely ladies there. We had a few that we've seen before. We've had a few new ones, and we've actually had a couple of contestants that did it the old-fashioned way. They're not here as promo girls for companies. They actually they were punters a couple of years ago and decided to to enter.
They want to have a crack.
Yeah, so just in the, I suppose, in the fun of the event, and they've all come back again the next year, and they're loving it. So it was really good. We had a lot of.
I hear it's the MC that keeps bringing them back.
Look, well, it's not. No, absolutely not. I can tell you that right now. I mean, if it was Chris Hemsworth, well, you're going to expect it, but not Chris Diggles. It's not the same. Doesn't have the same ring to it. But no, it was good. We've got the big screen down there, though, so you can actually watch the racing whilst doing the gig. It's also very hard to MC when a blown or something loud goes past, so you got to wait. Just let the engine,
just let it breathe a little.
Let the engines win, and then you come back. We'll go back there again at 2 o'clock, which would you believe is only 36 minutes away from seeing how those ladies fared. Now, we don't go all the way 1 to 10 as to who finishes who. It's about 1, 2, and 3. So we had 4 judges too, so that actually makes the judging even tighter when you've got the 4 judges. So I had a quick look at the sheets, and plenty of doodling all over it. So we just don't know what that's going to be like. Well, we've got to go back. We've got to see them all again, a little quick catch-up with them at 2 o'clock, and then we're able to announce 3rd, 2nd and 1st place in the 2024 Brisbane Jamboree.
It's a hard job,
comp.
but somebody's got to do it.
Well, I mean, I'm a slave to the timetable, and I've got to be there at 2 o'clock, mate, or else it just simply won't happen.
Show up and do your job. That's your role. Good job, Diggles.
Yeah.
Do want to say a big thank you to Garrett Advancing Motion, our naming rights partner for the 2024 Brisbane Garrett Advancing Motion Jamboree. Garrett Advancing Motion is the leading automotive turbocharger provider, supplying technology solutions to nearly every major automaker in the world. Their innovative turbo technologies for all applications enhance vehicle performance, fuel economy, and drivability. They cover the full range of engine sizes from sub 1 litre economy 3-cylinder engines all the way up to premium and high performance V8s and V12s, and a big thank you to Garrett Advancing Motion for their long-time support of the Jamboree series. It's great to have them here once again.
Yeah, their trade stand just in behind the grandstands here. That many people engaged in conversation down there. So people have got genuine questions about turbochargers, and I'll tell you what I used to be pretty much on all the turbo lingo, but guess what? Not as much as these guys now. In fact, the stuff you can discuss down there with what you need, we're in a whole different world than where we were 25 years ago. The turbo industry has moved ahead, as well as the performances of all these vehicles. No coincidence there. The industry continues to advance with more power. But right now, it is McKern and Associates Pro Compact, our next qualifying session. From humble beginnings in 2002, Damien McKern's team of over 30 accountants and advisors are deeply committed to growing in their skills and knowledge. They've worked hard to build a personable and confident approach. That's you, Mr. McKern. Under. Sorry, mate, a bit of screaming Rotary once in a while brings out the Spanish. Yeah,
it's just what happens.
We need the horns back, as I've always said.
The vuvuzelas?
Yes.
Yes.
If
anyone's got one at home, bring it along tomorrow. We'll let you blow your vuvuzela. Anyway, Lee Doherty, the MX-5 down there, was blowing a lot of smoke when he first fired it up. Looked like a steam-powered MX-5 at one point, but looks like it's cleared itself up a little bit. And Alan Dodd in What Up G, the 13B powered Mazda. Very tough little car. This one currently number 5 qualifier with the 769. But as he touched on in the first round of qualifying, did roll out of the throttle early. It was more of a banker, just a safety pass, just to see that everything was going to plan. And by the look of it, it certainly was. So Alan Dodd, the number 5 qualifier, Doherty, yet to make a run down the racetrack, or a legitimate run down the racetrack, I should say, after he clipped the timing cones in that first qualifying session.
Yeah, that was wild. As the boost settings started to kick in there, first to second with that car, it just launched in the air, carried itself over the centre line near 330. He had to give it up, so he hasn't got one on the board yet. He needs that settler. Dodsy's already got the settler, so now I'd say it's nearly semi-send for What Up G. He normally likes to just keep him in the bank and then run him flat out when he has to, but I think Dodsy wants to put one in the bank here and nudge that down from 769 to something else, because she was really good in the short times. We got one bumping in with an auto and a bump box and a trans brake. We got one there with a clutch, an RPM Pro Compact.
Dodd very nearly rolled the beams there. Doherty going over near the centre line once again, but he's pulled it back into line this time around, and a 740. That'll do it. 191 miles per hour. 740 will bump him up the qualifying list, probably to around the number 4 or 5 spot, I would suggest. Dodd, a lot of smoke out of that car just past half track. A 7 69 was his previous run, and he'll rely on that to stay in the number 6 qualifying spot. So Doherty goes to 4.
I just wonder again whether Dodsy's just not enough launch RPM or horsepower out of the hole, because it almost just upsets the car. When it sort of bogs, it starts to upset the car. It starts to bounce. That didn't really 140 on the 60. It didn't come out with any power at all. So I think that track's definitely sticky enough. It's just catching these 13Bs, well, some of the 13Bs out. I think you just got to send it all. Give the start line everything you think. No settlers.
Yeah, and then some. Chris Hall taking on Simon Ioanu now. Nice burnout from Ioanu. A 687 was the number 1 qualifying pass from Chris Hall in the first round of qualifying. We have not seen the RX-8 out on track yet today, so this will be his first pass down the racetrack, and look, he's certainly in the ballpark of being able to take that number 1 spot.
2 very, very stout 13Bs, one from Victoria, of course, Pro Maz, Simon Ioanu, and Chris Hall out of the Mazfix Racing stable at Underwood in Brisbane. Of course, Archie. Haven't seen Archie. I thought Archie would have been out in Factory Extreme, but we haven't seen Archie. I know that the truck got here eventually, but I thought the flagship would have been here. But here's the 13B version. Of course, Archie had this car as well before Chris bought it. And 687 is number 1 qualifier so far. So 13B to the top. But Simon Ioanu, this car has gone mid-6s in Sydney, and it didn't even look like it was trying. He comes here, more horsepower, more bite, and it's just caught him out a little bit. So I hope he's going to send everything that he's got in that engine out on this run, because the track's going to take it. That big tyre, they spin them a bit if they can, get the power out, and that spins a little bit and they grab the gears. Watch the front end, watch the half-track ETs. We'll know by 330 foot whether they've got it all together.
If you're on a slick, you'd rather spin it a little bit than dead hook the tyre, because when you dead hook a slick, you tend to go straight up in tyre shake, and that's pretty much, there's no recovery from that. If you spin a little bit, you can kind of manage that a little bit if you short shift on your way down the racetrack. So there's certainly opportunities there. Clean greens on both sides of the racetrack. Ioanu rolls out of the throttle, and it sounded like a whole box full of neutrals there for Chris Hall. Just didn't pull second gear.
Nah.
120 to the 60. It was 107 for Ioanu, so he was certainly on a run. But unfortunately, not representative runs on either side of the racetrack.
107 was almost going to be good enough. If you just grabbed the rest of the gears there, Simon, it would have been great. Now, whether or not that was a miss or a breakage, again, the same thing we could say there for Chris Hall. It sort of neutralised.
Yeah.
And you just never know, just with the tough, the tough RPM, the tyre shake. You get a bit of tyre shake in these things. You can unload gearboxes. They're very highly strung in the drivetrain. Any bit of rattle or shake can neutralise or break. Look, let's not dance around it. Break stuff.
Oh yeah,
we've broken plenty of stuff in the past. All right, 4-banger. Here we go. The little starlet representing, and a little bit of 13B beside there as we get the names up. Benny Palmer, yes. Benny sent me some secret photos a few weeks ago, getting the red car together.
Not so secret anymore.
No. Well,
Sam Kiprios, for such a crazy short wheelbase, high horsepower car, this car of Kiprios is surprisingly well sorted. It goes down the racetrack so well, and he drives this thing too. He knows exactly what it's going to do before it does it 9 times out of 10.
It's he's lapped this thing an inordinate amount of time in Superstock. Like, he's been chasing the track championships for years in the double D gas category. So he has learnt with lots of laps. He's a young guy. His dad, of course, still deep into the engine building. A lot of the good Toyota engines, 3RZ or 2J, even 1J. Kip does a very good engine. He's gone to the clutchless gearbox. I think he was an auto for a while, and then he's now gone to a clutchless gearbox. He's also got the wheelie bars way out the back of that 80-inch wheelbase Starlet. He's got plenty of tyre underneath it, and it's gone bottom 7s. 3RZ powered Starlet. Benny Palmer, high school teacher, and not too many students know what Teach does after school, other than he just turns out way cool. He'd be a cool teacher anyway, let alone what he does here on the track. OG Jamboree competitor Benny Palmer. All right, here we go. Take your time, boys.
He's only qualifying no revs on board for Kip.
No. He's going to just get something under power, both of them. So the start line they all balked at the start line. Nothing came out under power, either with that damn sticky that maybe more horsepower's needed, but they're not definitely showing much of it coming out of the line there.
It doesn't sound like they're leaving with any kind of RPM.
And you know, look, one thing we can't discount is it's still quite warm.
That's true.
It's quite like power sapping. So as much as the track's really good, I think we're down on power too because that really good air hasn't come. So you know we've got that weird combination of a super sticky track and no power, no horsepower in the air.
You know what it does mean though when we roll around to the third qualifying session this afternoon. When there's a little bit of a shadow on the track, a little bit cooler air, that's going to be flavour country for some of these cars.
Speaking of flavour country, how about the world's quickest Toyota-powered four-cylinder? Gold Coast's own Chris Tate. Tate has been around a while, learned his craft, does so much stuff in-house. I mean, he's known as the RZ King. He's got the quickest 3RZ in the world, and this beautiful 200SX is in Pro Compact. And if he can play his cards right, he can just about clean them all up too, just quietly, because this combo, if he keeps it together, it's that 640 zone. Mind you, El Chevo beside him here, Pete Raham.
Burnout down, Pat.
The kid's born to do it. You watch your uncles and your father for so long, you know how to do it. Hats off to Dave Reed, gave us that beautiful photo of a tiny little Pete Raham in the grandstands with Father Rocky all those years ago. And the kid, it's so good to see it because, you know, we don't see it enough. We don't see the second generation stuff. To actually be right in the middle of watching a kid evolve from a child to a man to a racer, it's moments like this we should savour and just say may many thousands more of these moments come. Because, you know, Jambo just epitomises what it's about.
You know, the other thing that's really cool about this is when you look down on the racetrack, you can see Rocky, you can see George, you can see the boys, the elder statesmen of the Pack Performance stable. They're all standing back. They're letting the young guys run this deal. They're letting the young guys do what they do.
Under the one umbrella, we got Uncle George and Dad. So here's Rocky just stepped out for a moment.
And
but
Rodney's off to the side as well.
That was a great moment. It was actually under the one umbrella. Rocky
cool.
and George under the one umbrella. Oh, by the way, haven't they sold some umbrellas?
There's plenty of yellow and black Pack Performance umbrellas out there.
If you've got a Pack umbrella, give it a little shake. Shake your little Pack umbrella right now. Where's it? Come on, shake your Pack umbrella. This guy did. This lady did. I reckon that's what we'll get the Packies to see next time. We're going to shake all your umbrellas, spin them, do the umbrella spin. Don't take anyone's eyes out.
Yes.
Okay, let's get back to it. Come on, Tater. It's all on the clutch can. He's got all the horsepower. Mind you, Uncle Rodney knows how to set a pretty good clutch for Pete over here. Born to race the Pro Tree in a 13B. Tate is in.
Rolling in deep here, Pete. 066 the thing's moving around a lot, but he's driving it. Reefs it back into the centre of the lane. This is on a solid number, and a 736, 188. That is a big step in the right direction for him. 736, 188. It doesn't improve on his previous 724, but Chris Tate, an 893, just went away a little bit just before half track, but that was a long way from a clean run from Peter Raham.
No, it's all over the joint. He grabs the gears, the thing steers straight, and he gets it down the middle. I was watching Tate. I wasn't so much watching Peter. I've already seen the attitude of the car, and he's good 1, 2, 3 with that car, and then the rest, it just settles down nicely. Remember, no aero on that RX3 at all. You know what I mean? Like, it's RX3
and
going
it's
through.
Yeah. There's plenty of air going underneath it as well as over it.
And I'm watching Tate's little land rocket, you know, and there was a couple of incrementals there where Tate's thing was on a tear. It actually got through the clutch, got through that first 60, 100 foot, and it was going to start making some waves, and then something happened after that, which is a typical Jamboree saying, and it was going really well. And then something happened after that, and then the run was aborted.
Yeah, unfortunately, it looks like Jurgen Piscopo being pushed back down there. So he will not be taking part in this second qualifying session for McKern and Associates Pro Compact. And I think we are going to be moving on to Pro Turbo very shortly.
Yeah, it sounds like it, Dave Reed. You're asking when's the Babe Comp final presentation. It's at 2 o'clock, so 22 minutes time.
And why would the photographer want to know when the Babe Comp presentation
Because he gets the photos.
The
he
winning
gets
photos.
the paparazzi photos. and I do a I do a couple of photos when the girls are taller than me. I crouch down so they're like 2 foot tall. Great photos. Look like Dickie Nee standing here next to these blondes.
He's really doing the sport a service. He's preserving it for posterity.
Absolutely.
History's sake.
You wouldn't get a harder hard drive than Dave Reed's, let me tell you. I mean, he's got the photos.
Next up, it is Big Tony. Tony Goodrum taking on Jason Payne in our first pair of the second session of Pro Turbo qualifying. And look, both guys having vastly different first qualifying sessions. That would be the easiest way to say it. Tony Goodrum didn't really get down the racetrack in any way, shape or form. Pulled through the beams, and on the other hand, Jason Payne at 6:52 took him to the #1 spot. So very different fortunes.
Yeah, Big Tone is still trying to get that 7-second time. That's all he wants out of his home-built little Suzuki Swift, mind you. Jason Payne, he's just got himself into the 6s, then it's 680s and 670s, and he keeps on chipping away at the combo, and now he's got that mid 6-second RB full tube R32 weapon that, again, worldwide just drops jaws with cars like this. You could take this to any drag strip in the world and they just go, man, respect. You've got yourself a beautiful combo. He's up there from North Queensland, Brandon, so he's a North Queensland boy with a penchant for high-tech boosted Nissan and drag racing. And isn't he good? He's got some Pro Turbo gold already. So Jason Payne, can he put a settler in here, something like a 50 or a 60? Tony, he just wants to go straight and he wants to run a 7. Pro Turbo qualifying. No, Tony, no!
Well, Payne's on a nice run. Pulled it back from the wall. Doesn't improve, but still goes 6:58, 218.
Oh, there goes Tone. I think must have neutralised again or something.
It seems like as he leaves the start line, it's just popping back out of gear. Just as soon as he leaves the line, it's it's a vicious kind of launch from that thing. So a 19-second pass will be a run that gets him in the field, but at the moment at the very bottom of the qualifying list with a 1971. So Justin Gregory will take on Eddie Howich now. Battle of the two New South Welshmen.
So the big shout out there from the boys in Bundy. So yeah, Payne's from Bundy. So he'd be the quickest drag car in Bundy, you reckon, 6:52. I'd say Bundy's fastest drag racer right there.
Safe to say.
218 mile an hour. Big shout out to a couple of people. Graham Hallar. Big shout out to you, Chris Honordale Hellier. Hello.
Graham, hello.
No, it's Graham Hallar. Get well soon, son. And big shout out to everyone in Bundy watching on the live stream. The Jambo live stream, it's reaching people because my phone's getting reached back.
I know we had about 500 people plus watching it this morning. I don't know how many. We're up to 1,400 people watching online, so big hello wherever you may be in the world. Let us know where you are watching from. Send your message to Chris Diggles.
Oh, there we go.
There we go. There's the first one.
Yeah.
Right on cue.
There we go.
It is the black track performance car of Justin Gregory up against Eddie Howich, who went 6:53, just missed out on the #1 spot by only 100th of a second in that first qualifying session, 217 miles per hour. It was a great side-by-side race.
Folks, I can't advise you right now, but I don't know where to look. If this thing sticks, both of these things, we can't even talk. We're not even going to talk. Let's just let it go, these boys.
Okay, I'll turn my mic off.
I'm going to say Bump City real quick, but that's all. That's all I'll say.
Staging duel.
I mean, this is qualifying.
Staging duel wasn't on my bingo card in the second round of qualifying.
All right, boys, here they go. Here we go. You can hear them both. There we go.
Hold on.
108 to the 60. 6:52 with a 220 mile an hour. Eddie Howach, #1 qualifier.
0.003 of a second.
Oh, Payne and Eddie at the top. Justin Gregory, not the horsepower we expected out of the RX-7. It did go 200 mile an hour on the last run, but how's Eddie? 220 mile an hour. That left-hand front wheel dangles it.
0.003 of a second separate #1 and 2 qualifiers in Pro Turbo. Man, That is tight.
If that has to be Eddie Howack and Jason Payne racing each other in any other race over the weekend, let that be it.
Can we make it the third round of qualifying, please?
2J versus RB rear-wheel drive auto pro turbo cars. That's
Who am I
pretty
going to
awesome.
talk to? Let's make it happen. I'll take Chris Diggle said, and that holds some weight.
No, it really doesn't, mate. It really. You can try, but oh look, my phone's blowing up again. So. Oh, there we go.
So next
there
up
we
it
go.
is Kareem
Thank you.
Amraz
Thank you.
from Penrith in New South Wales. Nice part of the world. And they're on the Nepean River taking on Jared Blair from Coomera in Queensland, the King Kong Supra. Got a couple of King Kongs here this weekend.
And there you go. Rob Harrington, one of those 1,400, 1,500 people yelling out from Emerald. He would have probably loved to have mixed it up here in Pro Mod, but Rob has a blow and Hemi habit that he has to maintain, and that means working at Emerald. And I bet you, hey, what temp is it out there, Rob? Send us the temperature. Get us a thermometer and get us a photo of the thermometer where you're working out there.
To be honest, Rob's probably just crying that he's not here.
Mate, you'd have a good chance here this weekend, son. I reckon you'd be right on the money. But he's out working at Emerald and he's watching on the Jamboree live stream. All right, here we go. Jared Blair, Kareem Amraz, 2J, 20B. Bit of Pro Turbo. I think, yeah, Jared, he's in the class. He might have a chance in here. Who knows? Kareem, don't stall it. Oh, Kareem, hold on to it, Kareem. Oh, no. Oh, that'll do.
It's in.
There, just go, both of yous.
Sounds like it's gone quiet in there. In the meantime, Jared Blair, not too many problems with him. A little bit of smoke at the other end. And a 768 gets him in. 768, 193 miles per hour. And Kareem Amraz, unfortunately, not going to record a representative time. I think it might improve on the 15:54 from earlier, maybe.
But it's a number in the system, and that is good. And look, if the guy's obviously still coming to grips with the beast, you've got to, at least he's getting the thing into stage. He's just got to get it all to work on one run, and he's got another session to do it, and he's already in the field. So, I mean, he can turn up tomorrow and still run, I'm sure. I'm sure we can get him in the field. He just needs a bit more track time, and that thing's going to haul. Absolutely going to haul. We know that. But, driving these things, it's not as easy as everyone thinks. Rob reckons it's only 28 out there.
Is that all?
28 degrees in Emerald. I reckon we're probably warmer here. Thought it'd be warmer out there.
It is time now for Precision Turbo and Engine Factory Extreme. Precision Turbo design, test and manufacture record-setting and championship-winning turbochargers for all forms of racing worldwide, as well as original equipment manufacturers such as General Motors. Precision Turbo's knowledge and friendly staff have nearly 100 years of combined knowledge of turbocharged vehicles and are committed to providing full technical support on each and every product sold. They put their expertise to work for their customers, and a big thank you to them for their support of Factory Extreme this weekend. And what a matchup we have got first off. This is the way to start things, Diggs.
Yeah, well, looks like the captain, the boss, Mr. Jamboree, Cole Wilshire, has brought out the finely tuned piece of billet aluminium and carbon fibre jewellery, which is, it ran 30s and 40s in testing.
Yeah, okay.
Like, they seem to get the 30s and 40s down pat now. They're getting more and more runs in the 630s, 640s, and in ideal conditions, that 605.90, that's where the captain wants to take this thing.
Yep.
I don't think 5 seconds are going to happen now for the 4-cylinder, but folks, this is still one of the world's quickest 4-cylinder door cars, period. He's gone 6 flat. And it's about the 4th, I think. And that's right, you can't hear it.
It's so quiet, especially compared to the thing next to it, the RX-9.
Oh, put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, that, you know what, Packer's still talking to the crowd with 20Bs in the burnouts like they were 25 years ago.
Give your umbrellas a twirl.
Where's the Pack umbrellas? Give them a twist. Yep, in there. Watch out for him. Watch out. Don't swing that thing too hard. They're all pumped up because he comes back at 100 mile an hour as well. Correct. But I remember the first 20B burnout that George did at Calder Park at the Nationals, and it silenced the crowd. Now, that car only ever went 890, which was blisteringly quick back then, but it was a 20B in Power Glide, and Georgie's burnout sounded like that, and the crowd went quiet. Then they applauded. Here they are, forming an empire from the Rotary engine, and honestly, you could do an Australian story on them, but they need their own series. You know what I mean? Honestly, I don't know why Netflix hasn't signed this mob 10 years ago.
Just for the entertainment factor alone.
But just, I mean, you've got a million influencers out there and YouTubers out there, but how about a bit of the truth, what the day-to-day life is, and then what they do on the weekends for recreation?
Absolutely.
The captain! Come on, Cole. Compound turbo, 120 PSI through a billet 4G63, and I don't know whether he's got the 7-speed in it today or the 5-speed. Factory Extreme, triple rotor, 4-cylinder. Oh, Cole with wheel spin and shake from Georgie. Oh, you can't criticise the guys. You know, we talked about 10 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Everyone needs to bring more horsepower to the start line. They did not skimp on the horsepower, and that's the fine line when you got the big tyre on the back, is you can rattle the bags. Cole zinged the crap out of his.
Yeah, it was actually two completely different things. Cole zinged him, and George just shook and tried to drive through it. Look how far out he actually drove it, probably 120, 130 feet out off the start line, and then the thing turned right and tried to go over into Cole's lane, so he wisely got off the throttle.
And isn't that funny with an auto car, that it should do that with an auto car?
Yeah.
And obviously with converted technology now, where you can program the amount of sort of stall and slippage you get, and again, it's about bleeding, oil through it and this, that, and the other, and then you can lock it up. So that converter tune is so damn close to a clutch tune there to be able to shake like that. Auto cars, that sort of fluid coupling from the torque converter, normally wouldn't rattle that bad, but just goes to prove they're so close to nailing the setup, and they say they could go back to a clutch tomorrow if they thought it was a benefit, but they really see potential in the tunability, changing, stators in the torque converters and locking them up, that they're going to stick with that quick drive for a while, they reckon.
Now
it's close.
The biggest name that's outside the field at the moment, as in has not made a representative run of any shape, is this man, Rod Harvey, in the Yuasa Battery Supra. He's going to take on Jason Both, who also doesn't have a run in this field so far.
Come on, boys, you've got to make it count.
Two real quality cars here that currently are not qualified in this field. I'm sure that will change after this.
Well, they got to make it count now, boys. It's time to concentrate, get on your A game. You've got to get the thing into stage, and you've got to get down the edge. That's right. I don't think you need a lot of burnout here. Like, honestly, I don't think you need much at all. That is ready to receive a pretty decent amount of your best horsepower in both lanes. Rod, I think, just blew the tyres off it on the previous run. And
roll the beams.
Oh, that's right. He dragged that, but he still gave it a bit. Remember, he still drove it out. So
he drove it out the back door, and to me, it looked like probably a low 6 on that.
So,
run.
and you know what? Transmission systems check. Test, this test, so it went through gears, it went under speed, it handled well at the end, the chutes came out. It wasn't a completely wasted run, but you killed for that time slot.
He wouldn't be thinking too much over this, but he's made enough of us to know that the car's doing everything that it needs to do. It's just that start line that they need to sort out, and for Jason Both, I can't actually remember what happened to Jason.
Me neither. I think
there's been so many.
I think he blew the tyres off. I think he actually blew the tyres off it as well.
Right,
look at the amount of tyre the damn thing's got under it. Like it's a both full tube, big tyre cars. Pretty much pro mods, but not. Billet 20B and Billet 2JZ. So
There's
one with the clutch. So Harvey's still got the clutch in his and a clutch setup.
Look at the pack performance boys behind.
Yeah, Botha. Here they go. Factory Extreme qualifying. Just hold your breath sometimes, don't you? You just go, what's going to happen now?
That's so close to rolling the beams there for Harvey. It's like something's coming out of that car. It's just hazing its way through, and that's a lot of smoke through the deep end. 654 at 190, 663 for Jason Both. So that's clean, well, not clean runs, but it's runs in the field now for those two guys. They go to number 4 and 5 qualifying positions respectively. But for Rod Harvey, I think there's going to be a bit of concern from that car because that was a lot of smoke, and it wasn't a tyre rubbing. I'll give you the hot tip.
Yeah, that's they're going for a quick look there to see. God, something just, you hold your breath, as I said before the run, because these things are rocket ships. Within 5 seconds, they're at the other end doing 240, 250 mile an hour. Yep. And you just wish them good, Godspeed and a straight run. I mean, this track is just completely changed its attitude here since it got ground and resurfaced. You know what I mean? I mean, it is a billiard table smooth. Even alcohol funny cars go down here without bouncing. That's how smooth it is. And you know what? It's the first time I'll say it. At the Winter Nationals, alcohol funny cars look boring because they just went straight down the race.
Yeah, the Altereds didn't. No.
Yeah, well, that's it. And any of these wild door cars that sometimes drive down here with, maybe one wheel on the ground,
Exactly. We've still got 2 more cars, I think, left in this session of Factory Extreme. And is that Archie?
Funny you should say that. The man that we said we hadn't seen yet is here, and the man we hadn't even mentioned is here. And that's coming up at the end here. So we got one more run in Factory Extreme other than Pepe and Archie.
And is that Sammy?
I was about to say it.
Sorry, I stole your thunder.
No, that's all right.
I stole your thunder.
All right.
All right.
Send it, Archie. Oh, Arch, come on, Arch. First gear, mate.
Untidy burnout for
Pepe
there. Got very, very sideways in the burnout. And I think Archie's having some trouble keeping the gear lit down there.
Not good, not ideal. Can we get it back in the water and get the flagship fired up?
I don't think so.
He's only going to have that one last-ditch effort this afternoon then, Arch, if he can't get it going now. I know that technically, look, honestly, if you're in for a fair go, he hasn't faced the starter. He's only been in the box. If you believe in a fair go, him and Sammy might run, but he's hoping. That's if the thing starts up. Sometimes these things just have a habit of carking themselves, and then you find it 10 minutes later. Jambo's always been like that. When everything works, it's poetry, absolute mechanical poetry in every way. Sights, sounds, smells. And then when they play up, it's like, God, I'm glad you guys are fixing it. You know what I mean? Thank God, because I'm not smart enough. We've got the smartest people in the game. I mean, we are at rocket science level here to make these things work. You just can't send, and not everyone can send a car down the track or steer it. Oh, Pepe goes towards the right-hand wall, 103 and the 60. And the South Aussie's not going to improve on that 886, but he'll be in that Factory Extreme field.
No, it was a clean launch. It actually didn't bog, it didn't shake, it didn't do anything except go right. He had to get out of the throttle, otherwise he was going to have a very, very good close-up inspection of the Platinum Racing product signage down there on the concrete wall, because it was getting close. Did the right thing, got out of the throttle, but doesn't fill you with confidence heading into the final round of qualifying when you've only got an 886 under your belt in what is a quality field of Factory Extreme here.
Well, I mean, these cars aren't any joke. I mean, you're sending that thing out at 103 and the 60. They're just about as quick as you can expect in a door car of any size or weight.
Yep.
Anything there is full attention. The next couple of gears, and that's the thing with these 5-speed gearbox cars, is that that thing can be changing direction before you've even grabbed another gear, or just when you're about to grab a gear, the thing does something wrong. And again, you've got to be so well tuned to the behaviour of how fast those cars react. Like, you can't even appreciate what sort of reflexes you need to really drive one.
Especially when the front wheels were on in the air. They weren't even on the ground in that car.
Don't you love it when cars come out locked, like the front end?
Yeah, not rolling at all.
Yeah, I love that. There is another lesson in physics, which is something to describe a car that hits the start line perfectly, and all it did off the launch was maybe roll the front tyre one revolution before it carried them for 300 foot. Here he is, breaking the land speed record at 100 mile an hour. Queensland's fastest property developer, Sammy. QPG, Queensland Property Group. He's normally running 1 or 2 or 3 cars. Sammy Afcal from River Hills here near Ipswich. And, he's...
Strap's not attached.
Mate, his heart rate in this car would be like 180 beats a minute. I mean, Sammy gets pumped. He ran a PB the other night of 6:31. So
yeah, that's moving in the right direction.
Yeah, he's had a lot of laps in this car. A million gremlins. Like, this is the one thing about this, is that it'd send me to the loony bin for 5 years. The gremlins he's had in this car would send me away and never do the thing again. Yep. But he keeps turning up, looking for the results, and then he starts to get the results. 6:30, 6:37. I mean, we always knew the potential was there. We knew we could steer it, but he just needed everything to go right with the combo. And he'll do the rest. That's the one thing about Sammy. He'll do the rest. Up to you, son. All you. Keep that in stage. All right. He hasn't got one on the board yet. Time to put one on the board in Factory Extreme. Brought to us by Precision Turbo and Engine. Sammy.
Sound happy, does it?
Oh.
Sounded almost beautiful. It just didn't sound happy up on the chip.
Look, he's going to just clear it out here. He'll clear it out there. He just did not want to engage anything sort of horsepower-wise. Or I thought maybe if he's trying to let the clutch out or whatever, whether there was something there with the mechanism. But look, it didn't come off the line, you know, in the anger.
1185 at 173 miles per hour.
Yeah, well, he's in.
Yeah.
Let's just say he's in.
He's got a run on the board.
A 10-car Factory Extreme field, and Sammy's in. He's got that rundown. He's now got to try and back it up and get a more representative number. And I can assure you, folks, once we get a little bit more sun out of the way here, the last session today will be quick.
Interesting. We did not see Frank Tarabay,
Nope.
Zoran Gajic, Paul Mahaya,
No.
or Tarabay in that session.
Wow, all the gas
So
guys.
all of the gas cars, not one of them came out
Wow.
for that session.
Well, you know what? Maybe there's an attitude to the hot track, and they think, you know what,
Well, I
last
mean, at
session,
the
and
moment,
they've all qualified.
The 3 of the 4 that have gone down the racetrack are 1, 2, and 3 in the qualifying order as it stands at the moment. So not exactly surprising, but we are going to move now into Pro Mod, presented by Every Trade Group. And at Every Trade, we deliver the highest quality construction, fit out, heritage, new builds and complex refurbishment in key sectors nationally, offering full integrated services in these specialist sectors and bringing a sustainable focus to everything they do. Their team is passionate and dedicated to meeting and exceeding client expectations. Big thank you to the Tarabay team and Every Trade Group for their sponsorship of ProMod here this weekend.
And I love the ad that they've done. Have you seen the ad on the stream with Frankie? No. He's in there with the hard hat and the high vis and all these drone shots of Sydney Dragway Yep, and then all the other projects, St Vincent's Hospital and everything he's done.
Now, Neil Murphy, I'm going to say, probably had a pretty relaxed between rounds session because he was able to be posting on Facebook about just reposting what's going on in Pro Mod. We ran this, we did this. So I think everything's going to plan pretty much for him. The car just behaving itself, but the 600 in the first round of qualifying with a couple of cylinders out probably wasn't a bad way to start at 253 miles per hour. 756 for Peter Gratz leaves a little bit to be desired.
No, I think Gratzy's got one coming up here. He's got Jeff Cuttajar behind here. That's helping with a little bit of Gratzy's preparation. So there's a few tricks on there.
That's straight, clean, and fast. 594, 253 miles per hour. 608 for Peter Gratz. That's a good run from him. 608, 238 miles per hour. That is very, very solid for Peter Gratz. Neil Murphy, on the other hand, 594, 253, takes him to the number 2 qualifying spot in behind Paul Merry, who is currently number 1 with a 592. And we have still got plenty more to come in Every Trade Group Pro Mod. I would say goodbye to Chris Diggles. He's off to take one for the team and do the Babe Comp, I believe. And I think I'm going to welcome to the microphone, is it Mr. Mark? It is going to be Mark Allen. So with that, we've still got our number 1 qualifier left to come in this session for Every Trade Group Pro Mod. And we also have got, it looks like Russell Pavey down there lining up to make a couple of checkout runs. I may be wrong on that. I haven't seen the computer update itself, but it is Russ Pavey. There we go. Welcome back to the microphone, Mr. Mark Allen.
Hey, how you going, mate? Good to see Russ Pavey out here this weekend in the Corvette. Haven't seen him for a while, actually.
No, former event winner in Indoor Slammer at a national championship level. So he's certainly got a car under him when everything is going to plan. But it's great to see him back out here making some runs. Obviously, I guess when you've got the opportunity to run on a quality racetrack at your home track, it's probably not a bad thing to do on a Saturday afternoon, is it?
Oh, not at all, mate. We know this car's running to the 580 zone for Russ Pavey. He'll be taking on Paul Merry.
Paul Merry has really surprised a lot of people this week.
Oh, running the quickest quarter-mile pass on a radial tyre. That'll do it. 585 during the week in testing for Paul Merry. Here's our number 1 qualifier here in Pro Mod.
Such a cool-looking car, this one. The Nova. Twin turbo, 572 cubic inch. Russ Baby, a little bit untidy at the end of the burnout down there. Just drifting around. It would have been his first burnout for probably, I'd say nearly 12 months, wouldn't it?
I think so as well. I think
The winters last year, maybe.
If they haven't tested, this may be just like a checkout pass as well.
Yeah.
If it's been a while for
Just run it through
paving.
the gears,
Yeah.
make sure that everything goes to plan and button it off early. It's a great opportunity to test everything out in front of a really solid crowd. Give yourself a big pat on the back, everybody here at the racetrack, and the nearly 1,500 people. In fact, I think we have just ticked over 1,500 people watching online. So a big hello to wherever you may be watching from in the world. Paul Merry, as he touched on, 585 in testing, knocked out a 592 earlier on this morning. Speed down a little bit, only 230 miles per hour, so it wasn't exactly a full pull for Paul Merry, but we know that Russ Pavey can run deep into the 5-second zone with his Corvette.
I think, yeah, obviously Merry can improve, so if it is a full lap for him, we could see him dip into the 580s. It is a bit warmer than what it was earlier today in Q1.
Now, this is not Pro Mod as you would usually know it at a national championship level, because these guys are not running to an index. There's no 585 fixed index that they would usually run. This time around, it is uncork these things and see what they can do. Whoa, way out of shape for Russell Pavey. I think he kept it shiny down there. I don't think he got the wall. I can see the crew taking a big sigh of relief and say, yep, okay, it's still in one piece. We can come back for another run later on today. But Russell Pavey has a very good look at the concrete down there.
It looked like he had a bit of shake down there just from up here in our vantage point in the commentary box. 100 to the 60 foot for Russell Pavey there. 100 with the shake, so that's pretty stout, pretty solid for the guys' first pass here.
Still plenty more cars left to come. We have still got Jet Martin in the Commodore. This is an outstanding specimen of drag racing machinery.
It's always been outstanding for Jet Martin.
Oh, the new combination, though, because...
He went 5. He was in the 5s with the old combo.
Yeah, with the old combo. And keep in mind, this has still got the steel roof and quarters.
Yeah.
This is not a Pro Mod by any stretch of the imagination. This is...
Commodores weren't designed to do that.
It's almost an outlaw street car, for lack of a better word. That's probably a more adequate description of what this thing is. And he is going to take on Steve Smith this time around in the Mustang, who is still looking to log a 5-second pass here this weekend.
It dragged through the beams in that first session for Smith.
He's got the burnout down, Pat. Now, I do need to get a message either Corey or Joel Burns and ask how much this car weighs. Because in the first round of qualifying, it went 100 to the 60 foot, and it wasn't even trying. And that is an outstanding short time for what I suspect is a pretty heavy piece of machinery. This car is not light in any way, shape, or form. So to go 100 shows that this thing has got deep 5-second
Do you know what the
potential.
combo is for Martin? What the combo, what he's gone to?
I don't know exactly. I wouldn't want to say that it's one over another. But I love the leaf blower through the window there to blow the smoke out of the car. So they open one door, stick the leaf blower through to try and blow some of that smoke out. It's different. I can't say it's something that I've seen done before.
I know it's first for me as well. I've never seen someone blowing the... It's smart when you think about it.
Work smarter, not harder. So, Jet Martin, this fantastic looking Commodore out of Aberglasslyn in New South Wales. And Steve Smith in the Mustang, much more purpose-built looking car as opposed to the Commodore with stock proportions. There's no chop in the roof. There's no extended wheelbase on this thing. This is how the General made them. 108 to the 60, a little bit lazier this time around for Jeremy Martin. Shoots still out early in a 617 at 195 miles per hour. That is outstanding for Jeremy Martin,
Yeah.
617.
402 to half track for Jeremy Martin there, 190 mile an hour. Smith, though, had issues there on the hit.
Burnsy, can you give us a range of what that car weighs, just so we know? Use hand signals. I'm really... 2? We'll call it 2530. Okay. A bit higher than that. Okay. All right. So it's heavy. That's what we're learning. It's not a light car by any stretch. And 617 with the shoots out way early. That car has got some potential. And Jet Martin as well. He can drive that thing, man.
Oh, if that was out the back door, that would have been a low 60.
Yep, absolutely.
On that
and
run.
They're still creeping up on
it was 108 to the 60. So he was down 800s to what he did earlier today, just to the 60 foot.
Yeah.
Alone.
Yeah. Okay. That's going to be one to watch. That does round out every trade group pro mod, and we are going to move into J275 now.
Yeah, brought to us by Earth Moving Mobile, Auto, Electrical and Air Conditioning.
Yeah, big thank you to Stu Walsh and the team for their support of J275 here this weekend.
Let's have a look at the qualifying order here in J275 once they get on the screen for us. It's a decent field this weekend at J275. It's another heads-up class. First to the finish line wins qualifying session number 2. We've got Disco Dean on track to take on Steve Farrelly. We're looking at the qualifying order. Number 1 qualifier is Setane with that 711 earlier today. Scott Hoffman's number 2 with a 740. Denny Lansdowne rounds out the top 3 with a 753. So far in qualifying, only had the one session in J275. Number 8 qualifier is Disco Dean on track. He went an 872. Farrelly did not get down the track in Q1. Just rolled through for a 13-second pass.
So just a quick announcement for everybody here at the venue: the Babe Comp Award giving, prize giving. What are we calling it?
Is it the I don't know, ceremony?
Ceremony.
Ceremony
with your MC Diggles. He is down there right now, so that's happening down there on the main stage behind the grandstand. And if you want to check out the trophies for the Show and Shine, that will be happening at 2:30 in around about 20 minutes time down at the Show and Shine with Terry. So make sure you do head down and check that out. Disco Dean, Steve Farrelly, J275 time. And unfortunately, the tyres went on both sides of the racetrack, just spun. These little tyres not quite grabbing onto this racetrack here this afternoon.
No, that's it. That's the biggest challenge that all these teams have faced so far today. We've spoken about it previously. We see Farrelly rolls through for an 11:29. Does improve by a couple of seconds, but definitely not what we expect from those guys. Disco Dean rolls through for a 17-second pass. And it's such a massive challenge when you've got 2,000 plus horsepower and you're trying to get it through those little tyres. You've got no sidewall there. It's just... It is a power management situation.
That's really what it comes down to. The tyre is the great equaliser.
Yep.
Between all of these cars, you've got a lot of different power plants, a lot of different combinations. Every car is on a 275 tyre though, so it's about really dialing the power in. You want to take as much out as you can off the start line and really wind it in, but the problem is you can only take out so much. When you talk, you touched on it, you said there's nearly 2,000 horsepower in some of these cars. Trying to detune 2,000 horsepower, you can't take, say, 1,500 horsepower out of it just to get it off the start line. It's not quite that simple. So it is the challenge, and that's one of the reasons why we have so many entrants in this class. It is a challenge. So next up, it is Ben Neal out of Mittagong in New South Wales, down there in the Southern Highlands of New South Wales, and Lachlan Miller from Glenvale in Queensland.
Yeah, Ben Neal gets out pretty strong there in the Cresta. 354 on the reaction time side of things. He goes through for an 840, 164 miles an hour. He improves by nearly half a second. And Miller rolls through for an 1159, 89 miles an hour. Miller with some spin off the start line there, but an improvement for Ben Neal that might move him up. It does a couple spots. He goes to number 7 qualifier now, and Miller will stay in that number 13 spot at the moment. Next pairing out here in J275, we've got Nick Baxter in the Ford Mustang for TurboTech and Spot On Performance to take on Shane Faccioni in the Holden Commodore.
Should be a good one.
Yeah, Shane is our number 5 qualifier. He went an 810. Baxter didn't get down the track in that first session, but he can definitely run into the low 8-second zone. He's done a lot of laps here, has a lot of data on board, so they do know how to navigate Willowbank in these warmer conditions.
It's funny that we're only in August and we're talking about warmer conditions.
It does seem warm.
It does seem warm this year. And look, trust me, this is better than the alternative. I'll take the heat any day of the week. But it does seem unseasonably warm at the moment here at Willowbank Raceway. So it's an unusual challenge, but nothing that these guys aren't used to. Both cars really rocking in the beams. He's about as shallow as he can possibly go. Faccioni on a good side-by-side pass. Both guys got a hold of the track this time around.
Baxter had a little pedal.
Yeah, there was just a tiny little one, wasn't there? 8.07 for Faccioni and an 8.53 for Nick Baxter. So Baxter will move up a long way in the qualifying list there. He goes up to number 8 spot. Faccioni will stay number 5 with that 8.07. Does not improve in his position. Next up is Danny Lansdowne in the Speedflow lane, the Slack Creek Racer, racing for Spot On Performance, taking on Matthew Aegis in the VL Turbo. Now, it's down as a VL Turbo, but it sounds suspiciously to me like a V8, this car. So I'm not sure whether it's the way it came from the factory. Let's put it that way. It is a 2J, isn't it? We'll see. No, I'm talking about far side of the racetrack.
Yeah, he's got 377 cubes.
He's got 377 cubes. That says to me it's certainly a V8, but Lansdowne, I should say, is running a 2J in this car. Again, not your conventional power plant, what we see in these types of cars, but it works for him. He's currently number 3 qualifier with a 753 at 190 miles per hour.
Spin for both sides of the racetrack here. No driver will improve.
Sorry, mate. He actually got the death wobbles, Lansdowne. As the front wheels touched down, got a real shimmy in the front end of that car. And 993 is the result, 181 miles per hour. Still went 181 miles per hour. And Aegis looked like he just absolutely bombed the tyres off the hit there.
Yeah, instant up and spin there, rolls through for a 20-second pass. He does have that earlier 796 at the moment on the board, which keeps him in that number 4 spot at the moment here in J275. Qualifying session number 2. Next up, big field actually. We've got 15 cars down the track so far in J275. Big thank you to Earth Moving, Mobile, Auto, Electrical and Air Conditioning for supporting the bracket. Brent Coles in the Mazda RX-8 for Spot On Performance to take on Andrew Coles. So it is Coles versus Coles here. We've got Andrew over in the Mustang and Brent in the Mazda. Having a look at the tail of the tape, Andrew's our number 9 qualifier at the moment with an 866. But what stands out to me with Andrew's pass is he went 181 miles an hour. Whoa. So that's a 7-second car if you can go, obviously, start line to finish line. Brent Coles, though, didn't get down the track. He only went 10.22 at 144 mile an hour in the first session. So he can improve by a bunch if he gets it off the start line.
There is so many different combinations out here at Jambo. Like, you can't just come up with a standard template for these cars, can you? Like, there's just so many different engine combinations, so many different body combinations. I mean, this is a great example of it, the RX-8 with the LS power plant for Brent Coles. It's not something you would expect to see ever, really. And they've done it just because they can.
Why not?
Why not? I mean, it works, and this thing is quick. We haven't yet seen its full potential here this weekend. Waiting on Andrew Coles to come in and spins it hard on the start. Recovers nicely, though, on the Mustang. He's going to go through for another 8-second pass, an 8.27 this time around. Nice recovery, considering how hard it spun the tyres at the hit.
He probably lost 0.6 of a second there,
At least.
0.7 of a second there at the 60-foot alone like that. That is a low 7-second car. Easy.
Absolutely.
And Brent Coles improves as well, 9.52 on that lap for him.
Next up, it is the biggest sleeper in the field for mine, the VK Commodore down here of Anthony Karofsky, taking on Luke Rosati, the HSV Maloo, who unfortunately had the chute pop out in the first round of qualifying, has not yet logged a time. Reminder for everybody who wants to check out the Show and Shine presentations, head on down. Terry will be down there in about 10 minutes' time from now. So we're giving out some of those Billet J trophies. They do not come easy, so make sure you go down there and show your support. And a big thank you to Shannons for their support of the Show and Shine here once again at the Garrett Advancing Motion Brisbane Jamboree. Luke Rosati on a pretty solid pass here, actually. 886, 169 miles per hour. That's a good finding out run there for Rosati. And
Yeah.
Getting qualified in the field, more importantly.
Yeah, 866 or 169 for Rosati there. They will put him in number 10 spot, and Karofsky will stay in number 6 that earlier, 824. Next up.
Are you going to pick a favourite car here this weekend, Mark? Because it's a big call.
There's two that have stood out to me so far. That's Nathan Peters and the Sierra that's in Street Compact.
Sierra in Street Compact.
Wait till you see. Yeah, you'll see it soon because you'll be up here for the commentary.
Well, mine is Scott Hoffman in this Toyota Corolla. This is such a cool little car, and knocked out a 740 at 193 miles per hour. Thank you very much in the first round of qualifying. And he's going to take on Matthew Dack, who is yet to lay down a representative run here this weekend. And that is a nice launch. He had to pedal it ever so slightly, Scott Hoffman. This is on a solid run and a 749. Doesn't improve. A 749, 193 miles per hour. And Matthew Dack, unfortunately, I think he blew the tyres off at the hit once again.
Yeah, he rolls through for a 15-second pass, Dack there. Hoffman, though, real slight pedal there in the mid-track, about 200 foot out. Great drive job.
Now, my other favourite car this weekend is actually coming up next. And it is, I think it was Guy Hall in the screw-blown Mercedes-Benz. This thing, I like different stuff, all right? This is different. You can't get much different than this. And that does mean that we are moving into J315 now. It is Guy Hall taking on Reese Carkeet. So two very, very tidy cars. Carkeet's probably a little more along the lines of a traditional drag car, what you tend to see. There are not too many 280S Mercedes-Benz BMWs with screw-blown big block sheds underneath the hood.
Yeah, he campaigns for the local events here at Willowbank Raceway.
It's cool.
So he does all the radial events and obviously the Jambo events.
I don't know how I haven't come across this car before. And I love the rolling burn. This actually reminds me of the Wild Bunch back in the mid-90s. The thing that gets you hooked on drag racing. It's different, it's loud, it makes all the noise, does big burnouts. More importantly, once everything goes to plan, it's going to go pretty quick, but it's got all that horsepower and he's got to put it through a 315 tyre, and that is the challenge here. And in terms of power management, there is not a lot of power management you can do with a screw-blown engine. It's really about just trying to feed it in and get your drivetrain settings right. I'm not sure what driveline is in this car. Carkeet's got it under control this time around. 773, that's a big improvement for him. He will move up to... Will he improve with that? I'm not sure.
Well, I think the crew are pretty happy over there. I think there might be a PB for Reese in the EH and Guy Hall.
Certainly a solid run. Left a fair bit on the line as well. 124 to the 60.
Radial,
obviously,
radial tyre.
Yeah, with the tyre, you've got to kind of feed it in a little bit. And that actually does take him to the number one qualifying spot. So... good run there for Reese Carkeet. And I believe, do we have one more car left to come in this session? I think it's going to be Grantley Schloss. I think that's who that is over there at the head of the staging lanes, but we're just waiting on him to fire. Hopefully he can get that sorted.
You're having a look at the recap of qualifying at the moment here in J315. Reese Carkeet with that pass goes to number one with a 773. Grantley Schloss, who we should see shortly, is currently number two with a 799. Jeff Trapnell, who had some issues in that first qualifying session, a lot of smoke out of that. He went through for an 8.92, currently number 3 qualifying. Guy Hall in the Mercedes is number 4 with a 9.57, but we know he can go a lot quicker than that.
Now, make sure as well that when we do have any kind of stoppage in the racing action, make sure you do head down and check out the Garrett Advancing Motion Brisbane Jamboree Trader Alley. We have got so many traders here this weekend. I can run through a handful of them now. Garrett Advancing Motion, Fuel Tech, PRP, Precision Turbo and Engine, Bosch Motorsport, Shannons Insurance, Torque, Dirty, Pack Performance, Golby's Parts and Fabrication, Wild Link, Boosted Industries, Link, Engine Management, Haltech, so many traders here this weekend. Head on down there and check it out because there is something for everybody. And make sure you do get down to Pack Performance before they sell out of umbrellas, because looking out there, I can't imagine that they've got too many left. Look how many there are in the grandstand. You can just see yellow and black everywhere.
Yeah. They're all, on both sides of the racetrack as well. Those guys have had a bit of a walk today to get the umbrellas. Incredible. All right, Grantley Schloss on track, number 2 qualifier. Needs to pick up 0.2 of a second if he wants to get that number 1 spot from Carkeet. Grantley Schloss in full stage, J315 qualifying. Gets out the grey light, 077. This is quick. Grantley Schloss, will he improve? He does. He goes 779, 169 miles an hour. It will keep him in the number 2 spot by 0.06 of a second. Reese Carkey will finish Q2 as number 1 qualifier at the moment in J315. Trapnell will be 3rd. Guy Hall will be 4th. And that brings a close to qualifying session 2 for J315. Big thank you to our team supporting the brackets here this weekend.
Now, I believe we may have one more car.
One more car
left to come out, and I think it is going to be Simon O'Carroll in Notorious 2.
Ah, yes, I saw some pictures of it on Facebook getting put back together yesterday. They were firing it up. It didn't look like it was anywhere near ready to be raced this weekend.
Well,
10 days.
It is in the lanes and it's rolling through now. This is after he had a big crash down in Sydney, unfortunately, with the other car that used to be called Notorious. This is now Notorious number 2, and I dare say this one even looks even more menacing than the other one. This is such a cool thing, and he's a real entertainer, popular guy at all the radial racing that we have around the countryside. So to see him back on the racetrack, fantastic to see, Mark.
It is. I'm just wondering what size tire he's actually got on the car. He's got the 275 on. All right.
Not running any class.
So it's just this.
He is in J275. All right. So this is more just a systems check.
Well, it's what you do when
probably not a bad idea. Probably not a bad idea. Very, very tough car this one. And
well, we like to call him Simon O'Candles here in commentary.
Yes. Big proponent of nitrous, that is for sure. Loves to...
Well, he's got another car sitting in the shed now as well with the... what's it called? He's got the... What's his other... Kraken in the shed for the Outlaw radial class.
So certainly a guy who doesn't do things by halves, that is for sure.
Yeah, screw-blown Hemi in Kraken.
Really?
Yep.
All right. So it is all going on. So don't expect this to be a full pass all the way out the back door. I would expect this to probably be somewhere around 1,000 foot, maybe half track, and shut it off. Tyres off at the hit, but just running it through the gears just to make sure everything does what it's supposed to do. Drops the chutes down there, and 11-second pass. That's a good finding out run, just to make sure everything's going to plan. So that does wrap things up from that respect, and I believe we are going to be... What are we going to be moving back into, Mark?
Looking at our schedule, mate.
Trying to find the schedule.
We're going to be moving into Street Compact.
Street Compact.
So it'll be third qualifying session for Street Compact.
There we go.
Obviously, Street Compact has been brought to us this weekend by Platinum Racing Products. They manufacture niche top-end performance electronic and billet parts for all race applications. They're filtered down to the modified streeter. Our parts suit a wide range of vehicles such as sports compact, JDM and all 6-cylinder turbo performance platforms, and a majority of our parts are designed as plug-and-play kits with tech videos, instructions, and customer support. Check them out. They've got a trade stand as well down Trader Alley this weekend. They're supporting the Street Compact. We're going to their final qualifying session, the last chance on track for these guys before they go into racing tomorrow. First up, we have got Ben Davis in the wagon to take on Chris Sword. Now, Chris Sword in the last session went 00 on the tree. It was the first 00 light we'd seen of the day.
Really, and remember, when the 00s kick in tomorrow, we do have Light of the Night award to be judged by the commentary team.
And the night to worry about.
We've got plenty to worry about. We've got to judge the best wheel stand competition, the best burnout, both of those presented by Long Boost Performance Parts. And there is a science to those. We've brought the Romanian judge in and one of the judges from the breakdancing. We've got plenty of talent in terms of judging here in the commentary box, and we'll make sure that we leave no stone unturned. Chris Sword, unfortunately, red lights his way there, but it is qualifying, so it doesn't matter. 10:38 at the other end to an 11:00 127 for Ben Davis.
Yeah, big field in Street Compact. We've got 39 cars qualified so far this weekend. Michael Osborne in the Hilux to take on David Rodgie, also in the Hilux. So Osborne will be in the speed flow lane closest to the grandstand, and Rodgie will be on the mound side of the racetrack, the rocket lane here at Willowbank Raceway. We can see Roggie's already in full stage, waiting on Osborne to come through. Osborne is our number 2 qualifier, went 10:09. Actually, I think he might be number 1. The 9-second pass doesn't count. So he's actually our number 1 qualifier, Michael Osborne.
Number 2! Wow. He had his Weet-Bix this morning. 002 on the tree, and he's going to knock out a pretty solid run here. 10-1-2. Doesn't improve, but he's consistent. And to be honest, that's more important in Street Compact.
It is all about consistency. You're right, Rusty.
That's exactly. If you go 002 and consistent as that in every round, you're going to win some races once we roll into race day tomorrow. That is for sure.
It's funny you should say that about Michael Osborne. I'm pretty sure he's doing all right so far in the series with Street Compact.
While you're looking that up, we'll talk about Clayton Ethel. Queensland taking on Derwin Lyons. Good side-by-side pass here. Lyons goes through for a 12.18, 120 miles per hour, and a 12.66 at 119 for Ethel. And did you find the points?
Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry, Osborne was runner-up in Sydney.
There we go.
So the Jamboree, last Jamboree.
Yeah, so he's having a good season.
Yeah, and he got runner-up here in Brisbane back in 2022 as well.
Okay, so
he's a good racer. Well, that's why he got the 00 light as well.
Street Compact, traditionally one of the bigger fields that we have in the Jamboree, especially here in Brisbane as well.
Well, that's it. As long as you fall within the rules, the parameters, it's not about how quick you go. So you can run 16 seconds if you've got a 4-cylinder Honda at home that you want to race the Street Compact. It's a die-your-own class for all vehicles running 10 seconds and slower. It is designed for full-bodied street-type cars, regardless of body shape, running front-wheel drive, rear-wheel drive, or all-wheel drive systems. It's open to vehicles using 3, 4-cylinder, 5-cylinder, 6-cylinder overhead cam, 2 or 3 rotor, and you can have power adders as well if you want to. That's a basic gist of Street Compact.
The thing that I love about the rules for Jambo is that most of the rules are so straightforward and simple. Like it's not like you have a 300-page rule book that you've got to go over and pore over every aspect of the vehicle. There's these really easy to police rules, and particularly in this class, it is dial your own. So realistically, everything's allowed as long as you fall under that description.
Well, the one thing that's not allowed is red lights. So Haley's got red lit here, so you don't want to do that in racing tomorrow. Lucky it's qualifying. Haley goes through for a 10.56, 135 miles an hour, and Joseph Friere beside Haley goes a 10.72 at 127 miles an hour in the Cressida.
Definitely don't want a red light at one of the biggest races of the year, do you, Mark?
Absolutely not. I would advise against doing that numerous times.
As we move on to the next pair, it is Zachary Anderson and Ilya Bendevsky in the Sora out of Adamstown in New South Wales. A lot of races from outside Queensland here this weekend, which I guess is a testament to just how popular the Jambo event is.
Yeah, Zach Anderson's one of our local racers, very good foot brake racer off the bottom bob. runs the street series here at Willowbank Raceway and goes red here this time around.
Commentator's curse, mate.
It is very much so this time. Talking him up. He's gone 12.20 so far today and a 12.28, so you probably want to be in the mid 12.20 to be happy. Goes a little bit slower, 12.41, 121 miles an hour. And Ilya goes through for a 13.71 at 99 miles an hour.
So next pair up, it is the Corolla of Benjamin Moore taking on Bradley Halliburton, the Cressida from Warners Bay, New South Wales on the Central Coast there. Nice part of the world. Also racing for Black Track Performance. Oh, the tyres just hanging on. They wanted to break into spin, but didn't quite go all the way.
Yeah, Halliburton 102 on the reaction time side of things. Moore was 7.76, a little bit slow there. Halliburton goes through for an 11.48, 126 mile an hour. And Benjamin Moore an 11.31, 141 mile an hour. So big speed for Moore. Massive speed, 141. That's a 9-second car if you can get that power down a little bit quicker. Next up, next pairing here in the Street Compact, we have got Corey Gould in the Gemini, gets out with a 149 line. Anthony Kaleden, 097 in the Mazda. Kaleden has run a best of a 16.37 today. Gould has gone 10.65, number 11 qualifier. He goes 10.70 this time around. And this is a good an example of not needing the quickest car in a bracket like this. Kaleden goes through for a 16.95. So he ran two 16-second passes and a 17-second pass today. And it's going to be good watching him race tomorrow when he's got like a 7-second head start on some of these quicker cars. Next up, Stephen Johnson to take on Michael Crouch. Crouch in the Hyundai is currently number 34 qualifier. Has gone 14.07, 14.05. Very consistent. Johnson is a number 20 qualifier. Has run a best in 11.37.
He spun pretty hard there, the Celica, just off the start line. Did a good job of pedaling it, getting back into the centre of the lane, and goes through 4 and 11.69, 120 miles per hour, 13.99 for Michael Crouch. So that will leave Johnson in around about the number 20 qualifying position. Huge field here. Like when we go through it, we've got at least 37 cars in the field so far, 39 all up. When I go even further down the list, so it is a big field of qualifying here to get through.
Yeah, Platinum Racing Products Street Compact final qualifying session for Trent Mottram and Daniel Irwin. Irwin out with the red light in the Silverado. Mottram in the Ute, the Little Mazda Ute. We'll get to the finish line first. And he goes through with an 11.54, 120 miles an hour. Daniel Irwin goes through for a 15.33 at 92 mile an hour. Up next, Alvin Johnson to take on Matthew Stead. Stead for Golby's Parts and Fabrications. Now, Johnson can go quicker than these 13-second passes that we've seen today. It just hasn't been his day yet in qualifying, but it only takes one pass. One pass to turn around your day. It will happen in Q3 for Alvin Johnson. Will it happen right now? Matthew Stead, he's done a 13-second pass on 11.03, currently number 15 qualifier.
It's a fairly stout run in 11.03 for what is a pretty heavy car. Had some trouble trying to find reverse down there, but looks like he's got it all sorted now. Rolls it straight in, no mucking about. That's a big play.
Yes, Stead hasn't left the line yet. There we go. He's off. Let's see what Johnson does, though. Alvin goes through, does pick up a bunch, 10.90, 126 mile an hour. That's what we expect from Alvin. And Matthew Stead will go through for a 10.28, 138 miles an hour. He picks up a bunch as well. It won't be enough for number one, but he definitely will be in the top half of the field with that 10.28. That'll put him to number 5 qualifier right now. Troy Dunn in the Corolla to take on Anthony Dunn in the Little Mazda. Whole shot goes to Troy Dunn, 432 to a 448. Anthony Dunn will go through for an 11.84, 125 miles an hour. Troy Dunn goes 14.10, 105 mile an hour. Next up, Chris Morris to take on Chris Johnson. Chris Morris in the Cortina has run a best. Oh, he's been really consistent today. 10.52, 10.51. Chris Johnson has gone a best of a 10.35. So Morris in the speed flow lane.
Kind of snapped really hard to the left, but he saved it, Chris Johnson. 10.45, 142 miles per hour. Doesn't improve on the 10.35, 10.58. To go along with his previous 10.51 and 10.52, watch Chris Morris tomorrow.
Be happy with those 3 laps in the 10.50 zone. The only thing with Morris is the reaction time side of things.
Yeah, there's only so much that the ETs can make up for, isn't
Yeah,
there?
and drag racing is obviously you need to be good at start line. You need to be good at the finish line as well. So, there's 2 aspects till you've got a consistent car. Now, as a driver, you want to try and improve as well.
Yep, it's the total package. You can't be a great driver in a terrible car, and you can't be a terrible driver in a great car and expect to take home the race.
Ian Clifford now and David Cox. So Clifford out with a 3.32 light in the Hilux. Gets down this time, goes 10.93, 129 miles an hour. David Cox goes through for an 11.55 at 124 miles an hour.
Now I know what you're talking about.
You see it?
This is cool. The Suzuki Sierra.
Just wait till you watch it run.
I'm
It's
worried
fun.
about the thing flipping over backwards. There's no wheelie bar, and wow. That is, that's the biscuits right there. That thing is cool.
Here, Dave Casey in the Sierra goes through 11.40, 115 mile an hour. And Armin goes through for 12.08.
We have nothing if not diversity in drag racing.
I said that earlier, variety is the spice of life, and that's what Jamboree gives you.
Well,
there's a little bit of everything for everyone here.
They're quite seriously, if you come to Jambo and you can't find a car that you love, you're not trying hard enough, because there is something for absolutely everyone. In every corner of the venue, it's whether it's the Show and Shine, whether it's the dial your own pits, whether it's the professional pits down there, traders. If you can't find something that you absolutely fall in love with, you're walking around with your eyes closed.
Ben Cruikshank now in the Capella to take on Luke Ty.
Sort of wheel stand there on the gear change for Cruikshank, and a 10.28. At 145 to go along with his previous 10.28 and a 10.19. So
he's consistent as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of very, very solid, consistently quick races. In fact, you look at it, we've got the top. How many? The top, at least the top 16. The top 16 qualifiers are all in the 10-second zone in straight compact here this weekend.
Yeah, it's tight field.
Tight. Absolutely. And speaking of which, we've got another quick car rolling out now, which I would suggest is probably going to end up being a little bit quicker than what it first appears, and that is Derek Johnson. He's run a 12.55 so far, best.
Yeah,
but I'd suggest there's plenty left in it.
Yeah, Sam Blahos in the lane beside him in the Mazda has run a best of an 11.30, number 19 qualifier. Yeah, not clean either side of the racetrack.
Now watch the super scream at the top end though. That thing's going quick. 10.90 at 159 miles per hour.
You can't do that. 159 mile an hour.
That's just rude. That is just rude.
Wow, that's bad.
Man.
In a good way as well.
I was watching it. It was kind of.
It was real
very soft
timid.
on the front half
Yeah.
of the racetrack, but it got to half track and it was like the light switch got flicked on, and it just took off. Trenton Lidgard now. Sorry, Trenton Lidgard in the Falcon. rolling up to the start line. 1371 best at 109 miles per hour. Even that 109 miles per hour says it should be going a little bit quicker than a 13.7, doesn't it?
Yes, it does, yeah. He's been consistent at 1398, 1371 so far. I'm not sure about the reversing from stage after the green lights.
Well, it actually hurt him because he actually triggered the start line there. So when you reverse out of the beams...
that's his reaction time. He still goes through for a 1335 at 111 miles an hour.
Oh, take it back. Sorry,
Yeah.
my bad. My bad. Sometimes the numbers all just blend into each other.
All right, that brings it close to Q3 for Street Compact. We're now moving into All Motor. Big thank you to Castrol Oils this weekend supporting All Motor. Third and final qualifying session. Fourteen cars down the track in qualifying so far. Gina Bullens on track in the Mazda to take on Trent Bianco. Bianco's number 3 qualifiers run a best of a 1078. Gina is number 2 with a 923.
Gina driving the RX3. Gina, well known for driving a lot of different cars over the years. She's actually the first winner of Grudge Kings back in the day.
She drove a Nissan around the 6s? Was it a Nissan?
No, it was a Rotor.
Rotor?
It was
Mazda.
Yeah, pretty sure it was anyway. We're digging back into the memory bank here.
It's very hard to remember everyone and all the combinations over the years.
Temporarily changed the name of Grudge Kings to Grudge Queen. All Motor is just about the noisiest category that we've got here today. They absolutely scream these engines. Trent Bianco in the little X19 goes through for 1086 and 125 miles per hour to go along with the previous 1078. And Gina Bullions, unfortunately, a 14-second pass there, not going to get the job done.
Well, the thing about All Motor is it's all in the name All Motor. We don't have any power adders in this class. So it's all naturally aspirated.
Did you say something, Mark? I can't hear you.
I know. I shouldn't talk at this point of the day, really.
They are just so loud, these things. Craig Wassoon, I should say, racing for John Lance Racing out of Silverdale in New South Wales, out there in the southwest of Sydney. And Xavier Silas in the Rocket Industries lane. For Gem Rank, Andrew's High-Tech in the whole Gem. Now, can I ask a question? Is this actually a real place?
Do you know? I don't even know what that is, mate. Dilly Bar.
Dilly Bar.
Dilly Bar? Dilly Bar, yeah. Queensland. There's a lot of D's and I's and L's in there.
Alright, Craig will soon now. The RX-8 with the 20B, naturally aspirated 20B. You can hear this thing absolutely 864 best so far today. He's light years ahead of most of the field here. And an 862 improves on his previous best.
That's consistent. Impressive.
Silas goes through from 14.99. So to put it in perspective, Wassoon is now, 6/10 of a second ahead of number 2 in the class and 2.5 seconds ahead of 3rd in the class. That's pretty incredible. James Farkinos now from Earlwood in New South Wales taking on Ben Wilkinson. It's in the very stealth-looking RX-7. Farkinos in the 1300. Slow off the start line, but pretty good at the other end. 11.29, big improvement for him. And a 12.49 for Ben Wilkinson. That's an improvement by nearly half a second. So plenty more cars left to come through. We've got 14 cars in the field here this weekend. Next up it is Andrew Stavropoulos from Casula in New South Wales, taking on Jason Studley at Cortina out of Daisy Hill in Queensland. Both races logging pretty quick passes. 12.88 for Stavropoulos and an 11.78 for Studley. go through and get the win here pretty convincingly. Ooh, a lot of smoke out of the RX3 as it goes on down the racetrack. A 13.09 will get the win at 102 miles per hour. Oh, sorry, 13.09 will go across the line. 11.79 gets the win for Studley to go along with his previous 11.78. Next up, it is Paul Matheson, another racer out of Silverdale in New South Wales. And Carl Fothergill.
Issues, I think, on both sides there a little bit.
Yeah.
Matheson with the less of the two.
Whoa, that thing was moving around a lot down there for Matheson.
He's done that on the gear shifts on the earlier passes today as well.
It seems to be whatever gear shift that is just at half track, it just upsets the car whatsoever. I don't know whether he's reefing on it so hard that he's pulling the wheel down, but the thing seems to move every single time. 11.90 at 99 miles per hour. We'll slot him
Tell you, it'd be a fun thing to drive, though.
Sorry?
It'd be fun to drive.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if he's taking applications, I know you'll put yours in. Big out of shape burnout down here for the RX-7, the green RX-7. Don't have any details.
Yeah, no details on it, and looks
like he's got one too many numbers in his race number there. Maybe wrong on that one, but looks like it's got some go fast goodies on this thing. Left pretty well, but just started spinning the tyres about 200 feet out off the racetrack. So that will be the end of that run, and I think that will bring us to the end of All Motor. Am I wrong in saying that?
No, I think you're right, mate. We're going to move into Euro now.
Euro. So, big thank you to our event support partners here this weekend: Long Boost Performance Parts, Mainline Smart Dyno Technology, Pack Performance Motorsports and Accessories, dragphotos.com.au, and Drag News Magazine as well. So, Euro time now, and there are a lot of Volkswagens in this class. A lot of Volkswagens.
So the Golf seems very popular
Absolutely.
in the Euro class, and mate, these things are impressive. I made a joke earlier that you'd see these cars outside of Domino's normally, delivering your pizza, but when you're talking 10-second elapsed times at over 130 mile an hour, it's just impressive.
This is going back a few years now, but I remember talking to one of the big German tuning houses down in Sydney, and he said to me, these things, you can basically, with a flash tune on them, no internal changes, maybe a little bit of an exhaust on them, you can get them down to a low 12 or a high 11-second car. No problems whatsoever.
Well, you go, Stuart Tydale just goes through for an 11.38, 123 mile an hour. And Haley Mentz goes through for a 15.90 at 98 mile an hour. So Stuart's quickest pass of the weekend so far.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We've got the Audi coming up next, taking on Nicholas Ibrahimoglu. Apologies to Nicholas if I got that one wrong. Chances are
you did better than me, mate. You did better than me earlier today.
Yeah. Look, I don't profess to know how to say everybody's name, but there's every now and then there's one that just throws a curveball at you. And apologies to Nicholas if we did get that run wrong.
I've often said that like footy commentators have got it really easy. They've only got to worry about 13 people on each side. And then drag races, we've got like 200 different competitors.
I don't know. Have you seen the rosters in the NRL teams these days?
True as well.
There's one player that I don't even know how to say his last name that they've just signed from Rugby Sevens. I don't know if you...
The Roosters guy, yeah.
The Roosters guy. That's a new one for me.
Have a look at these two, the Golf here and the Audi on track.
That's fairly stout. Now, we've got nothing on file for his race number there, but... Tell you what, he's going to go enough, I think, to get the number one qualifying spot with a 10.96.
No, we've seen a 10.64
from
10.64,
Nicholas.
sorry, earlier today.
From Nicholas, it's not going to be on this run, though. But a 10.64 is still a really... 10.96 is still a very, very solid pass. And
the Audi actually went 9.52 earlier today. 148 mile an hour.
So that's Ben Conroy. Right.
Yeah.
So our computer system is playing games with us here.
Just to make it all confusing for everyone.
Look, it doesn't take much to confuse me. Big hello to everybody that is here and checking out all of the activities that we've got. Of course, so we've got the Jambo Kids Zone with the 5-in-1 mega combo, the jumping castle, cup and saucer, face painting throughout the weekend, free kids activity books as well. Make sure you go down and check it out just down near the Show and Shine, not too far away from the Show and Shine. As well as that, we've got the Show and Shine all weekend thanks to Shannons Insurance, the Trader Alley where we've got Garrett Advancing Motion, Fuel Tech, Platinum Racing Products, Precision Turbo and Engine, Bosch Motorsport, Shannons Insurance, Talk Dirty, Pack Performance, Golby's, Wilding, Boosted Industries, Link Engine Management, Haltech Engine Management, Pictures and More, Aussie Crocs, Zilla Jet Boats, Aeroflow, Garage Audio, Superior Installations and Equipment, Bloke Men, Five Dimes, Legends Garage, WM, Wounded Heroes and Toy Locker. They're all there, and that's not even all of them. That's just the ones that I've got the list of. So get down there, check it out. We've also got Bowden's, Legends Garage. There's more than we can really even say. That is the Brisbane Jamboree Trader Alley. There is plenty to do down there, that's for sure. And make sure you do go over and grab yourself some Jambo merch before it does sell out, because it is going to be popular. I would suggest that there's probably not going to be that much left once we roll into tomorrow, so make sure you get it today if you are here. And if you are here and you're wondering, oh, what am I going to do with tomorrow? It's going to be a lazy Sunday. Come out to the damn racetrack. That's what you should do. It's going to be a killer day tomorrow here at Jamboree. We've still got one full qualifying session left to go of our professional classes in the not-too-distant future, and we're just doing a little bit of track prep down here. So we're going to take a quick word from some of our fantastic partners here at the Garrett Advancing Motion Jamboree Brisbane for 2024. We'll be back with more racing after this.
We have one goal: drag strip domination. Quicker ETs, #1 qualifiers, final round victories. We earn these things for ourselves and our racers with engine management designed to work the way people actually use it at the track. Our systems are constantly updated with new functionality and free updates because progress never stops. Always learning, always improving, always striving to make the best.
Designing and building a drag strip is extremely challenging. The lives of people are at stake. There is no room for error. My name is Frank Tarabay. I'm the owner and managing director of Every Trade Group.
Hi guys, Herman from Platinum Racing Products, and I'm here at Sydney's Raceway to unveil our first new prototype RB blocks.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird,
Oh, that's mine.
the Combi for when we want to get away, the XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannons,
We've also got Shannons Home and Contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be.
Shannons.
Shannons, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Performance tuners and racers trust Bosch technology for their high-performance engines. Precision, reliability and performance. Bosch fuel injectors give you peace of mind, knowing your engine is getting the best fuel delivery. Race after race, year after year. Optimised spray formation for improved combustion, smoother power delivery and better throttle response. Bosch fuel injectors will put you ahead of the competition. Search Bosch Motorsport Australia. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch.
Yeah, first ever Jambo, first ever drag show.
Here we go. Today, I'll put on a show here at Jambo, do we not?
We have one goal, drag strip domination. Quicker ETs, number one qualifiers, final round victories. We earn these things for ourselves and our racers with engine management designed to work the way people actually use it at the track. Our systems are constantly updated with new functionality and free updates because progress never stops. Always learning, always improving, always striving to make the best.
Designing and building a drag strip is extremely challenging. The lives of people are at stake. There is no room for error. My name is Frank Tarabay. I'm the owner and managing director of Every Trade Group.
Hi guys, Herman from Platinum Racing Products, and I'm here at Sydney's Raceway to unveil our first new prototype RB blocks.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannons,
We've also got Shannons Home and Contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannons.
Shannons, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Performance tuners and racers trust Bosch technology for their high-performance engines. Precision, reliability and performance. Bosch fuel injectors give you peace of mind, knowing your engine is getting the best fuel delivery. Race after race, year after year. Optimised spray formation for improved combustion, smoother power delivery and better throttle response. Bosch fuel injectors will put you ahead of the competition. Search Bosch Motorsport Australia. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch.
Yeah, first ever Jambo, first ever drag show.
Here we go. Today I'll put on the show here at Jambo, do we not?
We have one goal, drag strip domination. Quicker ETs, number one qualifiers, final round victories. We earn these things for ourselves and our racers with engine management designed to work the way people actually use it at the track. Our systems are constantly updated with new functionality and free updates because progress never stops. Always learning, always improving, always striving to make the best.
Designing and building a drag strip is extremely challenging. The lives of people are at stake. There is no room for error. My name is Frank Tarabay. I'm the owner and managing director of Every Trade Group.
Hi guys, Herman from Platinum Racing Products, and I'm here at Sydney Raceway to unveil our first new prototype RB blocks.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannons,
We've also got Shannons Home and Contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannons.
Shannons, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
The Garrett Brisbane Jamboree. Got us?
Now, let's have a look at our schedule, Rusty. We should be moving into Street 289. Test. Brought to us by Speedflow Australia, so we should be moving into Street 289.
This will be good.
So this is a heads-up class, mate.
Absolutely, the Hurstville Towing RX-7 rolling out now. Not sure who's driving this weekend because I haven't yet called this category. Mohammed Salami taking on Chris Adams from Slacks Creek. Car usually campaigned on. Actually, I used to say usually campaigned by Moose. I don't think Moose has driven this car for a long time. He's still out there, I can see him, but he hasn't driven this car for a while. Mohammed out of Punchbowl in New South Wales, taking Chris Adams from Slacks Creek. Currently the number 1 qualifier with a 753, and Adams the number 6 qualifier with an 846.
In those awards that you were looking at earlier, was there one for Best Burnout?
Yes.
So Mohammed's definitely one to watch tomorrow then for Best Burnout, Mohammed.
Please make sure that you do run it past the Romanian judge though. He's in charge of density of smoke. Okay. So you can't just go rogue and make a decision here, Mark. There is a process. Okay.
We should leave it up to the crowd.
I reckon, yeah. We can overrule
You know what?
the
We should
Romanian judge.
we just get a couple of judges with scorecards.
Can you hear him in the background?
He's. He sounds like Gambit from that new Wolverine movie.
He does. He's got to make a name for himself. All right, it is Mohammed Salami, number 1 qualifier at the moment, 753. He is right of screen as it stands at the moment. Chris Adams in Datsun Ute. It is Mohammed. He's going through the top and getting a little bit close to the centre line there, and he rolls out of the throttle. It's going to be enough to let Chris Adams cross the line first with an 8:59. Does not improve on his previous best, but an 8:59 gets the W that time around. Salami will remain at the number 1 qualifier, as we see Daniel Smith in the Celica rolling up to the line up against Eric Slyker. Now, Daniel Smith was in the running for the wheel stand of the weekend, so over. Now, keep in mind, the awards are not going out until we get to eliminations.
Yeah, it's all in racing tomorrow.
Today's just a warm-up. Tomorrow is the main day.
Just get our eye in, see who tickles their fancy.
Yeah, I agree.
But tomorrow is where it all happens.
Yeah. So today, ride the wheelie bars. Tomorrow, take the wheelie bars off. Okay, that's the way it works. Commentators coaching there for anybody who's playing along at home. Daniel Smith, the Celica, 8:51 best so far today, 8:42 best for Sligo. So I would suggest, on paper, this should be a pretty good matchup, all things being equal. See, looks, the Celica that's down here looks so much like an Oswald Cutlass at the back. Put your hand over the front and just look at the back section of the car.
I see what you're saying there.
With a big square.
I'm just looking at the tail of the tape, mate. Daniel Smith has run 177 mile an hour early today.
That's quicker than 8:51.
Oh no, he's gone through the beam. Smith won't get time
here. Won't get a time, and that was a pretty good run too, or it would have been if it had stuck. No problems for Sligo, and an 8:78 does not improve on his previous 8:42. Big hello to wherever you may be watching from around the world. 1,300 people currently online enjoying the show with us here in the lengthening shadows on a Saturday afternoon as we see Billy Nabham in the Ford Escort, the 13B powered Ford Escort. He's going to take on John McDade, JJ Contractors Nissan, on screen now. As you can see, the sun not really playing a factor for the drivers, but for everybody here at the racetrack, it's certainly starting to get a little bit bright as we look down the racetrack.
Yeah, McDade is our number 2 qualifier, and that Nissan had run a best of 794, 180 miles an hour so far in qualifying. Nabham has not got down the track yet. He could go a lot quicker than the 20-second pass that we've seen so far today.
So he has, but
just only in 20 seconds.
Slowly
he's gotten down.
He's gone down there, but he made a cup of tea at half track. So, Billy Nabham now. The Auto Tow 13B Escort. John McDade blows the tyres off. So does Billy, drifting it at half track.
He wasn't going to let it go.
He lit the tyres up at about 3 feet out off the start line, and he didn't stop until well after half track. He black tracks his way to an 874. Wow.
He got it down there. Still went 165 mile an hour as well.
So next pair up, it is Carl Herbert in the Mazda that is backing up on the other side of the racetrack. And unfortunately for Patrick Long, the Monster Performance car, it doesn't sound like he's having a lot of luck in the burnout down here. They got it sorted that time.
Yeah, Patrick Long's number 3 qualifier with an 800, 168 miles an hour. Carl Herbert in the Mazda for Rotary Motorsport is our number 4 qualifier. Has gone 825, 823 so far. Nice and consistent. I'm sure they'd like to make another step in that direction as well, get into that low 8-second zone for Carl Herbert. Patrick Long, Monster Performance, 800.
Can he crack into the 7-second zone? He would be one of only...
There's only 2 so far in qualifying.
Yeah, 2 cars that we've seen so far that have dipped that low. Muhammad with a big lead, actually. He's got nearly 0.4 of a second over John McDade, who was the only other car to dip into the 7s with a 794. Long is currently the number 3 qualifier. Herbert, the number 4 qualifier, with an 800 and an 823, respectively. Pretty clean on both sides of the racetrack. A little bit of smoke out of the RX-7 and an 868 for Herbert at 167 miles per hour. Goes across the line for the win. 864 for Long. Does not improve on his previous 800. So things will stay as they are. Not a lot of cars improving in this final qualifying session. Probably a lot warmer out there than it has been for the rest of the day. So that's certainly not going to help these cars.
Yeah, next up will be Shane Crichton to take on Connor Fakinos in the Mazda, the SICK 100 racing team. So Shane in the Crusader for 6 Boost Another one of those drivers that's looking to lay down just a solid lap. He's only run a best of an 11.75 today, but speed-wise, 161 miles an hour. That tells you should be in the 8-second zone for sure in this Cressida. And issues for Connor, so he's getting pushed off the racing surface here, so it will be a solo pass for Shane Crichton for 6 boost. See, just all he's got to worry about is himself here. Final qualifying session for Speedflow Street 289 class. Next time out, it will be racing for these guys, for everyone after today. We are in the final qualifying sessions for all of our categories here at the Brisbane Jamboree. And Shane Crichton now just moving forward, being guided into stage by Mr. 6 Boost Man himself. So 11.75, that's his quickest pass of the day.
Didn't even try and bring the boost up before the tree came down. Been quite pretty experienced racer. I'm pretty sure this car runs at 1 JZ. And no, that's not what he would have been looking for.
No, just wouldn't get up on boost, would it? And just driving down here, so well, it's another pass. It's more, as much as what we saw there, it is data for the team.
Yeah, it's not what they were looking for, but they'll be able to.
They can cross something off the list. Okay, that didn't work.
Yeah, that's exactly right, and that's a lot of the time. It is a matter of process of elimination. It's going through and saying, okay, these are what we think might be the problems. You can't change everything all at once because then you don't know what the problem was.
Exactly.
So you kind of just have to go through one thing at a time, work your way down the list, and eventually you figure out how to get it down there. But unfortunately, it can be quite a tedious process and quite time-consuming process a lot of the time. So next up, it is the little green, I think it's an RX.
Yeah, just waiting for it.
Just waiting for our system to tick over here.
To get Shane off the racing surface. So the thing here at Willowbank Raceway is that the braking area is actually longer than the racetrack, so they need more room to slow down than the speed they get up on the racing surface.
Very true.
So it takes about 30 seconds if a car is idling down there to get off the racing surface, and we can't send anyone down until they're off.
And I believe we'll be moving into Street 289.
That's what we're in right now, mate.
Yeah,
so
presented by Speedflow.
And then we'll be moving into Modified Compact. So Al Afcal there won't get a time here because he's gone through the beams. So he'll just roll through.
That will be the final pass for Street 289, I should say. Modified Compact coming up next. So
yeah, Modified Compact brought to us by Bosch Motorsport. They've got a trade stand down behind the grandstand as well. Check them out. They're supporting the Modified Compact bracket this weekend. So this is the quickest of our Dye Your Own brackets this weekend.
Yep.
So it's 9.99 seconds or quicker, a Dye Your Own category.
Yeah, Russell Archer been running this car for a very long time. Out of Orangeville in New South Wales. Remain Infrastructure, the RX4 Coupe taking on Callan Donnan in, I think it's a Mustang on the far side of the racetrack.
Yeah, I think you're right there. It's got Pro Fox on the number plates.
I'd suggest it's probably a Mustang then.
Yeah.
Safe to say a Fox body Mustang. Sometimes we get things right. The only reason I queried myself is because on our system it says it's a Holden Gemini.
We've had that a few times today with different vehicles.
That ain't a Holden Gemini, safe to say. Russell Archer, the RX4 with the 13B, absolutely bombs the fire again off the hit. Donnan, no problems for him. He gets off the start line quite nicely. 132 to the 60-foot time. It's at an 8:41. That's the best run of the weekend and a big step in the right direction for Donnan. So
yeah, Archer was his quickest pass of the weekend so far as well, but still a couple seconds outside that 9.99 at the moment. So he's going to have a bit some issues going into racing tomorrow to work out that dial in. Next up, Aaron Murphy in the Ford to take on Martin Whelan, also in the Ford. So Murphy will be on the Speedflow side of the racetrack, the blue Ford, and Whelan will be in the darker Ford. It looks like a black Ford from up here.
Racetrack here in the third and final qualifying session. It just seems like everyone is absolutely bombing the tyres at the hit, and unfortunately that makes life...
He still went 9.57, man, 164 mile an hour for Martin Whelan. Murphy goes 11.18, 137.
Next up, it is the battle of the Coronas, the brown Coronas at that. Andrew Rankin from Munrubin in Queensland taking on Edward Gershom from Valeview. So just waiting on Gershom to roll up to the start line.
Yeah, he just doing a quick mop on the track there. It must have been some liquid left over from the previous pass.
A little bit of a clean up in aisle 2.
Yeah, Andrew Rankin now moving forward. You'll see him get into the pre-stage area first.
Some of these cars are really surprising, aren't they? Like, you don't look at that Corona down there and go, yep, that's an 8-second car. An 8.5 second car at that. Like, he's almost into the low 8 seconds for this car. Nice launch. Just dangles the front wheels.
As well. 0.51 on the tree for Rankin. 4.11 for Gershom. Rankin, though, goes 8.58. Consistent 155 mile an hour. Gershom goes 10.32, 134 mile an hour. But Andrew Rankin, killer reaction time. The car's gone 8.58, 8.59, 8.61 today, 300 spread. You'd be happy with that. You'd go back to the pits, throw on the barbecue, and just worry about racing tomorrow.
When's the barbecue on? I'm hungry. Bit peckish over here. If there's any Uber drivers out there.
We have been lucky up here in commentary box over the years with some of the teams bringing up some of the food.
Yeah. I mean, don't expect, nice commentary in return for favours. We're always honest. Our integrity is unquestioned, but we do accept food.
As you can tell, we definitely accept food,
yes.
both of us. Nigel Hartis on track in the VL to take on Parry Georges in the Gemini.
If anyone's got a kebab going, no tomato, cheese and garlic sauce.
Actually, that sounds all right for dinner.
It does, doesn't it? All right, Nigel Hartis, the VL Commodore taking on Parry Georges in the Gemini. 13B Rotor up against RB in the speed flow lane. Good side-by-side pass, but it is going to be the VL that takes it. 8.73 to go along with his 8.76. That's consistency, and a 10.60 for Parry Georges. Big step in the right direction.
Yeah, it's the right direction for him, but he still needs to run to that 9-second zone when they do the dial-ins tomorrow. So you've got to be dialing in 9.99 or quicker and modified compact. Next up on track, it will be William Yarwood in the Supra to take on Nathan Peters. So this is the other one that I said I really like this weekend. Nathan Peters and the Valiant.
It's a very tidy car, isn't it, that Val?
So Yarwood, they're just having a look under Yarwood's car. He's been given the shutdown signal. There's some fluid under the car. Looks like Nathan Peters is going to have the solo pass here. He has our number 10 qualifier at the moment, run a best of a 9.35. This purple Valiant for Nathan Peters.
This is a cool car, isn't it?
It is. Yeah.
Like, that is just... The colour really works on it as well. Racing for Real Dyno. Bumps it in as well.
Oh, spins the tyres this time around for Nathan Peters.
I thought it actually looked like a pretty clean launch. It actually hiked the front end as well, which says it probably wasn't spinning too much, but for whatever reason got out of the throttle and will coast on down the racetrack. In fact, may even need some assistance to get off the racetrack down there. Come on, you can do it. Everybody, will him on. You can do it.
You can do it.
To quote The Offspring. Big thank you to Bosch Motorsport.
I was doing the guy from the Adam Sandler movies.
Oh, you... See, we're both on the same wavelengths, just slightly different universes. So big thank you to Garrett Advancing Motion, the naming rights partner for the Brisbane Jamboree this year, and has been for a number of years. The Garrett Advancing Motion team is the leading automotive turbocharger provider, supplying technology solutions to nearly every major automaker in the world. Their innovative turbo technologies for all applications enhance vehicle performance, fuel economy, and drivability. They cover the full range of engine sizes, from sub 1 litre economy 3-cylinder engines to premium and high-performance V8s and V12s. Big thank you to them, as well as Fuel Tech. Hashtag Fuel Tech everywhere. Founded on a passion for motorsports and a commitment to innovation, Fuel Tech has established itself as a leading developer and manufacturer of high-performance vehicle control units and automotive electronics. With roots deeply embedded in the racing world, our mission is to provide cutting-edge technology and solutions that empower enthusiasts and professionals alike to push the boundaries of performance and efficiency. Big thank you to Fuel Tech. Hashtag Fuel Tech everywhere.
I tell you what, one thing Fuel Tech's doing really well is their social media presence as well. Like, not only do they do good products, they do a lot of stuff on social media, which is good to follow.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, not that long ago, their big headquarters got flooded down in Brazil.
Oh, really?
As well. So, big shout out to those guys. Hoping the recovery is going well. Oh, that is twisty. I don't know if that's quite a ticket twist, but it's definitely up there.
Oh.
9-2-0. That's a good run to go along with his previous 9-1-9 for Steve Chaplin. Mark, you're the expert. Was that a chicken twisty or a cheese twisty?
Chicken twisties all the way, mate.
Chicken twisties all the way. You had it there.
Don't at me.
And
yeah, it's not good. It looked like something from up here that... I'm just wondering if something was left in that lane of Golby's there.
Yeah, unfortunately, we do have the track walkers out there having a good look at things. And I can see some concerned faces. Hopefully it was something, just maybe a little bit of fuel that is going to evaporate off. With the warm conditions we've got, it's not going to take much for it to burn itself off. No, we're getting the universal shut it down signal from the start line crew, and I think we're going to go back and jump on the tractor. So we are going to be down for a little bit. We've got some stuff on the racing surface that we are going to need to clean up.
It might be time to get Diggles to get out there. So we'll just find out how long before we get back underway. We'll get the racetrack cleaned off and back here in qualifying for the Brisbane Jamboree.
We'll try and get an update for you as soon as we can. And in the meantime, we might organise our resident radio clown, Chris Diggles, to head out and maybe do a little bit of tennis. Who knows? We'll see where he comes from. But right now, we're going to take a few words from our sponsors here at the Garrett Advancing Motion Jamboree.
Performance tuners and racers trust Bosch technology for their high-performance engines. Precision, reliability and performance. Bosch fuel injectors give you peace of mind, knowing your engine is getting the best fuel delivery. Race after race, year after year. Optimised spray formation for improved combustion, smoother power delivery and better throttle response. Bosch fuel injectors will put you ahead of the competition. Search Bosch Motorsport Australia. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch.
Yeah, first ever Jambo, first ever drag show.
Here we go.
Check two.
We may have a put on the show here at Jambo, do we not?
We have one goal, drag strip domination. Quicker ETs, number one qualifiers, final round victories. We earn these things for ourselves and our racers with engine management designed to work the way people actually use it at the track. Our systems are constantly updated with new functionality and free updates because progress never stops. Always learning, always improving, always striving to make the best.
Designing and building a drag strip is extremely challenging. The lives of people are at stake. There is no room for error. My name is Frank Tarabay. I'm the owner and managing director of Every Trade Group.
Check 1 2, check 1 2. Geez, it's working really well, ladies. Just hello everyone. This is our oil down entertainment / let's throw some free stuff out to you people to distract you while we do some cleaning up on the track. We've got Ash here on the cannon. You can be the gunsmith if you want. I'm looking for my tennis racket. That's all I want. I've got some balls to hit out, but you can do the cannon. Say hello to my little friend. That wasn't a really good shot there, Ash, by the way. The ladies have got some stuff here too, some projectiles. Now remember, we've got you people on the other side there. Give us a wave if you can hear us. Really good PA this year, very good. We've got everyone, we've got thousands of people on the live stream watching. Is that right? Hello everyone, wherever you are around the world. Great that you're with us, but you're here in beautiful sunny Queensland. That didn't sound like it went well. And all of our beautiful Australians, all the people, look, pan out to the crowd here. Say hello to everyone watching around the world here in our Jamboree live stream. Say g'day. Say g'day to everyone who'll film around. If you see them filming there, wave. Ash, how is that going there, mate? Yeah, see, that's why I've played with T-shirt cannons before, and they are, they're defective advice, and that's exactly the reason why a good tennis racket hitting bouncy balls is a good idea. And I don't have my racket here. I think we're going back for the racket. And due to popular demand, we hit out all of our Jamboree balls in the short term at previous Jambo. So we've got lucky balls left. Now the lucky ball, every ball I hit out today wins a prize, I believe. Is that right? I think that's true. So there's the racket. So it's good that they keep that thing for me now. I did engrave my name in there just to make sure they know it's mine. And we're supposed to have lucky balls to hit out here. Scotty. Yeah, there's one. Well, oh yeah, we've got a couple of black ones. But I know that these luckies are the ones that, yeah, so look, I'll just do a couple of these because that's all we got left there. That's all right, that's how low we were. This is how popular this concept is, right? Okay, we've only got a limited edition at the moment. I'm sure we're going to get some for Adelaide. We burnt a lot of these up at Adelaide last year too, by the way. We burnt up our budget in Adelaide. We've got a few of these. Let me just differentiate. I've got 6 of the traditional catch it and keep it's. And then these ones are the catch it, take it back to Jam Central and get your prize, all right? That's the lucky ball. You take that back. These little black ones we just got for now, just to get my eye in, okay? You can keep these. Don't go and cash them in because you'll get nothing for them, all right? Now, these are a little soft and foamy, these things. Those lucky balls have a little bit more... Whoa, see, what's going on here? Bang. See, this is why this works. That thing's still got a few things to iron out. So, look, keep your eye out for this one. This is a catch and keep, right? So let me just try. There we go, there we go, there we go, there we go, there we go. No one gets it. One hand, one bounce. Okay, that was 2 bounces technically, all right. So, and they're really good because you can curve them and they do things, but these are the catch and keeps. The lucky balls are so bouncy, I couldn't stand here. Hey, what? Was that a left foot? Was that left footer? He's a left footer. Okay, don't wear it out, all right? So the lucky balls go a long way. So I'm going to hit the first couple of lucky balls to you people over there on the grass, okay? So where are those people on the grass? You got to keep your eyes out shortly because I'm going to hit a couple of lucky balls from here to there. We're going to get on the buggy shortly. I'm going to run around the other side and then going to lob a couple of lucky balls over here. Now, they're the ones you have to take to Jam Tent, right? But this is just to get the eye in, right? Here we go. Try this one. Okay, there it is, there it is, there it is. Has anyone got it? No one's got it. It doesn't hit the ground. No, it doesn't hit the ground. Well done, boys. Well done, boys. This one won't reach the other side, but the next one that's going to come, it will be a lucky one, all right? Folks, you wait till you see these people run for this ball, I'll tell you. All right, we'll try again over here. I'll go long and curvy. This is a catch and keep, all right? You ready over here, boys, girls? No one. Oh, one here, one bounce. Well done. All right. Look at the boot. Mega boot over here. Watch out, super boot. Okay. Hang on, let me have a go. Super boot. Right? Oh, geez, it came off the top of the foot. Okay, just now, lucky ball time. Get your eyes in, people, over there. See that one? That's a lucky ball. Oh, look at you. Look at you all. Okay. So see this? See that? Can you people see that? Can you see that? Okay. Can you see that? All right? You watch it. Here we go. Shall I absolutely send it or shall I go gentle? Send it. Shall I send it or go gentle? Send it. Do you want me to send it? You, sir. All right, I'm going to send it, right? I'm going to send it. Lizzie, hold the microphone. He said to send it.
Which way are you going to go?
That was all right. And that's the only one we hit out today. Where's the rest of them gone? He does realise if he's going around the other side that he needs to take me with him. Where'd he go? Okay, all right. I'll go back the other. I'm going to go again. And then I'll go over there and I'll try hit it back, all right? Look at her, by the way. She won the Babe Comp today, by the way. There she is. She won the Babe Comp. All 6'8" of her. Okay. Look at all these people following me. You damn well. Hey, shall I go gentle or should I send it? Everyone just seems to do the sending. They just want the sending. There's no gentle. Righto. Hey, what about you people over there? Shall I just go gentle? Or shall I send it? Shall I send it? Now I want you to do the countdown, all right? 5. Got onto that. That was good. The microphone's even getting out of breath. Okay. If I send up... Now remember people, whoever caught those balls, you got to take them back to the Jamboree tent to get your prize. Lucky ball is not the prize. It's the way to get you your prize. Take the ball back. I don't want people going home with this lucky ball. They go, well, when does it get lucky? So I think I've got enough to hit one more that side and 3 more this side, all right? At the moment, we're on a tight ball budget. Anyone wants to donate balls, Yeah, look, mate, we need ones that can go a long way, okay? Thank you. This bloke's looking right at me. All right. So I can hit one more over there. Is that right? Yeah, that's correct. That's correct. So I've got one I can set, one more I can send, and then I'm going to go over there, and this is going to be fun on the grandstand. It'll be real fun. One air, one bounce, all that stuff. No one's ever caught one on the full, ever. All right? People over there. Last one before I come up. Can you see that? Can you see that? It's blue, like the sky. Almost deliberate that we did this, because guess what? I think you're going to lose this one. But should I go gentle or should I send it? All right, send it. All right, send it. Okay. I need a countdown. Start from 10 so I can get me breath. Go, 10. And I don't hold any responsibility what happens after the ball leaves the racket. So just remember that when I send them over here in a sec, eh? Shall we do that? Oh, we'll walk around. Yeah, we'll just walk around. We don't have a buggy, do we? Are we? Where's an Uber when you need one? Oh, here's one. Oh, thank you, Prakash. Yeah, not like you say you look like in your photo. Okay. That's all right. That's fine. No, that's fine. Hopefully we get them all back. We'll go the other side with those. You ready, folks? Let us go around the other side and we'll have a crack, eh? Can we turn this around? You guys going to be ready for a couple of these ones? You know, every time I ask them, shall I go steady or shall I send it? They all just say send it. We all know why we came to Jamboree. We just want to see people send it. So we're going to send some lucky balls over here. I don't know. Maybe the first one should be in this area here. I'm a bit scared, mate. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know. Oh, here? Oh, this is a bit, it's all too close. I know, boys, I know. Girls, ladies. This is good driving, mate. Is this working still? Well, this PA's working all the way around. Is this still working? As I explained to everyone before that were listening, is that due to the immense popularity of this concept, I accidentally sent nearly all the black balls out in Adelaide, didn't we? We had a few delays in it. But stop here. Just stop here for a sec, Prakash. Just stop here for a sec. Thanks, Prakash. Sorry, kids, you know how this works. Oh, okay, that's right. That's right. You've already received stuff over the top. So I've just got a couple of these. I just got a couple of little catch and keeps, all right? Little catch and keeps, right? These are just the little foam ones. So this isn't a lucky ball. This is just a little catch and keep. So it's just going to go up in the air, all right? Geez, you kids are frothing for free stuff. I cannot give you all the free stuff, all right? It's a bit of fun, a bit of random acts of generosity from the captain and Kelly, okay? So let's not all get upset that we don't get something. Let's just have fun, all right? All right, so this is a little first one. All right, it's going to go up in the air. I want everyone to look up in the air already. Ready? Look up in the air now. Go. Look up. No one's looking up. Look up. Because once you all look up and say 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go, then I will hit it into your vision, okay? Look up in the air. Go straight in the air. Count down now. 5. Keep looking up. Keep looking up. Oh, hang on. It's coming back. It's coming back. Where did it go? Oh, my goodness. It didn't work, did it? None of this ever works. Everyone's so upset that I don't hit it in the perfect place. I mean, where's the perfect place? Put your hands up if it's the perfect... Up there. Up there's a perfect place. What about over here? These people over here. Do you want a lucky ball yet? No, you're happy to wait. Okay, use the wait. That's good. You've been waiting already, so just hold on. All right, I'm going to hit this one up in the air. No more countdowns because it seems to shatter a lot of little dreams at once. So I'm just going to randomly hit it. What about that? Ready? Go. I might get that back. I might get that back. I might get that. No, I won't. Oh, yes, I do. I do get it back. It's totally my ball. If you don't want it, Don't throw it back. Sorry. Okay. I'm going to get that back again. Oh, it bobs, it turns, it falls, it pivots. No, get Ash with the boot. He's got the super boot. Anyway, while everyone's distracted. Everyone's distracted. Everyone just going about their business. Don't worry about me over here. Anyone get their eye in? I can't guarantee this is going to go anywhere other than up, okay? Where it lands, no one knows. It is a lucky ball. You get it, and you take it to Jam Central, and you get a prize in exchange for it, okay? These are balls to hand back. The only way this concept works is if you bring it back to us, okay? Understood? Now, shall I go easy or shall I send it? Yeah, the kids want me to send it to you people over there. Are you people ready over there? Hang on, get your eye in. Ready? Can you see that? Can you see that? Right, okay. Oh, right, okay. I don't even need a countdown. I'm just going to send this when I'm ready, okay? You ready over there? I can't hear you. Are you ready over there? Is that even going to make it? Is that even going to... He's got it! He's got it! Is it a free ball? It's a free... He's got it! On the boundary. Well done, son. I've never seen a big bloke move so fast. He was just sitting down there 3 seconds ago. The big fella's up, the big fella's on the run, and the big fella gets it for his boy. Well done, Dad. Well done. Got me right there, it did. What a dad does for his son. Gets up there, gets that ball. Gets it. Of course he does, little Jimmy. Of course he does. On your dad. All right. Yeah, feeling it here. That was good. I think I got to go hard. It didn't go all the way, did it? I'm going to try a bit of backspin. Oh, over there. Angle. All right. Backspin. Bit of backspin. If it comes back, it comes back. Bit of floater. Oh, it's nearly... Well done, son. Well done. Literally sat down and took it. It just like bounced into his crotch. Sorry about that. You can thank me later. Oof. Sorry about that, mate. That works well. What do we got in here, Shakim? You guess one of those. I'm going to go deep. All right. See, we're keeping this equal, keeping it balanced. The kids are calming down over here, which is good. It was driving me insane just quietly. All right. Oh, yeah, people over here waving already. People waving over here. People waving. That was about where we were when we hit the other one, wasn't it? Oh, by the way, we seem to have had a few extras. We'll go back over and do one of those. Trust me, I've got another one there. I'll go back and do that one. But the girls are doing some of it. I'm just sending the long stuff, okay? How are you, sir? All right? Oh. What about here? I wonder if I could just crack that through the middle of the John Deere there. Right past Duffy, do you reckon? Okay. Yeah, so did someone... Shall I go easy or shall I send it? Because going easy looks like it's going to send it. Can you people see that over there? Okay. All right. Yeah, you can see me just... You can't miss me right here. All right, I'm going to try this, okay? Try this. Oh, it's on its way. It's on its way, and it's bounced. It's got a deflection. It's back. It's a freebie. It's a freebie. Nelly, come all the way back. Hey, boy. Oh, careful, kids. Oh, my God. The boys. Oh, my God. Oh, boys, you okay? Oh, Jesus. All right. Okay. And... all three of you are now safely back in the right place after taking unnecessary risks, but you're bloody legends. Thanks for that. Don't do it again. Catch it on the floor. Who got it anyway? Which one of you's got it? Which one? Well, geez. Well done. It's like, everyone's okay though? This bloke, he didn't even lose his hat. He's gone into a full tumble roll. He didn't even lose the hat off his head. He just went in there, stuntman style. All right. We nearly got this track cleaned up. Oh, God, these things. I was doing a quarterback thing. You try the quarterback, you know, where you sort of... We used to get the girls down in Sydney where you'd stand there and go hut, but they caught on after a while. They didn't want to play the quarterback game anymore. So we're just going to, I don't know, we've got to set the field up. We need a wide receiver, someone ready to take this. So when I turn around, I've got to look at someone. I've got to see someone on the clear, right? You got to say hut, right? 29, 23. Oh, he's in for a touchdown. You see how that works? I don't know how it works. All right, I'm looking for someone. 22, 23. What's after that? 24, hut! Someone open, touchdown! Yes, sir. You got to be open. You're all sort of. You got to be free. You got to be open. All right. Okay, third down. 22, 96, 43. Hut! Oh, incomplete. Oh, did he? That's another bloke that caught it sitting down. These guys are so cool under pressure. Do you see that? Got kids. World's burning around him, and the bloke just goes, I'll just wait here and play the long game. And he caught a sitting down touchdown. Is there such a thing? Okay. You might have to hut, Leanne, for me. You know, hut. Hang on. 28, 22, 63. Hut! Oh! Okay. 23, 62, 42. Hut! Yes! Not that I like NFL, but I've always wanted to be a quarterback. I'm going to do one more, and then I want to play the quarterback game over there. Is that all right? All right. Because then I've got a lucky ball to hit over here, okay? $2 ain't going to cover it, son. All right, so... All right, girls, stand there. That zip ball. Okay, last quarterback. No, just the... I'm looking at the gridiron. All right, we're ready. 23, 32, hut! Oh, did you see that? Oh, it's a star. I didn't complete. Sorry, God, I wish it ended on a better note. I couldn't believe I caught it. You just said, I'll go get a lucky ball and we'll play quarterback over here. That's all fun. We're having good fun. Oh, yeah. No. How many have we got left? This is what I worried about. I'm making it exactly, the same amount of lucky balls going each side, all right? No, but that's... Okay. Yeah, so that's the one. We haven't hit one over there. Oh, yes. So we owe you one on this side. All right, let's run across. All right, we've got one to catch for you guys over here. And free rags for everyone. There you go. Yeah, hey. All right. All right. I'll even drive myself. Here we go. Let's go. Let's go, kids. Yeah, this is called padding. Works better than that bloody T-shirt machine, doesn't it? I know. We'd be eaten alive. This golf buggy would be on blocks with all the wheels missing. I'm sure that's what would happen. I think we're nearly underway. Oh, got one to send. Hey? Oh, shit. You're on the... We may run out of time yet, folks. Just bear with us. If we have another delay, we'll pick up where we went off. That's a good idea. If we have another delay, we've got to pick up where we went off. Quarterback's too much fun.
All right, moving back into qualifying here. We are in modified compact qualifying session number 3. And, of course, Bosch Motorsport bringing us modified compact this weekend on track. We have got Rohan Gordon in the Tirana to take on Aki Kador.
So, yeah, so Aki Kador in the mighty little RX3 sedan, and the Holden Tirana, the HB, the big block HB Tirana. I love it. They used to come out with a tiny little 1200 4-cylinder, and well, whatever Rowan's put in it, it goes a lot quicker. There's 927, and we haven't seen Aki get the RX3 down for a representative run yet, but surely we will, Mark. Surely.
Oh, I've got a good feeling for him this past round. Has run a best of a 12.12. Obviously modified compact, need to run quicker than 9.99 seconds.
Good looking car though.
Yeah,
nice
right.
looking. Got a parachute on the back. You know what that says? Goes a lot quicker than 12s. Let's have a look. Kadua Gordon, final qualifier.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be a quicker pass for Kador here. Let's have a look across the finish line. The Mazda will go 901, 150 mile an hour for Aki Kador there. Rohan Gordon will go across the finish line now. He goes 1162, 137 mile an hour.
So Rowan's in the mix though, because he's already run that the quicker 9.2. So where is he sitting in the thing? He's where is Aki is now in 6th place, and
Rowan's in number 10.
Rowan's in 10th. So Aki with that 9.0, it banged him up in a 6th place. He's got to be happy with that going into racing tomorrow, Mark.
Yeah, absolutely. Cameron Borzerio now on track to take on Ross Puliafito.
Yeah, Ross Puliafito in the RX3. RX3, another RX3 sedan up against the Toyota Hilux. Another 2 Victorian competitors. Oh, big wheels up for Ross. Cut a red, but that doesn't matter. We'll see what he can run. Goes 8.91 at 166, and Cameron a 9.22 at 153. That's his best of the day. He's gone 11s and 10s and now a low 9. But I'll tell you what, Ross 8.91 puts him into 6th position, pushes out Aki. It's a bit brutal out there.
It is brutal.
It's brutal in qualifying
for modified compact. Troy Lewis on track now to take on Chris O'Neill. It looks like, has Troy actually gone past the stage beams here? I know he's in full stage.
Now, Troy, that Cortina, mate. He's I'm not too sure. They're just having to get a look at the Mudgerar car and dog wash
he's
Corolla.
on a bit of an angle at the moment as well.
So not too sure. They're just. But you can see Troy is into full stage in the Fat As Comp Engines Cortina. Has run an 8.67 at 159 in that awesome looking Cortina. Look at it. It is mean. We're just waiting to see what's going on with Chris's car. Not too sure what's happening with the little Corolla. Well, she's fired up. Fired up under its own power. With the little Corolla.
Oh, it looks like it's leaking a fair bit.
It's leaking.
Yeah, you can see it from up here.
So shut it down, shut it down. But let's see what Troy can do in the Cortina. Close it up, takes the opportunity just to build the boost, get it through. That'll be quick. I reckon that'll be another low 9 or a high 8 again. 8.60 at 160. Hold the phone.
Yeah, great lap there for Lewis.
That is mate. That's about an Olympic size amount of water, Olympic pool size amount of water out there.
That's a lot of liquid on track. Yeah,
I just hope that is
good catch from the start line officials there to not let him go down the track there, Chris O'Neill. Troy Lewis will stay in that number 3 spot in qualifying at the moment, here in modified compact, brought to us by Bosch Motorsport. We will have to get this cleaned up quickly before we get back underway.
Without a doubt. So whether they will run, because it's qualifying, whether they will just use the left lane, Mark, I'm not too sure. But that means we're moving into our next category, aren't we? Yep. We certainly are. This is a tough category. Guy King, Rob Cady, Josh Moore, Noor Jamas, and Phil Penny.
It's just going to be a quick cameo for you, Terry, mate. This,
I
think
don't know.
it's modified 10.5, the last bracket of ours.
Oh, is that it? This is our last bracket. Look at me, I'm not going to go give out the Boom King trophy. So, mate, what did I miss, Mark? What did I miss when I was away?
You missed some good action in qualifying, mate. There's been some quick passes today. It was a bit of a challenge, though, for a lot of the teams with the heat in the middle of the day. We're not used to this sort of warm weather in August.
A couple of races did actually say that, Mark. But I think a few of the guys are thinking that if it was a little bit later, and this might actually assist them in some ways, Mark.
Well, I think that's why we're seeing a few of the cars go a little bit quicker now this afternoon. Just cooling down. Joshua Moore on track in the Ute for Performance Parts Plus, and it looks like he's lost fire as well.
He did too. Something went wrong there. You could just see Josh moving around in the cockpit, like just shifting it through whether something was not right in the mighty Barra-powered BR Ute.
Like the guy behind him in the Central Queensland Rotary, he probably could have stayed in the other lane because it looks like it's been cleaned up already. Must have been fuel because it's dried up. Just didn't mean fuel. So Josh Moore is actually going to get a lap here, so he's all right. The lucky thing is because he didn't...
Listen to that thing sing. That Barra is on a mission. 814 at 174 mile an hour. That's what you do. Sit on the line, start the car up. Tyres are probably going a little bit cold, but you still crack off an 814. Mark? Just
great. That's a good pass.
Casual as you like, isn't it? How good was that? Oh, give it up for Rob Cady. That's a stout burnout there. Well done, the mighty Central Queensland Rotary. The little RX2, how good is that thing? Big skid from the rotor.
That was a power skid right there.
That was impressive. Well done, Rob. Crowd loved it. Absolutely loved it. So look at that. Now we have seen Rob. He's had this thing for a little while. This little RX2. Gotta love a good RX2. I love how low slung it is. It's like it's a lot of them like to have them sitting up a little bit higher. But Rob says no, I'm going for low and fast, and it looks the goods. Do you know the reasoning in having a catch net in your wheelie bars?
For the parachute.
Is that what it's for?
Yeah, it's a parachute.
Do you know I've been commentating for 12 years and I did not know that? I thought it was like those two bike races to catch the other bike racer when he falls off.
It's just to stop the parachute from tangled up.
Rob gets out nice. All eyes on the RX2. What's he going to run? Goes through, pulls the chute. A 789 at 173. Well done, Rob. 173 in the top end. It's put him into, he's in that second position, but this just about to come to the line is Mr. Guy King. 725 at 199.2 miles an hour, Mark. Did you want to say that as well? Because it feels good.
It's 789, 173 mile an hour.
How good is
Rob
it?
Cady moving into up next, mate, is our number one qualifier for Guy King.
Guy King, here he comes. And he's going to run up against, in this last qualifier, with Noor Jamas, and in the Jamas Motorsport, the mighty little Datsun Ute. But have a look at this thing. The Advanced Joinery Corolla up against the Jamas Autosports Datsun Utility. 874 to 154 for that little red Ute. 725 at 199 mile an hour.
Only 199 mile an hour.
Still getting over that 199 mile an hour.
Just needs 0.80 of a mile an hour to hit that illustrious 200 mile an hour lap here for Guy King.
It's like, how quick? We're that quick. Love it. It's good. What a great category. Small category, but I tell you what it lacks in numbers, it is a power pack category, this, Mark.
It's our number one qualifier. It is their final qualifying session for modified 10.5. Guy King, Noor Jamas for Jamas Autosports. The Ute taking on the Corolla.
Sound like he got off it.
Yeah, it sounds like both cars are off the throttle early here. King will go through for an 872, 115 mile an hour. And Jamas will roll through here for a 17-second pass at 54 mile an hour.
Nice work.
And that brings a close to us, Terry.
That most certainly does, Mark. I want to thank everybody for having a listen to Mark and I rabbit on for the day. We will see you all tomorrow, talk to you all tomorrow. Enjoy the afternoon. If you want to see me, I'll be down at the Boomkings. I'm going to be, we'll be welcomed by Mr. Chris Stiggles and Rusty Gregory to the microphone. Please make them welcome.
Where is the love? Where
Mr. Diggles.
Right here.
We say nothing but nice things about Mark, and then he comes out and says that.
But he sort of does them on the changeover, doesn't he?
He does it on, the little, on the side.
It's just like that little. I've
got the microphone now, Mark.
It's the insult version of a wraparound move around. You know, dummy half. You do a little wraparound. You walk around this way, I'll slap you over the head. Who did it? You know, like that's what it feels like. Yeah. It did sound like Mark's voice that said that, honestly. Yeah. But we're professionals, Rusty.
Typical Broncos fan. Typical Broncos fan starts a fight, then runs away.
We're professionals here. I'm in my undergarments. Now everyone's filming me in the undergarments. It's like, mate, I've been out there trying to send a ball into space. I'm no Elon Musk.
You have been working very hard out there with the tennis racket today.
Mate, I'm sure the US government took a photo. I saw a B-2 bomber up there when I hit the last one.
Was it your fault, was it?
Probably.
They've done the flyover just to make sure everything's in order.
Casa said the B-2 came down in a field after swallowing a lucky ball. So
we don't know what the J means.
Yeah, I mean, I thought
we're working on it.
I thought we were no-fly zone, but I mean, right now, wouldn't it be good to see that bomber come back not in stealth mode because it went over right in front of us? You didn't see it?
Really?
Yeah. It wasn't. I thought it was just a big drone, and then realised that I was part of an experiment, and I don't know where these wires came from.
So back to the drag racing, which is apparently what we're here for.
Well, would you think so, mate? There was a tennis match going on.
The Garrett Advancing Motion Jamboree.
Yeah, it's more than just hitting balls into the crowd, folks. Let me tell you. We asked the crowd, would you like to go steady or would you like to send it? And every single time they said we want to send it. They're here to see people send their dreams down the track, and sometimes you'll live your whole life to be in that situation where you find yourself at a jamboree, staring down the tree, just sending the rocket that you've always dreamed of building. And every year they keep coming out, mate. I say this every time I open up even a new magazine like from Street Machine or any article online that you can see anywhere of new builds. We're not seeing the builds slow down. In fact, we're seeing more dreams come to reality than ever. And then you turn up at events like Jambo and you realise just how many of those may have started at an event like this.
Would you call it the Dream Factory?
I've been in many dream factories, many industries. Like you could talk about Burnsy's place. You could talk about the Spot On workshops. You could talk about, even Swanee down here or ET Chassis or variety of different fabricators, even just in Queensland. That'll tell you that right now in those workshops, people's dreams are being built on a daily basis. There's cars there that you go, well, I can't wait to see that thing going. And again, sometimes it can be anything from a twin-turbo LS street car. Predominantly, there's still a lot of Commodores getting built out there in various stages, but then there's also still a lot of chrome bumper Japanese stuff that's coming out of the woodwork. Old school never goes out of fashion, no matter what you put in it. And I use examples like Nathan Peters' beautiful Valiant with the Barra in it. It's a low 9-second usable street car. Workshops are full of cars like that, bro. You know it.
Absolutely. We've got Pro Compact just about ready to roll out of the lanes, but it looks like we do have a little bit of a clean-up in aisle 1 down here. Not quite sure exactly what it is or how long we're going to be down for, but I can see Josie's out there and the track walkers are certainly having a good look at things, so we are going to be down for a tick. It is much warmer out there than we are used to,
mate. It is. It is warm, mate. Walking around, I see a lot of people. I mean, they're downing the bottles of Coke and the waters, and it is balmy. If we could describe this as a balmy spring day, it's certainly that. And that's why I'm down to the singlet, just because it's a bit hot.
Undergarments, down to your unmentionables.
Down to my unmentionables, just because we've been cracking them out there each side. But it is so good to have this. Yes, Winter is a nice time of year. This time of the day in winter, we are normally in more diabolical scenarios as far as the sun-drenched track, the colder air temperatures.
Yep.
I think the only thing that's knocked the edge off performances today is definitely not the track. I mean, the track's been here, but just the temperature, just that temp. The horsepower's not there that we would normally see.
Once it goes past that 25, 26 degree air temperature, it tends to go in the other direction in terms of enhancing the performances. So, yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Has been a little bit on the warm side today for peak performances, but nonetheless, you'd still much rather the warmer weather that we're having instead of the alternative, which, of course, we have had many times in the past. So this is a much better option.
And, when we talk about going to the Bend a bit later on in the year, of course, to have our last Jambo of the year, the Adelaide Jambo, I do think we might just be getting on the end of some warmth there as well during the day, but I do think down there when it will knock off temperature-wise, like the air is pretty rare down there. The horsepower, there's plenty of horsepower down there to be had. I do think it'll be full send at the Bend later in the year to finish off our Jambos for the year. But you know what? I'm not going to trade today for anything because, beautiful, balmy, warm Queensland weather. We need days like this. What do they say? Vitamin D. What do they say you get when you're out in the beautiful sunny day?
Burnt.
Yeah, that as well. Yeah, but there's a bit of vitamin D mixed in with all that carcinogens. But of course, we asked everyone today several times and continue to remind you in Australia that's what we do. You better slip, slop, slap. No one else in the world gets.
No, they don't
that.
know slip, slop, slap.
They won't know. Oh, do you know in Australia we used to say slip, slop, slap, and they go, What do you mean slip, slop, slap? Well, it's slip on a shirt, slop on some sunscreen, and slap on a hat. Yeah. If you remember, told by a little bloke in a cartoon with a Slurpee S, slip on. Yeah, that guy, and it works, of course. Got to be sun smart in this country. Make sure you've all got hats on, the sunscreen, and that you've been well watered. It's so easy to get heat stroke in this country. It really is, and I just hope everyone's been paying attention to all of that.
Coming back to the racing.
Yeah,
I want to come back to the racing.
Sure.
What's your pick of the run so far today? I mean, we've had some big performances.
I think the thing that's been in my head a little bit about today is that we didn't see everyone in the second session, whether or not that was bad circumstance or whether that's a judgment call, and that some may have elected to sit out the session.
They might be keeping their powder dry for tomorrow.
And you know what? It's when you think back, it's a little bit of a tactic that can be well used by various teams. And I do think that we're going to see a few of them get a look in here before the end of the day in this session.
Yep.
Because, it has been that little bit warmer during the day. But I don't know, that Corolla guy going 199 mile an hour, that was a pretty big moment. 28.9s always deals out things. All motor as well. All those categories of just, as we say, mate.
Jet Martin was another one.
Oh,
that car is a work of art. And
Yeah.
we have got an official weight on that car. I won't say it over the air, but let's just say it is north of 2,800 pounds, that car.
So it's a slightly heavier Commodore. As we said, steel roof and quarter, so it is a little bit heavier in general. But that I didn't see that last run I was on stage, but we certainly heard it coming past. An awesome run. And, sometimes you've either got to debut these cars at events or turn up at a test day, and that's been the big debate, just amongst, I suppose, diehards of the sport the last year and a half, 2 years. These days, track hires are a thing. Like back in the day, you would never dream of anyone hiring a track to do any testing. I mean, it was simply out of the question financially. But, tracks offer certain deals and X amount of cars, and, you can get in sometimes for 500 plus a day to test, and some guys need that. They want to get runs under the belt. The cars come so far, and track time outside the confines of a race event gives you the freedom to really just concentrate on getting the best out of the vehicle. However, I think sometimes people get drawn into chasing numbers down and getting a number up and then sitting on the number and then thinking, well, when can we compete with this car if all you're doing is testing with it? Would you much rather keep that to yourself, a car that gives you the satisfaction, or is the extra bit of adrenaline you're chasing where you actually want to race someone?
Competing is the key.
Oh, absolutely. To me, always.
Competition is what drives drag races. That's what's always driven drag races. The time slips are cool, the times are cool, the records are cool. But that being said, there's nothing better than at the end of the day standing there holding the trophy, knowing that you beat the guy in the other lane.
And you know what? Sometimes that will come from 2 or 3 days of testing to get that win on Sunday. But it's good that you may have tried nearly 5 days to achieve something in one week that you may not have done for 12 months or 2 years. And that's the reality of it. Is that yes, the show's better for everyone if they do all tests. They kind of hone the combos down, so when they do turn up on race day, they normally are nearly flawless.
They tend to weed out the aborted runs, for lack of a better word.
Throw in a mega hot day, and again our little sort of crazy tricky time when all the horsepower gods sometimes don't align, and then we're back to square one. We're fighting for percentage runs and a long game tomorrow. All that testing may not have worked because that was maybe the conditions are a bit cooler. Different time of the day.
Yep.
You know, when you come to a race schedule, everyone's on the same timeline. Yeah. There's no custom timelines to anyone. When you comply as a competitor, you got to be in the lanes at this time. Round 1, round 2, round 3. How many wins are you going to get?
Yeah.
You know, only the best win.
And the other thing is, you can come up with a tune-up for Willowbank Raceway, but that tune-up is not necessarily going to work once we go down to Adelaide. Two very, very different racetracks, two very different atmospheric scenarios and very different weather patterns that you get down there. So what works here is not necessarily going to work down there, which isn't necessarily going to work in Sydney when you go there. Everything has got a limit as to how much is transferable from track to track.
And you know, conditions and baselines all sort of help. But one thing I like about even if you do go to the Bend, and folks, please, if you can, get some annual leave locked away, get a bit of holiday locked away. It's truly worth the experience to do. And if you can, I mean, look, Tailem Bend is about an hour out of Adelaide.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, the Shahim family have got that fantastic
if you haven't been
circuit,
there, if you haven't been there, go there just for the experience.
Yeah,
to see the venue and the racetrack and the Ridges Hotel that's there and all of the stuff that goes along with it. Because it's not just about the venue itself; it's about all the other stuff. It's without a doubt one of the preeminent venues in the country, sporting venues, not just motorsport, but sporting venues.
And what I found when I first went there, of course, we sort of ducked in there for Drag Challenge, just how intimate the place is. You know what I mean? Like, it's not, like you go to Sydney Dragway, it's still quite sprawling.
Cavernous would be the word at Sydney Dragway.
Well, Sydney Dragway's cavernous. Willowbank's definitely sort of spread and a little bit wide. But Adelaide feels very intimate. Like it feels like a scaled down Sydney Dragway. You're nearly on top of the cars. Yeah. You are almost in this little bowl, and it's a little bit freaky to see because then you see them sort of funnel up the hill there. You actually see them disappear through the finish line and see them through the finish. Yep. Here, of course, at Willowbank, we lose them at the finish line. Unless you're up high on the grandstands, you don't see them over the edge here. So it's another interesting place. And I think a lot more guys, we notice, I mean, over here is daunting. Even though we are, just sort of progressively going over by only 1 degree here, when you're hitting that finish line at 220, 230 mile an hour, it almost feels like you're taking off as you come over the hill.
Yeah, cleared for takeoff.
And of course, Sydney doesn't feel that way either, and nor does Adelaide. You're driving your way up the hill there, so you can kind of send it all the way to the finish line. But here's quite a unique track. It's always been a little bit... Well, to me, they seem to disappear a lot faster here than at some of the other tracks. But you've got to go and see Adelaide, be a part of our Jamboree friends that we've made down there. We know that we're going to definitely, New South Wales and Victoria, they engage hard with that Jamboree down there because for them it is in their backyard. There's no real excuse why they wouldn't be there. And of course, South Aussie, the scene is the sleeping giant. We haven't seen what's coming out of South Australian workshops yet, but normally there's a few years lag from when something like the Bend drag strip opens until you see it all start to spread out.
Because you get people who have never seen the sport before who come out, they see it, they go, this is cool, I want one of those, or I want one of these, and they go out and they build it, they spend the money, they invest, and it does take a couple of years for that to kick in. You're absolutely right. And we saw that in Sydney when we had no racing for 6 or 7 years between Eastern Creek closing and Sydney Dragway opening up. But from 2004 to about 2006, 2007, there were so many cars that came out of the woodwork and people just wanting to get involved with the sport. And you're absolutely right. Jamboree is only going to go from strength to strength down in Adelaide, as is drag racing down there. It's such a cool venue.
You can do anything. You can even road trip down there because they've got the Big 4 caravan park in the same complex. So you can even get cabins down there, so you don't have to stay at the Ridges. I do recommend it, though.
The Ridges is nice.
It's very nice. You roll up to Tailem Bend, you come off the highway. There's a massive servo there just to remind everyone sort of how the Shahims sort of made their fortune through massive servos.
You can walk from the pits in the drag strip across to the Hungry Jacks and the servo and the noodle box that's in there, and then walk back to the dragway. It's that close. It's only a matter of a couple of 100 metres. The layout of the place is incredible. And
there's obviously future development plans there for an airport and everything there. But the complex is just, blank slate. Let's build the circuit track first. We built the Big 4. We built the drag strip probably going to build the airport. Motorsport as a recreation is a growing and booming industry. You hear about that Hunter Valley enthusiast track that they're looking at trying to build, where you can go and have a private track day experience. Like, there's a million stories where there's enthusiasts that just can't use their cars enough, and more venues means more people using it. And whether it's South Australia, which has got some rev heads, like true old school, from old school to high tech rev heads down there, that they've been waiting for that track to come back there on a regular basis, and now the Bend has given it to you. But yeah, it's a great experience. You go down to the hotel lobby and you get out, and there's a massive pit building there, isn't it? So you're at the track. You can hear cars going around the track, but you can't see them. You then walk in through the doors of the lobby, and not only do you see millions of dollars of race car in the lobby, but then you start seeing the cars and going down the straight.
That's right.
On the other side of the lobby, there's glass there, and they're flying down the straight. Check in, you go up the elevator. Next thing you know, if you're lucky, you're on the track. You open your window, open your
You're on
curtains,
the pit straight,
and you are watching a living, breathing racetrack.
Yeah.
I mean, like, if you're like me, you get on the other side and you see the pit side, but that's still interesting.
It can be.
That's interesting.
It can be.
But it's surreal. You've got to go and stay at a hotel that's at a racetrack. I highly recommend it. It's very therapeutic. You'll be doing your country a favour, doing what governments want us to do, and that's use facilities to support industry and recreation. And this is what it is to you and me. I still call this, as much as the teams are super professional, these are still recreational motorsport enthusiasts here. Yes, we're racers. We're ex-racers, but the people out there are choosing to race. They're engaging in competitive motorsport. Is there an ounce of professionalism to it? Yes, there is. But they still live in normal people's garages every other day of the week. So it needs events like this, and of course the big one in Adelaide, to continue on to just show, guess what? There is a thing called a car scene. It is so diverse in this country, more than most countries that I've been watching in the world of YouTube on. But we're right up there. And you know what? As much as we've been patriotic during the Olympics, how well we did for a small country, when it comes to the automobile, we're again the same. We punch way above our weight in every facet, from building them to tuning them to importing and exporting, different stuff. I know that a lot of Aussie products get exported right around the world. And we've had some success stories, like the Noonans go to the States and then have a thriving race engine business. A thriving race engine business in the United States of America, much like PAC and Billet Pro and Billet Inc. and all of these Billet Rotary engine manufacturers. Bullet, one of our great sponsors, of course, as well, with their billet engines. PRP with their engine products. Like, we are producing world-class products that are getting exported. But where's the Mr. Politician standing there listening to everything that we're doing? They just still think we're rev heads and our vote doesn't count. But these are the people driving billions of dollars worth of investment. And guess where it's coming from in motorsport? It's not coming from the professional ranks. It's coming from the amateur ranks. And they need to stand up and take notice that venues are required in order to do this. For perfectly free, tax-paying Aussie citizens that want to send it, well, you better get out of the way, politicians, because it's our democratic right to send it. Vote 1, authorise RevHead Party Australia. Now, look, a little of a word from our sponsors on the live stream, and I think we're not too many minutes away from letting it send here again at Willowbank, folks. So stick around. A couple of minutes and we're back.
Hi guys, Herman from Platinum Racing Products, and I'm here at Sydney's Raceway to unveil our first new prototype RB blocks.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannons,
We've also got Shannons Home and Contents cover,
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannons.
Shannons, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Performance tuners and racers trust Bosch technology for their high-performance engines. Precision, reliability and performance. Bosch fuel injectors give you peace of mind, knowing your engine is getting the best fuel delivery. Race after race, year after year. Optimised spray formation for improved combustion, smoother power delivery and better throttle response. Bosch fuel injectors will put you ahead of the competition. Search Bosch Motorsport Australia. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch.
Yeah, first ever Jambo, first ever drag show.
Here we go. Here at Jambo, do we not?
We have one goal, drag strip domination. Quicker ETs, #1 qualifiers, final round victories. We earn these things for ourselves and our racers with engine management designed to work the way people actually use it at the track. Our systems are constantly updated with new functionality and free updates because progress never stops. Always learning, always improving, always striving to make the best.
Designing and building a drag strip is extremely challenging. The lives of people are at stake. There is no room for error. My name is Frank Tarabay. I'm the owner and managing director of Every Trade Group.
Hi guys, Herman from Platinum Racing Products, and I'm here at Sydney Raceway to unveil our first new prototype RB blocks.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannons,
We've also got Shannons Home and Contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be.
Shannons.
Shannons, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Performance tuners and racers trust Bosch technology for their high-performance engines. Precision, reliability and performance. Bosch fuel injectors give you peace of mind, knowing your engine is getting the best fuel delivery. Race after race, year after year. Optimised spray formation for improved combustion, smoother power delivery and better throttle response. Bosch fuel injectors will put you ahead of the competition. Search Bosch Motorsport Australia. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch.
All right, is this working? It is. Hello, everyone. Here we are again. It's almost felt like we were just here before, but we're going to go again. You got some more stuff here. You people are so patient. So patient. We're going to do a little bit of spraying after this. So we've just got the tyre sled on at the moment. I think they're going to do a little spray. So this qualifying session's just about ready to go underway. So where were we before we stopped? Were we over here? Yeah, we'll start here. This guy needs something down the front here. This guy needs something there. I don't know, mate. You look a bit sunburned here. Start with some sunscreen. There we go. Free medicine. Oh, he might have had some on. It's slipped right through his hands there. Anyone else need sunscreen? Just giving out general provisions. Anyone need sunscreen? Yeah, he's convinced. Oh, yeah, good. Watch out for the lady there. Sorry. I shouldn't be throwing it out because it's kind of... You reckon I could get it up there, do you reckon? I don't know. Hit it with the tennis racket and everyone gets covered. All right, I'll try this. Right, here we go. Oh, yeah, no, that was pretty unco. Pretty unco. Yeah, folks. You know what happens when we come to Jamboree? It just... That track's a sacred ground and sometimes it gets desecrated. All accidental, not deliberate. All right, I'm going to just hit this. This is just one you can keep, all right? This is just a little foamy, squashy one, all right? You just want to see it in the air, right? Let's just see if it comes down, all right, and someone catches it. And you people over there, I do owe you a lucky ball, don't I? Is that right? Hands up who said that they wanted the lucky ball over there. Anyway? Yeah, I thought so. Anyone want this one just to keep? This is... Righto, mate. Who said that? This bloke here. I don't know, mate. You're a bit too... You startled me with that. Your assertiveness startled me. What's that? I'm not going to hit your cuss. Sorry, Mark. Sorry about that. All right. I'll put this up in the air anyway. Let's just see what happens, all right? Here we go. Yeah, a little bit of a backspin. It's curving right down the middle. Did he catch it? No, he didn't. Didn't catch it, did you? No. Didn't catch it. Oh, we can play quarterback.
Oh, I'm not playing that.
Hey? All right, we need someone that's open. All right, so just pretend I'm the quarterback. I'm going to turn around. I need someone open. So this is just a dry run, right? 22, 23, hut. Who's open? Yeah, okay, I'm ready, all right? Okay. And I need you to, when I turn around, I need someone to yell out, mine, all right? After 23, hut! It's long, oh, it's a touchdown! Whoosh, whoosh. Hey? Yeah, this way. Oh, hey, all right. It's over here. Can't believe doing this has torn me hamstring. So, I know. All right. So I need someone to be long. So if I'm turning around and I need to come back and I need to throw. All right, okay. Righto. I need you to yell out mine. Not yet. Soon. All right, mate? You ready? 22, 23, hut! It's long, it's incomplete. Second down. All right, lucky ball for these people over here. Where'd that racket go? Here it is. Okay, this is fun. Actually, I should ask you people first. Shall I just go gentle or should I send it? Oh, gentle now. I knew this would happen. I knew that tide would turn, so we're going to go gentle. Who said send it? Kid with the mullet. Okay. I'll send it for you, mullet boy. I don't believe in just going... What was the other option? Conservative. Can you see that over there? Can you see that? It's a bit hard to see with the purple, isn't it? Okay, you. Sorry, who was that kid? Can you please... Okay, mate. Yeah, this will be easy. I'll just give it to him, right? You know how accurate this is, right? But I need you to do me a countdown from 5, okay? Go. All right, we've lost it. I've lost it. Hang on, there it is. There it is. There it is. No. It was in his hand. Did you see that? Brr. Bad luck. Sorry, mate. He still kept it though, didn't he? Still kept it. Got that traction compound going on. I'm getting a bit, woo, getting a bit high on the fumes here. Oh, look at these precision stickers. How do we give them away? How do we go there? All right. Oh, can you smell that? Okay. I just got to count the lucky ball situation here because I think I'm going to duck over and hit a few back. Oh, yeah. All right. Okay. I don't know. It's going to try the foot. Try the foot. Or quarterback foot. 40-20. Okay. Oh, you're all going to catching school tomorrow. Okay. Quarterback. And look. I will send that you'll be one up on them, and then I'm going to have to go around and get a few more of these over to you. Okay. So see that you guys want that one? This one? Soon. Oh, okay, quarterback, I need someone that's open. And I need you to yell out mine when it's ready. Right. Okay. Thank you, sir. All right. 22, 23, hut! Oh, it's a touchdown. Well done, son. Well done. Just say bang. See that? Oof. The old arm. One more of these. Did any of the kids want a sticker? Would you like a sticker? Anyone? Speed flow sticker? Anyone? Come and get one. I'm not gonna throw it up there. And I'll come over and I'll back over there. Oh, I don't know. This one might just have to be a high random one, eh? $22, $63, $21, hut! Oh! I don't even know what I was looking at then. I think the bloke that stood up, I don't think he actually knew we were playing the game then. I think he was actually getting up to leave. Cops it up the bum. This never works. This never works. Okay, who wants a hat? Oh, that's supposed to have come back. Sorry, no. Can I have that back? That trick's supposed to come. No. He gets it. He gets it. Oh, okay. Yeah, I know one. It was supposed to come back, but the wind. Yeah, the wind wasn't right. I don't know. I'm going to have to do it AFL style. You know, you got to sort of, feel. Can I get a countdown? Oh, it's random. Oh, he's tall. He's tall. He's tall. He was. Sign that kid up. Sign that kid up. All right. Let me, you know what? We're going to have to go to the other side. And I'm going to send, I think I'm going to send, you don't mind if I send a couple of ones from over there over here? Let's go. I'll drive. No, Auntie Lizzie can stay here. We can leave Auntie Lizzie here. There she is. Auntie Lizzie's going to stay here for the next hour. Turning circle. How's everyone doing over there? Oh, thank you. Oh, come on. Give me some gears here. All right. Oh, is it right? Oh, is this thing even working? All right, we're going to hit him from over there. Oh, he's got a lollipop. This kid's trying to offer me a lollipop. That's a bit weird. We're just spraying the track. Last spray, so we're going to have to quickly hit these ones before we go. I reckon we're only literally seconds from starting again here. Actually, give a couple of stickers out real quick to these people, just real quick. There you go. What do you got there? A couple of stickies, just real quick. I can't hit the lucky balls up right here, so yeah, give them a couple of things there. Oh, geez, nice throw. That's gone to ground, Ash, that one. That went to ground. That went to ground real quick. Come on, quick, I've got to hit two away real quick. Oh, whoa, what a throw. What a throw. Oh, watch out, Dave, drag photos. What, the one I'm wearing? It's a bit sick, a bit weird. All right, these people get anything? Can we chuck them anything there? How do we get the stickers up? Oh, my goodness. Bloody Father Christmas over here. Oh, he's the luckiest bloke over there today. All right, here we go. Okay, look, we'll just go in the middle here, just real quick, because I think we're nearly ready to start again, folks. You know what happens when we start. We can't keep hitting. Oh, quick. All right. Yeah, all right. I'm going to get one across. All right, real quick. Real quick, who wants it over here? Who wants it? I can't believe it. Did it go over? Is it over? It's over! 6 and out. I don't know what was on that one. I don't know what was on that one. I can't believe that went over. That's it, kids. We'll give you a couple of little things here, kids. We've got to stop because of the cars. Oh, you're the one that said please. Couple of little things for the kids here. Can't hit anything more over the... God, did you see that last one? Oh, I can play a little bit of like two quarterbacks. Two quarterbacks and a drink bottle. Oh, there we go. What a catch. Okay. 22, 32. Ha! Go long. Oh, yeah, you could get up any time there, mate. You could have got up any time. Where's the dive? Where's the desperation? Where's the desperation? All right, one more. And then Uncle Chris is going to take a light out. Hut! Oh, all right. I will try and get you something. Oh, hey, hold up. Back to you guys in the central commentary position.
Thank you very much, Mr. Diggles. We are going racing now with the next round of Pro Compact, third and final qualifying session before we get into race day tomorrow. And on track we've got Lee Doherty, who did not have the cleanest of burnouts, got to be said. Started smoking the tyres and then the tyre gripped, hooked up and went on through. And that's not an ideal preparation, that's for sure. Chris Tate, on the other hand, the 200SX, has not had his kind of day today. An 893 best run so far, not quite cracking the 100-mile-per-hour barrier. However, this car has certainly got some potential. One of the quicker four-cylinders that we have got here at the Garrett Advancing Motion Jamboree. Of course, Pro Compact brought to us by McKern and Associates. From our humble beginnings in 2002, founded by Damien McKern, McKern's have worked hard to build a personable and confident approach to working with their clients. McKern's team of over 30 accountants and advisors are deeply committed to growing their skills and knowledge so that they can apply this in their clients' business. So, Tate in the speed flow lane, left of screen. Lee Doherty, the MX-5, getting progressively smokier and smokier as the day goes on with this car. Sun's starting to play a factor into the drivers, particularly the driver in the left-hand lane, looking directly into the sun with the Christmas tree. Shallow stage, Potato rolls the leads. 066 red light on the tree. Doesn't matter though. This is going to be his first full pull of the weekend. And a 7.08 is a big step in the right direction at 191 miles per hour. 7.54 for Lee Doherty. And there was more left on the table because Chris Tate rolled the beams. It only went 1.30 to the 60-foot timers. That was a 6-second run every single day of the week. And Chris Tate moves all the way up to the number 2 qualifying position. Probably a case of what might have been, because that probably would have given Chris Hall a good shake for the number 1 qualifying position, but unfortunately rolled the beams, and really that's all that you can say about that one. Next pair of cars on the start line, it is Tony Grigich now, the RX-8, taking on Simon Oyuanu, the Promaz RX-8. 2 purple RX-8, so this is a tricky one. The Makita car in the speed flow lane, that is Grigich, and Simon Iwanu, the Promaz car out of Thomastown in Victoria. Hi, Mr. Diggles. Have you got your breath back, sir? You think you've just got to hit that button at the top, don't you? Push that button again. There you go. Red light on.
Does the red light mean that it's on?
Red light means on.
Okay.
Yes.
Bump City. Perfect. Yeah, I'm a little bit exhausted. It's a bit hot out there, as we talked about 25 minutes ago when I was last out there, hitting balls with all my energy. That one went 6 and out, that one, actually. Oh. I set the red one. It went through the top railing and out into the pit. So apologies to the person that copped the red rubber ball to the head. It was
Digsby balling.
He went up to the counter with lucky ball entrenched in his forehead. So he got 2 prizes. I also got double vision. But he's okay now. Grigich and Ionu, so same workshop cars. Both with that 6-second potential. Here they are going to sort it all out in McKern Pro Compact Q number 3. This will set the tone for tomorrow's racing over 3 rounds. This is one that's going to count. Something you might fight with tomorrow.
This is the first time we've ever seen Grigich on this racetrack this weekend.
Here the Ghost, been saving it up. Not a lot of power out of the Ghost on the hip. He's just going to leg it down there. But look, Simon's going to do a good one here. That'll do 7.05. Look, that's a good one. 7.05 at 190. You can just about work with that one and start getting into that 6-second zone. The car is about 4/10 quicker in previous performances, but that'll do right now. 103, I think, in the 60. That is enough. That's a good settler. But guess what? The next one, it is RX3 time, both sides. Benny Palmer from Daisy Hill here in Queensland, and Peter, born to do this, Rahayam, El Chebo. Of course, the unofficial nickname that I think he got when he went to the United States. Oh, Benny Palmer. It sounds very unrotor-like as well. It's kind of got a weird ring to it.
Noise,
yeah, it is. It's like
it's muffled.
And this lad, this young bloke, I mean, he's done his apprenticeship big time. He's run 7s here, I think, with his RX3 street car. RX3 street car. The 13B turbo auto. Now here it is, one of the family RX3s. I think still famously like, a 3/4 car or back half car. It's still not a full tube thing, I don't think. It's got no aerodynamics on it. I mean, this is so old school. This is something from 20 odd years ago. I mean, that shape hasn't changed in any way other than it's probably up 500 more horsepower than it was 20 years ago. So, if this thing ran 730s or 720s 21 years ago, it would have just set the world on fire.
Oh, absolutely.
And now we look at these things. Pack built their own billet engines, their own stuff in-house, and it's so good to see the family automobile in the hands of the future. Peter Rahayam, and he has watched thousands of runs growing up. He knows where the starting line is. He knows where the beams are. He knows how to turn a steering wheel. He knows how to build a rotary engine. He knows a lot. So the kid is more than qualified to be out there and doing everything.
Oh, he knows the game. He knows how this is played. He's taking on Ben Palmer from Daisy Hill, the RX3 on the other side of the racetrack, the red car. Only best run of a 10.25. You got to think there's more left in that.
All right, Palmer now brings it on the clutch. We're ready to go. Thing not on power. No power. And look, he's got a little bit more there, has been Palmer, but it was Pete Raham that the thing did not behave itself after the launch. In fact, it almost caught itself. 118 in the 60. Look, the start line is good, no doubt about it. Start line is good. And it just did not work out for Pete on that one, nor Benny. Look, he's going to have to stick with his 7.36 and his 7.24 today and stay in fourth spot. But yeah, Adrian Hodgson's actually claiming that, yeah, the Chebo nickname came from him at Cootamundra. So you've got to sometimes, you've got to acknowledge the original sources. So El Chebo, there we go. The Chinese Lebanese, which is affectionate for his background between mum and dad. So. Caliente, caliente, sente. Sorry, mate. Big road of burnouts brings out the Latino in me. Chris Hall. There's nothing Latino about Chris Hall. He's as Aussie as they come. Alan Dodd. Yeah, he's as Aussie as they come as well. He is heavily inked. OG gangster rap. Low rider driving. Probably still rides a skateboard. He's got blonde dreadlocks. Like, I mean, this guy's a character. He we love the attitude. Great family. He was a former boxer as a kid. He was a very good boxer as a kid, Alan Dodd. And guess what? His 15-year-old Marley's got a few belts already.
Really?
So 15-year-old Marley can go. Let me tell you, I called a fight night for their boxing club one night. I had to call a 25 fight night. From the sideline, like he didn't have to get in the ring, but just watching. I don't think his boy fought that night, but just watching even kids, like 10-year-old girls, boxing each other. Like you go, I wouldn't want to be hit by them.
No.
So Dodsy's got that early boxer mentality there, you know, where he ducks and weaves, and he's going to try and send one down here. What up, G? Against Chris Hall, number 1 against number 8 qualifier. McKernan Associates Pro Compact, Q3. They're going to stay on it, both boys are going to stay on it all the way. Here we go, 7:31, 7:40. Yeah, look, 193 mile an hour there for Chris Hall. He's about, 6/10 off what he ran today. What up, G? That's 3/10 improvement from 8th to 5th now with a 7:31. So Hall stays there at number 1 with a 6:87. Simon Ionu, 7:05. Chris Tate, 7:08. Peter Raham, 7:24. Alan Dodd, 7:31. Sam Kiprios, 7:34. Lee Doherty, 7:40. Jurgen Piscopo, 7:57. Benny Palmer, 8:75. And Tony Grigic, the Ghost, 11:65. That's our top 10 so far. There's some real tight bunchings there in that first 8. On a pro tree, you go any which way. And if any of these guys find that last couple of tenths of the performance we know they've got, watch out, folks. We are going to see margins in the thousands of seconds on a pro tree. And as we said, in this class, there's a lot more clutch pedals in this class. So not a lot of torque converters in this. This is mainly, predominantly, other than Lee, of course, with his, he can still race well, but this guy's with clutch pedals in here. 3RZ on board here for Kiprios with the 5-speed clutchless gearbox. And as we said before, running in mainstream super stock, double degas means that it's got to be mechanically fuel injected. So I think we've still got a mechanical setup on this, and it still goes well. It still punches pretty well as far as the world standard for 3RZ cars. And of course, the whole world watches. If you look at Pal February TV, the YouTube channel, he's always at Salinas Dragway, where Starlets, basically Starlets and Corollas, and not so many RX3s per se, but Datsuns are just everywhere. I mean, if there was a sister nation to Australia, it's got to be Puerto Rico, because they're racing with a lot of the same stuff. Starlets are very, very, very common in Puerto Rico. Of course, they got this model in Puerto Rico. We never got it, which is a pity, because these are a lovely little car. I mean, what the Corolla, the KE10 was enough, but they're pretty wild.
This thing out of the hole, but it works. It gets on down there. Just got to before half track and he rolled out of it. I couldn't quite tell why, because we are absolutely looking dead into the sun.
Yeah, the sun's right there now.
We're really calling this off the screen more than anything else.
Yeah, no, they went 116 in the 60 foot. Didn't quite, got about their 507 to half track. So look, it had a little miss in it or something. You could barely just hear it on the way down. Of course, a lot quieter than the Rotaries when they run down there, and you could just hear that 3RZ. They always sound like they're labouring. They're like the K-Series Honda. You know when there's boost up, and they do sound like they're working for every horsepower. That was Pro Compact. That was our 10 down. Now the Pro Turbo gang rock on out. And of course, Pro Turbo, another eclectic mix. 2JZ RX-7 there for Gregory and Payne. So this is going to be a good run here. Jason Payne. So 3.2 litre RB30 in the R32. I think we are now the 3-speed auto. I'm pretty sure he's still got a glide in this thing, Justin Gregory. But it went 201 mile an hour on the previous run. I think we've seen Payne go 218 mile an hour twice. I mean, these things don't muck around out the back door here now.
Yeah, well, I mean, he did it last time around when he took the number 1 qualifier, which was then eclipsed by Eddie Howich.
Yeah, Eddie's coming up in the next pairing against the Squirrel. Eddie's thing just looks like a land missile.
It is, isn't it?
It's just a sled.
It's had a bit of work done around the front for the intake on the turbo, but still, it's got a bit of history, that car.
Yeah, oh, it's crazy. It's built for purpose, that thing. Okay, boys, going to a bit of bump city here. I don't mind it. Pro Turbo. Shake. Payne's moving around a little bit. He's moving around. There's Gregory side by side. 657. 217. 733 for Gregory. 203 mile an hour side by side into the sunset. That's epic. Payne's thing moving around.
Literally driving off into the sunset.
Oh my goodness. I don't know how they do it, these guys.
I
honestly.
don't know how they do it. I can't even commentate it, and I'm looking into it. So Payne will not improve on his 652, which means that Justin has locked down the number 1 spot, unless we can see this incredible run from Tony Goodrum. That has just about locked down the top spot for Eddie Howich. So I know we've still got Jared Blair to come, but I think a 652 might be just outside the realms of what he might be capable of, but never say never.
Well, it's next level stuff now, isn't it? You know, everyone's sort of chopped 3 or 4 tenths off their PBs in the last sort of 12 months, and these things are just dialed in beasts. Like Eddie's thing is an epic thing to behold, and the man drives it so well. Again, folks, remember, we are not professional racers. They are the first ones to say they are not professional racers. We are, in most cases, you know, businessmen of some description. Either you're in your own business or you work for someone. Tony, very clever by himself as well. Built that car in his own garage. Obviously not a big garage. He'd build a bigger car if he had a bigger garage.
So he built the car to the size of the garage.
Basically, yeah. Like if he got a shed, it'd be a Cadillac. But yeah, he's 13B Cadillac. But here he is with the smallest thing he can fit in his shed. And Eddie's weapon, this thing, it's just everything about this car is a missile. And let's see if Eddie can fully send it into the sunset here. The man's had some experience the last couple of days. The Enviro racing team. He's got number 1 locked up. Let's throw a consolidation one down.
That's on a number for Eddie. Got close to the centre line down there. 646 at 220. Sounded like he got out of it earlier. 646 at 221. That is a hell of a run from Eddie Howich and the Enviro Waste Services team. Great pass to him, consolidates that number 1 spot, and a 17-second pass, unfortunately, for Tony Goodrum. He's improving, though. It's an improvement.
I'm just holding back some of my excitement there because I just got my jaw's still a little bit dropped watching Eddie drive that thing down there. Like, that thing was locked. You know when they come out locked? Like the thing, that preset in the rear end just works. You know when the car just does everything it's supposed to do on the hit? That car came out perfect. It locked that big tyre up. It just locked that front end. That thing was set and did everything right, and that's why I think that's PB 46. I think is very close to a PB.
Absolutely. One more pair left to come in this session of Pro Turbo, and it is Kareem Amraz taking on Jared Blair. Jared Blair, the quicker of these two cars so far today, 768 at 193 miles per hour. 15.55 best run for Kareem Amraz. Has had some real trouble trying to get this thing up on the boost, up on the chip. And for Jared Blair, that car, he was way over towards the right-hand side of the lane as he was backing it up. He was actually on the paint.
Yeah.
On the painted section there. Now, that could very well be that he just couldn't quite see his crew member who was trying to direct him down there, because the sun is absolutely belting down. If you can't tell from the pictures on your screen, anyone who's here at the venue can certainly tell, but if you can't tell from the pictures on your screen, these guys are looking directly into the sun, particularly the drivers in the left-hand lane.
It's crazy.
Is that
I think it's him.
Chris Fakinos?
Either that or we'll find out. I've got a funny feeling it'll be a familiar name. Let's just see. Just the way he drives around fast, I think I know who it is. So, and I love it.
Safe to say.
I love it. All right, so Kareem, we wish him all the best. Now, I've got issues with the Supra, issues whether something's leaking or carrying on. It's get the attention of the start line. And we've got Kareem there ready to go. We can't hold him up for too long. There's still some sort of little discussion issue there whether or not the car is ready to be sent or whether or not we've got to send it back. And we're holding Kareem up right now. So we're either going forward. I think he's going to go forward. He's going to just put it in the beams. Royce is motioning in to say, you can't keep this guy waiting forever. Here he is.
Exactly right. A lot of it comes down to courtesy and he's rolled it straight into the beams here.
So Kareem's only got 7 seconds from the first bowl. There we go. That's fine. We're solved. There we go. Hey, Kareem. Hey, that's what we wanted. He just wanted to get out of there. No.
Still goes through for an 818. 818 at 165. So it's a big move for Kareem Amraz. 818 at 165. That's going to pop him up, I think, a spot or two in the qualifying list even. So for Amraz, that's you talk about a last gasp effort. He certainly had that just then.
Yeah.
And unfortunately for Jared Blair, he does not improve. So Amraz goes number 5. Looking at it as it stands at the moment, Eddie Howard number 1, Jason Payne number 2, Gregory in 3 with that 7:33, followed by Blair, Amraz, and Goodrum. Now we do have one more car left here, and we do. I mean, I think you and I both can see that it's the same. No, it's Sam Afchow.
It is. It's Sammy, right? So
explain to me.
So Sammy loves rotaries, right?
Yep.
He's got several cars. I know he's got like a 28.9 car. He's got this one with a 20B in it. Right. Some people have multiple vehicles. Frankie Tarabay's got a couple of cars. You know, guys have got different things laying around. You've accumulated different bits and pieces. So Sammy seems to have lucky enough. He's got nearly all his cars going. And here he is in multiple classes. So he's running in Factory Extreme with the RX-8. I think he's running a green one in 28.9 or something as well. And he's got this 20B with the auto within the RX-2 running in Pro Turbo. Yet to get a rundown. So Sammy. The Apex Seals have been flying around the pits here by the looks of it. He's got them finally all going. And right now, it's RX2 time for Sammy before he probably comes back to try and run the RX-8 in Factory Extreme. You go get him, Sammy. No better way to get seat time than to just hop in another car and head down. Let's see how he goes. I do think this is an auto on board here, so let's just see how he locks this thing up.
Looking at how aggressively it moves, I'd say, yeah, safe to say.
Love that RX2 shape. He's got that nice chin spoiler on it. I had that exact shape Capella. It's my first car ever, just not a rotor. There you go, Sammy. Go for it. Oh!
Untidy out there for Sammy. Got near the centre line, and I think he's rolled out of the throttle.
No, he's going to get the number, though. There we go. That'll do.
Yeah, well, it's in the field.
Yep, 9:41. And I don't know, maybe Sammy got the half track going. I can't see anything.
Very well.
I bet you that might be something you might say. I got to half track, I couldn't see anything. Good drive out of the hole, by the way.
Yeah, absolutely. That very well could be the case, and that does wrap up Pro Turbo. We are going into Precision Turbo and Engine Factory Extreme now. We are going to have Jerry Keel taking on Marcus Pepe in our first matchup.
Oh yes, it's only really Puerto Rico and us that racing as much as we do. And the the irony is there's a lot of really quick Puerto Rican ones that have got Australian engine components in them. And as we said, sister countries, you would almost say, in this particular pursuit. Not too many other things culturally line up, but motorsport and drag racing line up.
Very true.
I've actually been watching a little bit from Brazil lately. There's a little 8-mile track that's been popping up there in Brazil where one of the quickest 4-cylinders in the world ran by 384 testing the other day there.
384?
So 384 to the 8. Of course, that one's fuel tech on board.
Of course.
And a C20 Opel engine in it, so four-cylinder Opel engine, C20. So all over the world we are drag racing, but we seem to just be cooler cats down under, and the rest of the world, well, the cool ones do the same thing as we do. And a big shout out to everyone, Puerto Rico, United States, UK, Europe. Shout out to everyone watching from Malta. They're big drag racing fans, rotor fans, and you know how we talk about starlets and dados in Puerto Rico? In Malta, it's Ford Escorts. Mark 1, Mark 2 Escorts.
Now we're talking.
Oh yeah, if you have a look at Mark 1 Kieran, which is a YouTuber from England. Mark 1 Kieran goes to Malta, El Hafar Raceway, sorry. And yeah, Ford Escort crazy. All right, RX-7 and RX-8 crazy. 20B one side, 13B the other. Jerry Keel from Algester. He's of course got the direct clutch business. Ships worldwide every day. Marcus Pepe from Golden Grove, South Australia. Factory Extreme!
Good launch from Keel. Keel's on a number here, 104 to the 60. Oh, 720. He rolled out of it. He rolled out of it before the finish line. 171 miles per hour, 879 for Pepe. And both guys were 1-0 in the 60. So that's a good launch. This track's starting to come around as it cools off here. I think you're going to see some quick runs later on tonight.
Oh, look, Pepe's thing was absolutely locked there, though. I think 106 in the 60, that front wheel locked in the air. And he grabbed the gear, second gear, third gear. It still sort of carried the wheel. And I just thought, here we go, got 2 more gears and reach for the chute and ride it through the finish line. But Pepe grabbed the chute early, and that thing had the chutes out even before 1,000 foot. And you know what? He plays a very similar game to guys like, fellow guys that he pits with, What Up G, where they are. If it feels good in the first few gears and we're not at the end of the race meeting, sometimes that early click, it's like, I've got enough info there, that felt good, let's not overstep things. And Marcus is always, I shouldn't say accused of, but known to be just that conservative side, which is good. We see sometimes the other way where stuff gets overdriven, overused.
Absolutely.
And remember, at the end of the day, who owns these things? You do, right?
There's nothing wrong with erring on the side of caution when you're in that kind of situation, especially when you're paying the bills.
Yeah.
It doesn't hurt to be a little bit conservative.
Have a look at this, folks. What a photo moment right now here on the start line. RX-9 and Toyota Supra. This is Australian, New Zealand Factory Extreme. We've got the Pack RX-9. We've got the Yuasa battery Supra from the land of the long white cloud from Pakuranga in New Zealand, Rod Harvey.
He makes his own long white clouds.
He sure does, and I just want him to get back to the sweet spot that we know Roddles has had with this car. I mean, remember, the Celica got pushed nearly to its damn limits in that 580 sort of zone.
Yep.
And then barely got to 570s, and then he got the new Camry, which is now the Supra, and it looks $1 million. Both cars, don't they? Don't you agree? Like, we're in a pretty good place when these are the cars coming out of workshops this side of the world. And as we've heard, if you follow the pack Facebook page, is that Rocky holds the key to the horsepower in the RX-9. George steers it, and George is already saying, Rocky, give me more power. And Rocky's going, not yet.
Not yet.
That's better.
Got the car to handle it.
Okay, that's better, Rod Harvey. That was better burnout from him. Hopefully all the gremlins are ironed out. Cars like these are so complicated in so many ways. Sometimes you're driving up to 3 injectors a cylinder, you're trying to make sure that your spark plugs are getting the right signal. You want every sensor to work properly. You want the clutch to work, the gearbox to shift. Oh, it is. Look, stuff like that's worth the price of admission, folks. I mean, there's decades of work gone into making Billet 20Bs do that. You know what I mean? They still stun the newbies to the sport. They still stun them. To hear an engine like no other, And from that very first day I saw them, George, in the first one there at Calder, it just stuns the crowd. I remember coming to Winter Nationals when Factory Extreme was running at the Winners, and we've had Door Slammer and Top Fuel and then we have the Factory Extreme guys come in and just blow the crowd away with the different noise.
This is going to be a match-up for the ages, this one. If it all goes to plan and everything sticks and everything goes all the way through, this is going to be a good match-up. Rod Harvey, we know he can run deep into the fives. Raham's still looking for their first 5-second run. Still looking for that first 5-second run by a rotor full stop. But it's getting closer. It's getting closer and closer and closer. They know they got the power. Now it's a matter of putting all that horsepower to the ground. You're not going to get too many better opportunities than this. With this caliber of racetrack, with this caliber of race event, this is really, this is why these guys race. It is about the competition.
Okay, now I just hope right now sanity prevails here, because remember, Rod's got to bring this thing in, anti-lag on the clutch. George needs a little second to light the wicket. I'll tell you what, when it's time to light, the thing lights, right? But it's just got to be this couple of seconds where everything just works well right now for both guys, right? We just want them in stage and down. Let's just hope we get it right here. Okay.
Tyre down there, and it looks like, unfortunately, something has gone pop for Rod Harvey. 674, I should say.
Oh, he just about had it too. Just about had it, Rod. I mean, the thing was ready. The thing was ready probably two seconds before Georgie went in, and the same deal. It's just this matter of seconds where everything's got to work well, and sometimes George is not in the habit of going first. And Rod went in first out of good faith. And again, I don't know whether George can hear Rod inside the car himself. It's almost like that's almost like a little signal to say, look, let's go, let's engage, let's get in.
The one thing, it's qualifying.
Yep.
Do we need to be doing that kind of stuff in qualifying? I don't know. I'll leave that up to everyone else to decide. But yeah, that's unfortunate because...
I mean, I called it, mate. We talked about it 10 seconds before those bowls went on about what we would like to see happen there. And look, again, you missed by about 2 seconds there. Like, it just goes to show, within even 2 seconds, it feels like longer, but even that little time there between the two, it's just one of those things that's just, if it's not aligned properly, we've got clutch, we've got all sorts of things here.
Yeah, now we don't need to be doing any of that. I can see some stuff going on down there, and we definitely don't need to be doing any of that. We've got more cars on the start line ready to go, and it is Jason Both and Colin Wilshire.
Yep, the captain is back.
Captain.
He's had to see that all in front of him too, by the way, Captain. Yeah. If he wanted to, he'd probably get out and get right in the middle of all of that. But I mean, I thought I talked all of that up there before it happened, and what we've seen is what we've seen. And I'm not going to be called Nostradamus, mate. I just knew that this is the game that sometimes you've got to play between these two different types of car, one with a clutch, one with a converter.
So, Jason Both, he's had a good day, 663, 214 miles per hour. So I'm really starting to get low in the sky now. How wide is that car for Colin Wilshire? Beautiful burnout, straight as you like it. The only 4-cylinder that we've got in the factory extreme field here this weekend. And for Colin Wilshire, you back?
Yeah.
Welcome back. You got fresh batteries.
I got fresh double A's, baby. I can go all night now. But yeah, look, that's Colin with that compound turbo. Honestly, folks, go down and have a look at the Jet Racing Eclipse if you have not seen it in the flesh. Now, I think he's got it on down in the Group 1 pits, I think, is where they're all pitted. Compound turbo, billet 4G63. So that Evo Lancer motor, billet aluminium block, cylinder head, one turbo into another turbo.
Yep.
Compound turbochargers allows you to really make a compressor map that you can't do with a single turbo. Although there is an argument since what Colin's done, big single turbo technology is actually caught up, and there's 3 quicker 4 cylinders in front of Colin that have still got a single on them.
Yeah.
We've got a guy over in Puerto Rico, I think, or Florida, called Muhammad Ali with Techno Toys, and he's gone compound turbo with Shane T as the tuner. So there's a billet SR coming.
Really?
That's gone the same way Colin's gone. Oh, here he is.
Here we go.
Where did he? Has he gone? Has he flown to America and flown back? I don't know. But
I don't know,
Would have
but
Anthony
that is-
Matuk gone to America and come back? Because here's Matuk in the late.
Matuk's rolling up in the next
It wasn't? No, here we go. There could be a lot of remote tuning, there we go. All right, here we go on the line. Captain Colin Wilshire, Jason Boff, Turbo 20B. Cole Wilshire's got to bring it in on a clutch too. There we go. That's the way you do it. Oh, Colin, you're on one. He's on one. 4 flat to half track. Oh, 609.
Oh.
Yeah, baby.
Nice.
609. Shove that in there, 6-cylinder guys and 20B guys. 103. Yeah.
Look at the speed. 230 miles per hour and a 609 out of a 4-cylinder. Willowbank Raceway. Make some noise. If you're watching this at home, make some noise. Get up on your feet in your lounge room. That is sensational. 609 at 230 miles per hour.
And did you see how it's supposed to look like when you stage? Did you see?
Straight in.
That's the way it looks. Folks, for those people watching at home that saw what we saw last run, that's the way it can happen. It can happen that way.
So, we've got Archie Kajeski now, and what's coming up is Anthony Matuk on our screen.
Now it's this is the billet RB on board. This is the billet RB on board. It's got the I think it's got a quick drive in it, so it's actually got the torque converter. It's got the clutchless transmission. At Sydney Jamboree, it took the RB record back from Rob Marjan by about 300ths. And what's happened since then? Rob Marjan has gone and run 570 with Zeus.
I'm watching the matriarchs of the team down here sort things out.
Come on, put your hands together.
That was definitely an Anthony Matuk style burnout. That's
Still
basically his signature. Right there. So the problem is now he's got to back all the way back, and we've already got Archie Kajeski back here on the start line, pretty much ready to go. Oh, there he goes. Yeah, he found his second reverse gear, the high speed in reverse. So, Anthony Matuk and Archie Kajeski, are you getting your best lip reading on down here, are you, Mr. Diggles?
I don't know what to make of it, but hey, just when you don't think you can have any more drama in a day, we've got it. We've got it. It's just writing this script that every year we can't write a script. You
I'm
can sit here
no
and go.
expert in body language, but I do suspect that there is some fairly aggrieved people down there. Is that a nice way of putting it? So, let's look at what we've got on the racetrack now. We've got Archie Kajeski taking on Anthony Matuk. Kajeski in the Mazda 6 who
Archie.
rolls the beams, pulls through, and it looks like Anthony Matuk is going to be going on a solo. He bumps it in.
Oh, a little bit of wheel spin. When I say a little bit, a big lot of wheel
lot
spin
of
there
wheel
for Anthony Matuk. We saw sparks out of Archie's car just as he goes to bring it into stage. It's almost like he's run out of air gap in the clutch or something.
Yeah.
Got the clutch a little bit too hot. He sort of rode it a little bit, sort of while Anthony was reversing back.
Looking
so
at
again,
the amount
he's
of clutch dust that's in the car,
yeah.
I dare say that that's exactly what's happened. It's just gotten hot, it's run out of the air gap, and it looks like there is a little bit of stuff on the racetrack as well. Not much, just a dribble.
He's just cooked,
just a trickle.
Just cooked the clutch just a little bit. And yes, thanks, Hodjo, for the update. Of course, Anthony went like, I think, an 81 there in Sydney and just clipped his record. And then Rob Marjan came back, went 570 and then 567. So our world's quickest RB is Zeus at 567. Anthony, that was a run that he obviously wanted to not only probably get a nice settler down. He's got one down there anyway. 14:05 is going to do it, but he's got to work on that tomorrow. I know that probably, it's more about trying to get that car back into the sweet spot. That 570, 560 is where he wants to be. And you know what? If he doesn't get the job done this weekend, Anthony Matuk, I'm sure they'll all be at the bend before the end of the year to see how all the records settle. Because remember, a year ago at the Bend is when Rob Marjan pretty much debuted at Jamboree Zeus. So it'd be 12 months since Zeus has been out.
Yep.
Zeus is now ready already. The mission's been achieved. Quickest RB in the world, 5:67. Anthony's not going to sit there and let that happen.
He won't be happy with that.
And you know what? I love that there's two workshops even just in the one country whose rivalry is like a UFC fight almost. It's the battle for RB30 supremacy. Just two workshops.
Absolutely.
I know there's other ones out there, of course, in Puerto Rico. They've been doing it for years, pushing that envelope. But I just love that Croydon and Matooks have kind of made it almost like a modern Snake and Mongoose, except we're both using the same kind of engines, you know. We're both using billet RPs and... Okay, so...
More and more cars that I keep forgetting that we've got here on the grounds. It is
Here
King
he
Kong,
is.
the Frank Tarabay Toyota that we got rolling up to the line now. Again, and it's another one of these cars that we only saw in the first session, didn't come out for the second qualifying session. We've still got Pro Mod left to come. We've got J275, we've got J315 still to come as well. So we've got plenty more racing that is lining up here this evening in the lengthening shadows of a beautiful Saturday afternoon. It's been sensational here today, and looking at it, it's only going to keep getting better, let me tell you. Frank Tarabay with this still pretty much brand new combination.
Mate, it's ready to get a 5 right now.
Yeah.
Like, the conditions are primed.
He's already the number one qualifier with the 600 in Factory Extreme. He's close to that 5-second zone. I thought we might see a 5 maybe from Rod Harvey, but obviously what happened.
Yeah.
For Frank Tarabay, he's pretty much the last chance of seeing a 5 in qualifying for Factory Extreme. Before we move into Pro Mod, which is brought to you by, funnily enough, Frank Tarabay and the Every Trade Group.
Now, King Kong, 600. It sounds like a pretty impressive number. It's got a Titan 2J in it. But then you look back at the 609 from the 4-cylinder and realise, well, that was pretty damned impressive from a little 4-banger. Let's see here. Frankie, I want you to get everything you want here, mate. King Kong, let it eat. All to you, son. Can steer. Man can steer. So he's gonna give it all.
Sun no longer really an issue here. Clean 978 to the 60, but just went away. So sub 1 second to the 60-foot time. 0.978 to the 60, but looked like it might have just been tracking a little bit towards the centre line. It was definitely heading left. How about the light?
Yeah.
010.
Yeah.
Whatever you do, don't give him an energy drink of any kind because he'll red light.
No.
010 on the tree for Frank Tarabay. That is incredible, and he will end up as your number one qualifier in Factory Extreme, brought to us by Precision Turbo and Engine. Zoran Gajic will be your number 2 qualifier with a 607. Colin Wilshire in third with a 609. Paul Mahayat in fourth with a 632. Rod Harvey in fifth, 654. Jason Both in sixth with a 654. George Raham, Jerry Keel, Marcus Pepe, Sam Afchal, and Anthony Matouk. Who would have expected that? Anthony Matouk at the bottom of the qualifying list in Factory Extreme.
Oh, look, 978 in the 60, and that, like as we said, can steer. Pro Tree, 010. I mean, again, these guys aren't professional race car drivers. They're professionals in every other form of their life. This is their recreation, and you want to be that good with 3,000 horsepower? Go for it, Frankie. Keep doing it. Hop into Turbo Pro Mod now and do it again.
Yep.
Bring them all on. Okay, a bit of black belt brigade for you people. Russell Pavey joins the chat, as does Murph. I think we're going to need these beautiful new lights on shortly, Rusty, because we're going to run a little bit over time to get our schedules through. I don't mind.
So definitely for the black belt brigade here in this first pass. It is Russell Pavey who had a close and personal look at the left-hand concrete wall, as close as he has gotten in the past. But Neil Murphy over in the Rocket Industries lane, the Camaro racing for Royal Precision Lubricants, knocked out a 594 at 253 miles per hour earlier on today. Russell Pavey at 10.15, so plenty of improvement left in it for him. I love this nice, clean, white look on this car too. There's a lot to be said for white race cars. Remember the old Les Winter days?
Absolutely, the wild fridge.
The wild fridge, as the big man Darrell Eastlake said. Rest in peace up top.
Oh, yes. Yeah, Murph loves his stuff. Here we go. I love that motor is so far out on the Corvette, it's not even into the windscreen.
Yep. Don't even worry about it.
No, that's...
But then you look across at Neil Murphy and you can only just see the scoop just poking out the top of the injector head there. So, the sun not going to be an issue here. Murphy's just rolled it in double bulbed here. I don't know if he actually meant to do that, but...
Whoa, there goes the front panel off Pavy's 592.23, but yeah, that came apart.
I'm pretty sure it was the blower belt. 592 at 223. I think the blower belt came off it and it actually shredded the front clip. It was either the front clip or the windscreen, one or the other, because something definitely went sailing up and over the top. Can't quite see where we're sitting at the moment. The track walker's right onto it, but whatever it is, it's fractured into a number of bits there, and it looks like it's white. So I'd say it's almost certainly the front clip on that car that's started to come apart. I thought I saw the blower belt go sailing up in the air. I may have been wrong on that. It may have been part of the body, but a 592, that's a solid pass.
Yeah, look, even if it was the belt, 223 shows that it was still under power. We've got the replay here. Here we go. Let's the button go. Now, look, Pavey came out 100 in the 60-foot, and then, it just, something came apart.
I think the belt came off and went up against the wall, if you have a look. So when it's tossed the blower belt off it, it's obviously come off and made an absolute mess of the front end on that car. So that is a real shame for Russ Pavey. It looks like they've done a bit of a refit and a refurb on that car. So that is a bit of a shame.
Looks like it's fresh. But
right there, you can see something sort of come off to the left-hand side of the car.
We can't get enough excitement into one day, can we?
No.
We can't let two cars go down there side by side and go, wow, what a uneventful pairing that was. No. Every pass, it's either wheelies or things coming off.
Here's what we can do. We can ask the track walker that's down there. He could probably hear us. Did you pick up a blower belt? Just give us a thumbs up or thumbs down.
No, he's got a bit of panel there. I don't know whether there's a bit of belt.
I think there's a belt.
There's a bit. He might have had a bit of there. Yeah, a little bit of racist tape, a little bit of epoxy glue.
Oh, it's the window. It's the side window.
Is it really? Okay,
yeah,
there we go.
Side window, so the doors come out of it.
Ah, right.
Right. And usually when one door comes off, that means the other one's not too far away to follow. So if it hung on, that's impressive. The other one did come off as well. Okay.
There you go. So blew his own doors off.
Blew his own doors off. That's a skill not many of us possess.
It's impressive. It's impressive when you can blow your own doors off. It could be. It could be.
Reminds me of Mick King at Eastern Creek Dragway many years ago in the hearse, blew the doors off.
Yeah, I think Dave Coop did the same thing. If you want to go back, use the old memory banks. Anyone that's got one of those purpose-built fiberglass bodies on these cars, and when you see them working on them in the pits, you can kind of unpin the 3/4 clip on the car and sort of cock the whole body off and put it behind the car while you're working on it. You kind of can remove the skin off the car.
Yep.
So when they all align back together, you're sort of Zeus clipping the clip onto that other piece and bits to the chassis. And you can see how a little bit of shake or one little Zeus clip that didn't quite maybe hold that panel on, come there, you put 220 mile an hour of air under it.
You've also got the secondary little push button locks that they've got on them as well to lock the window in at the top of the chassis or attach it to the top of the chassis. And
you'll never laugh when you see, like you see when they drag race in Thailand, they tape up the door jambs, they do it all just for aerodynamics, but really at the end of the day, if we all did that, it would probably keep the air out of them.
Yeah.
And that's what happens with these cars when you are dealing with those composite front clips and 3/4, and being Pro Mod style car, it will have that fiberglass back on it. If that was a steel roof and quarters car, slightly different. All of that sheet metal kind of stays as part of the roll cage of the car, but you're still fastening the fiberglass body on it and working well. But that's just what happens when you're pushing hard, and that does qualify it. Here we go. So we just heard word from one of his crew, Mick Malloy. Both doors have come off. So basically,
confirmed.
So if anyone can help with
I imagine the blower belt.
Anyone help with a 63 split window set of doors? Anyone?
Never know. Russ might have a spare set of doors.
Someone will at the mould.
Yeah, there's...
Ken might have them up the road
actually,
here.
You know what? I've got a feeling the mould might live locally in Queensland.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's possible.
We're not laying out a few doors tonight. I think that the best thing to do is just get the tape out.
Yeah, there might be somebody who's got them there. But anyway, it is what it is. Racers are quite a resourceful group. They can do a lot of things. I've seen entire front ends reconstructed with bits of aluminium and some screws and racer tape and basically whatever else they can find.
You know, it's about I know that probably in off-road racing they'll wire things up and bolt things together, especially, you know, when you're doing a couple of 100 Ks in an off-road race.
Yeah.
You don't see it in Formula One. You don't see them after they hurt something go out with it all half cocked up.
Yep.
They'll rather park it behind the wall and lick their wounds and race again next week. But sometimes here in drag racing, sometimes in racing, you've got an hour. Can you fix it? And it's like, hell yeah, you get 20 blokes on it.
Yeah, get it done. You go down and you get as many rolls of racer tape as you can possibly find. You find a few bits of cardboard, you find whatever you can do.
No time to head back to the wind tunnel to test what you've done.
No.
Just send it back into state. Is everything holding intact? Is it not leaking anything? Check. Right, well, just send it.
It's all good.
There we go. Back to those words again where we'll just patch it up and we'll send it again. You don't get it in too many other motorsports. So just a little bit of that debris what we're picking up, nothing oil-wise. So again, it's just looking for little bits and pieces. Hey, isn't it good how good the lights come on here?
Oh, absolutely. It kind of overshadows what was a really good run for
both
Russell
sides.
Pavey, 592.
Yeah, I know Murph gave it up early, but yeah, good run for him.
Murph gave it up early, and I think he was actually playing dodgem cars down there. He ducked into Russell Pavey's lane to avoid some of the debris that was flying through the air. So, yeah, good drive job from Neil Murphy. But 592, that's a solid pass from Russell Pavey. Hopefully he can back it up for race day tomorrow. Of course, this is only day 1 of 2 with the Garrett Advancing Motion Brisbane Jamboree, and we get to come back tomorrow and do it all over again.
All right, little quick check of the track for debris. We might just run an out or two right now as we just get a final breather before we send the rest of our cars in our schedule for this evening, folks. Well, it was supposed to be the Savo, but now it's going to be a little bit into this evening. Once we get that debris back, I'm sure we'll come out of our ads and straight back into more Q3 qualifying here at the Garrett Advancing Motion Brisbane Jamboree. Of course, racing kicking off from tomorrow in all brackets. You're still seeing the end of qualifying here tonight.
Yeah, first ever Jambo, first ever drag show.
Here we go.
Welcome back to the Garrett Advancing Motion Brisbane Jamboree. We're coming to the pointy end of the first day here at Willowbank Raceway. My name's Rusty Gregory. Joining me on the mic is the one, the only Mr. Chris Diggles. And what a day it has been so far, and we've still got plenty more to go.
Yes, sir. And, Smithy and Paul Merrick.
Smoke him if you got him.
Smoke and Smithy, of course, from Victoria Point. The Mustang. Almost an Eleanor, but it's not. I think it's the GT350 style. Beside him, Paul Merry. Well, what can you say about the Nova? They're both Proline 481Xs, so guess what, mate? We get to go to Bump City right here. Famous time. It's one of my favourite times. It's that 1.5 to 2 seconds where you cannot disengage from the intent. You are going to war.
Yes.
Under your thumb,
you have no choice.
Under your thumb on that steering wheel is your 4,000 horsepower. And when you go to Bump City as a citizen, you engage with a fellow citizen. And then it's up to you already, Eddie. Let's go. So watch this moment. Let's hope this just works. It is almost an international language on how turbo cars, what's the word? Engage. It's how they engage.
Was it you that coined the term Bump City?
Yes.
Have you copyrighted it?
No.
Has it been used elsewhere in the world?
I'll tell you the guy that helped me do it. His name was Matt Lampard from Warrnambool.
Right.
He's got a HZ called Lumper.
Right.
And I was trying to get him to stop doing drag and drives and come to a Kenda so you can come and bump in with some of the best in the country.
Yeah.
I said, you can just bumpity bump bump. And he goes, yeah, Bump City. I said, mate, Bump City will be big one day.
Steve Smith.
Bump City, baby! Oh, sorry, I saw over the top of Rusty Gregory. I had to. 6:32, 224 mile an hour. The moment was begging, and there it was. But unfortunately for Paul, when he let go of it, he blew the radial off it. Smithy goes 110 in the 60. And when you have a look at some of our little pro compacts going one flat, 110 for a big twin turbo V8's a little bit sluggish.
So
but
I'm sorry for trying to talk over Bump City. Bump City waits for nobody.
Oh, but you got to count it, mate. As soon as you see that second bulb.
That was on me, 100%. I'll stick my hand up for that one. That was my fault.
It's the pregnant
Please
pause.
send the Bump City police to arrest
Well, is there
me.
another one to come out here shortly? No, it's all black. It's black belt Grazie. Oh, double black belt here, so no more. So Black Belt City, baby. That's the new one. You can't hear that one as well. It's that 1 second pause from saying that to when it all lets go. Yeah, 2 steps in. There's almost the perfect time to measure when it is. It's not when the top bulbs are on. It's basically when the second bulb goes on. It's that tiny little moment.
Especially if they flick.
Yeah, it is. It is, and when it flickers.
Yep.
Sometimes it goes on a bit longer than just that, and then you start saying stuff like, whoa, whoa, whoa. You start saying, whoa, whoa, whoa. That happened a few times up at Benaraby a couple of weeks ago. Turbo V8 guys bumping in against each other, and then things not going right, the bottom bulb flickering and not going on, and then seconds later, still not in, and it's like, whoa, you go from that to, whoa, 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 just back everything down, boys. We're going to blow the place up. You almost get that moment happening. The pulse, for me, the pulse goes up to 200, and I'm not even out there.
There's a bit of frantic work going on down around the engine bay of Jet Martin. Peter Grace has gone through his burnout procedure, but I think they tried to start it and it didn't fire, so they had to back the engine back down again.
I'm at a loss. Someone might be able to tell us through the stream or just on Messenger here. I don't know whether Jeremy's come back, whether he is what we call the mechanically injected deal, or whether there's a few Fuel Tech EFI blowing deals coming out.
Yes.
So whether or not he might have something like that. Wouldn't surprise me if he's come out with something like that.
Maybe.
That it might be a Fuel Tech blower EFI deal. It's hard to tell. You can tell Grazzi's got the traditional pump. He's got issues getting reverse here, by the way. But you hear this a little bit crisp, a little bit cleaner, no lope, no rump. But it does that part really well. So just listen to that. Now, Pete still can't get reverse here. We've got a big Cuda stranded out there.
Yeah.
We've got a big Cuda stranded between gears or can't get reverse. Mind you, we've got Jeremy Martin with every facet working correctly now. We've got to push that big Cuda back, boys. Oh, boy. He's got the blower. It's a good idea. Look at that.
Yeah,
and all I ever thought they were good for was blowing up.
Mark and I discussed this afternoon, and it's the first time that we can recall that we've seen a handheld blower be used to evacuate the smoke out of the car.
I don't know where
now,
you...
The next step, if weight is not an issue, is to have a blower on a switch in the car, and you turn it on and then
I remember a certain Wild Bunch racer, Garth McIntyre, had a fan within the car that would circulate the smoke out.
Maybe Jet needs to go and talk to Mr. Makita. That is Tony Crickage.
He's had to turn that off, Grazie. So whatever it was, he's had to turn it off. Something minor in the drive line. But here goes Jet Martin. That Commodore, let it eat. Come on.
That is a fat-looking car.
It'll be the fastest VB in the world right here.
Bad to the bone.
Oh, you betcha. You betcha. 600, 244 mile an hour. And folks, that's what a VB Commodore should look like.
Jeremy Martin, you are a bad, bad man. That thing is cool.
Yeah, man. Yeah, a 104 in the 60. Hey, 036 off the button on the Pro Tree. Half track 396 at 191. 600 on the money, 244 mile an hour. It was on and gone. And that might even be 5-speed. And I only heard 4 then, but once he got that thing out and gone, it still just looks like a Commodore. That's the one thing I love about it. Just power.
That is sensational.
Yeah, you know, we've seen some awesome stuff here today. You can tell. But folks, for any of those people that go home and go, you know what, I don't know, did I get my emissions worth today? Of course you did. The answer is the field tells you. The quality of car, the millions of dollars a car that we've shown you here today, of course you've got your emission. You've paid the cheapest price for it. These people have paid a lot more than that to live the dream and steer these things. You get to the privilege of watching these things perform awesome things in front of you, and you continue to do it. We'll continue to do it tonight. We're going to do it again tomorrow. And I can see this man, who's that running there? But is that even Anthony Matuk? I don't know, I can't keep up. We've got the guys everywhere. Terry Dale on the mic, Rusty Gregory taking a well-earned break and getting rid of all the saliva that I sprayed all over him. It's your turn, Terry Dale.
Mate, it's going to be a little bit calmer now. We've only got the 275 boys on.
My Christ, you're not wrong, Terry. Jeez, I could certainly spray you from here 66 to 1.
Mate,
Every super with an F in its name.
Mark refused to do voices for me, but I sure as hell didn't. I sure entered the European guys. I gave them a bit of a good touch up there, Chris.
We could be Kenny Callender. We got Disco Dean Ferris in the escort.
Disco Dean. He didn't even want his first name in there, mate. It's like we got Dean, Mr. Dean Ferris, and of course Faith Setney in the Asahi House Kebab House Supra. The Ford Escort panel man. So Chris. Mate, what do you reckon? How's the day been?
I tell you what,
sensational.
EMAE, the sponsor. That's of course Earth Moving Mobile Auto Electrical and Air Conditioning. Good on you, Stu Walsh, for kicking in for the J275 class. You know that it is just pure quality. It doesn't matter what you bring to a gunfight, whether you bring a Barra, whether you bring a 2J, whether you bring a V8. Put that 275 on the back and race. Disco Dean, he's got a 30-kilo ballast under the front bumper bar.
Yes, what did he end up doing with it? He was talking about, he was looking for suggestions. What did he end up using?
I don't know what he ended up using as weights. He sent me a photo, but on my phone it's hard to see.
Next thing he was going to have to put a small chole on the front bonnet. Just something on the front there to keep it down.
Yes, thank you very much. Sorry, Terry. I just got people texting me here.
Of course they are. They're all talking Bump City.
Thank you, Jamie.
Faith and Disco.
Jamie from J&J. Thank you, Jamie. All right, Faith and Disco. We're going to go to Bump City here in J275 as well. It's 6-banger bump, and it's just as good. Up at Kendall, we had an all-barra bump.
Oh, that would have been nice.
Here we go. Bump City. Go. Disco, little pedal. You know what? He may not be the quickest over the quarter, Disco Dean. 005 on the tree, Disco. Yeah, so that was on and off the throttle, but it just goes to show again, this is a bloke, this is in his garage, he's got a day job, but this is his fun machine, and the guy lets the button go on a heads-up Pro Tree and goes 005 on the Pro Tree.
You are right, Chris. These guys are not professional racers.
Pros.
These are guys who are just showing that how good you can be if you put your mind to it and you got a passion for it.
And you get enough laps.
Yep.
And he you know how much he races that panel van every year. And he's again one of my more modern day heroes that I appreciate. So I mean, you can still build a car that's not a $500,000 car and race with it and prove yourself just by how many times you turn up and how many times you race. And I've got to admit, LSs and Barrows help guys achieve their
Without a
dreams.
doubt.
They really do. Good, reliable horsepower, good combos.
I'm just questioning you saying that LSs and Barras give young fellas their dreams. That almost needs to be on a Hallmark car.
I've said it before. The LS turning more mere mortals into heroes day by day.
So Danny Lansdowne and Steve Farrelly up next, of course, in the Wags and the VL. So the battle of the Commodores, mate.
This is the world's sexiest VL wagon,
Without
no doubt about it. The guys from Spot On, of course, we've got Andy with the Public Enemy Mustang flagship, Danny with the wagon, always been a flagship for Spot On, and Steve Farrelly, well, he's got a Barra in his VL, so he's 7-second street car. Danny's looking for some 6-second 2J love. Apparently they heard a cylinder head here in testing, so they've had to swap cylinder heads. We're going to go to Bump City again. 6-banger Bump City, 2J and Barra. That'll do. Half track for Danny, 489. He's going to bank one here. 740, 195 for the wagon. So's Farrelly. Here he goes. 779, 190.
These guys are getting up there. Some nice top end.
190 mile an hour. Commodores every day of the week. And then you've got the other projects of Spot On. Yeah, there we go. Danny
down into number 2 and Steve into 4.
Yeah, and tell you what, there's some names in there that hopefully we see come out for the sweet spot. Check this one out. Brent Coles, that's right, Andy Coles' brother. Brent, of course, he's a builder. He's got Coalwood Construction. So the man builds upwards of nearly 40 houses a year when they're busy. And what does the man do for recreation? Well, he goes drag racing with his brother and friends and the Spot On team. He said, I want a drag and drive car. I'm a rotor nut through and through. You normally see him in his blue RX-7 running at Jambo. But they build a drag and drive car, an LSA in an RX-8.
Mate, this car he takes to other events as well, and it does well.
Speaking of drag and drive, Benny Neal beside him, internationally famous, the Cresta. Oh, big wheel spin there for Benny Neal. Remember, this is kind of like street gear LSA RX-8, so I mean, this thing is still more street car than race car.
Again, though. 899 at 162. Brent Coles goes to 936 at 146. Yeah, that's the RX-8. Kind of seems wrong, but right.
Yeah, Benny
is.
Yeah,
one of the most handsome young fellas in J275, young Nick Baxter.
Yep, and you know what,
Did
Nick?
you like that?
Yeah, it's very good.
Lachlan Miller's probably thinking.
He's up there with Rob Harrington, you know, as far as, you know, modern day young guns, you know.
They have fans.
Well, he's done it.
They do autograph signings. They do all sorts of
Well,
stuff.
again, he's got the 3RZ, and nowhere in the world, ladies and gentlemen, geez, you're seeing so many things you don't see anywhere else. 3RZ powered Mustang. Nowhere else in the world gets Tacoma engined Mustangs. So just like years ago, Corey Dark put a Barra in a Mustang.
Too, yes.
The internet went crazy with this Australian Barra Mustang. But you know what? We've gone further than that. We've got guys like Nick. This Mustang came up at the right price as a race car. Decided I'm going to send the 3RZ a bit harder. And this thing goes low fives in the 8th. Over the quarter, let's see what happens. Lachlan Miller, LS on board the R31.
Nick gets out of the 071. Of course, we know what he's like on the tree. Let's see what he can make of it. And it will go through for 819 at 171 for Nick Baxter. Lockie will go through for an 812 to finally get the car down there. I've actually raced that car down the road, actually, Lachlan. How good is that thing? That thing is tidy.
Oh, it's enough for Rolls as well. I mean, and speaking of Rolls, here's a guy that's had a bit of went to Sydney and cleaned him up, didn't he, Hoff?
He has. Do you know every Queenslander has always been the winner in the rear wheel drive cars in Sydney?
Is that right,
mate? They might know how to do all wheel drive, but we teach them how to do rear wheel drive stuff.
Well, the Hoff built this big tyre car because, you know what, he's done so much on the radial. Here he is sending a 2J-powered KE70 panel van, 3.3 litres. Shane Faccioni, another one out of the LS, and Spot On team, twin-turbo LS VP.
Oh, picks the front up. Watch for the top end. Watch for the time.
Oh, Hoff, 768, 165. The Hoff got off. Faccioni had some issues on the hit, but he's going to have to stick with an 810 and an 807. Two really good runs, by the way.
Runs too, mind you.
And Hoff
just didn't.
Sorry, Hoff 40, 49 and a 68. That's still not bad for the
I
Hoff.
think that's his best top end too. I think the 193. I think that might be a PB.
And you got to hand it to the Hoff. Just have a look at the 3 runs he's done today. Just goes to show he didn't miss by much at all
No,
today.
not at all.
Some guys miss and hit and miss. There's one round they may not do well. He just did every round that good. That's
So
a
here we
warning
go.
sign to the rest of the field.
That's
for
a
Hoff.
shot.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
a shot.
Yeah, that's a warning
so Luke
sign.
Rosati, Anthony Karofsky, of course the VK up against the HSV Maloo. How quick is this thing of Rosati's? Chris, how good is it?
Well,
Tough.
I honestly
Tough.
I haven't seen either of these guys, but it is so good to see these big Maloos out there with a little bit of intent. Very, very rare that we see them. And you look how big they are as a car in comparison to what we thought of VK was a big car.
Luke raced that at the Winter National, so it was a tidy piece of gear.
Well, it's good that he's found Jambo and he's found a place in J275. Bump City, a bit of Bump City, yes. Tell you what, that VK is a little sleeper. It's got some grunt on board. Mind you, look at the utility side by side of the traps. Oh, 53, 25. Great qualifying runs for both guys.
Nice work.
And look at that, Karofsky, 25, 24. So 2 really good runs to each other.
I like that Anthony's sponsored by his wife.
I saw that.
Man, I like the fact that he's acknowledged her. That's beautiful.
Absolutely.
We
Gotta-
should all do the same.
You've got to know what side the bread's
We
buttered
should-
on. Yeah,
we should do the
absolutely.
same. Chris?
Absolutely.
No,
I like to acknowledge my wife for making me the man that I am today and the headache that she thinks I am. Yeah, so...
The headache that she
Yeah,
thinks,
the headache.
that she thinks you are.
Yeah, well, I mean, once in a while, I think I give her the little twinkle in the eye there, and then she remembers exactly why she married me. Just briefly, 3 seconds, she remembers why. And then she spends the rest of the time
That's
trying
good.
to forget.
She's got a good memory.
And then she wakes up the next morning, and I'm still there. I go, hello. She wakes up and go, hello, I'm still here.
Oh, that's not creepy.
I know, hello.
So Matthew Aegis, Andrew Cole. See, we saw Matt run a 7.96 earlier, and Andrew Cole's an 8.27. So let's see what they can bring this time round in the final qualifier.
I'm a little excited here because I've seen a little bit from Matthew Aegis from Kerwin in North Queensland. The VL Turbo, however, it's Holden powered, so there's a big talk about the Iron Lion. We've still got quite a lot of tough Holdens in the world. This is one of them, and the Aegises are proud of the performance they get out of it. Some of these things have just got so much real grunt, and you know what? This thing can go back on the street. This is the joys with some of these cars.
Pretty well.
They are pretty much drivable on the streets. Mind you, Andrew Coles, when they built Public Enemy, twin-turbo Noonan Hemi with a Liberty 5-speed, not a lot of street duties anymore. It's a pure...
That's throwing some serious shade.
This car has been built for one of many purposes. One is to run a 3 over the 8th on a 275, because that chase is still yet to come in Australia. We haven't seen a 3 on a 275 yet. There's cars coming from everywhere.
So they're aiming up.
Webby, McCarthy, you name it. O'Carroll with the blowing, Hemi coming as well. It might just be one run away here, Colesy. He's got to bump that thing in. It's not happy. He's just got to light it up, not burn the boys down. Grabbing some gears, Colesy, here we go. He sends it out the back. That'll do. 750, that'll do. 165 mile an hour. So much more in that car when it's time to lock it up and let it go. So that's, look, they're getting there. Small steps, 750, 165. Issues there for Aegis, though. But I like how Colesy couldn't light the wick. Now, that just goes to show you then in an instant, you can be a gentleman, right?
Yes.
Here he is. In an instant, you can be a gentleman. He couldn't bump it in. Instead of just trying, he just put it in. It's like, you don't want to stuff your opponent around, just get it in, worry about it later.
It's qualifying. And let's just get on with the party.
And sometimes,
so here we go. Mr. Simon O'Carroll. That's exactly right. We just had a nice little observation from Dave. He said, will we get some candles out of O'Carroll?
Yeah, there we go. Thank you, Dale Hellier. Yeah, Pazzo ran a 3.9 in Sydney with the Mustang. Right. So there we go. So the first 3... This is the other thing that we talk about. I want to talk about a 3 second in competition, not 3 second in testing. Let's put an asterisk on the first 3 second run in testing. Let's see the first 3 second 275 in competition. But yeah, you're right. Thanks, Dale. Pazzo did do that on a test day. So it counts a little. It's a milestone. It'll always be the first, but again, it's testing.
And you're going to have more than 2 people there to watch it.
Well,
sorry, I'm just...
But you know what I mean? It's the number, but I like seeing it at an event because we got more witnesses.
We have got witnesses.
Testing's good. You can look at a video of it running the 3 forever, But until you see it at an event runner, to me, it's not quite over the line
Well,
as an achievement.
People would say they were there anyway.
Well, that's
It's
right.
1,000 people. There was only 2 in the crowd, but,
But thanks, Dale.
people said they were there.
I'm glad these boys are picking us up. Oh, Carroll, where was he going?
I'll tell you what, he shot those orange flames out, though. Simon says, no, get off it. I'll save for tomorrow.
Yeah, Dale's listening, all right. Yeah, he goes, haha, test day. I said, well, it was, wasn't it? I don't think it was at an event. It was at a test day. Yes, he ran a 3 on a 275 at a test day. Of course it does. It's like he ran a 3 in OG in OG 315 and then politely said, well, listen, mate, you can't go quicker than quicker than 4 flat. You now got to run in, outlaw. And now he's run a 275 and he ran a 3. It's like, well... Oh, ladies and gentlemen, do you love a little bit of classic muscle? I tell you what, that EH, like of car keys, just such a neat combo.
It does sit tight. It sits tight on the ground, doesn't it? It's nice and neat. But the Mercedes all anger.
Yeah.
It's angry.
I'm saving up my comments to go, well, okay, how good's that EH? Isn't it good? But let's look at this Mercedes. Let's look at the elephant in the room.
Yeah, that's right.
Let's look at the big German elephant in the room.
The subtlety is not on show here with the black Mercedes, the 280S.
He wouldn't have it any other way with Guy Hall. And you know what? There is not one person here that would not look at that and go, dude, that is just... God bless you for building that car.
That's the car you want for your formal.
Oh, that just stops anything.
I've got a Mercedes for you, son.
You can ask him to turn up with that anywhere, and you are going to blow people's minds with it. And you know what I love about that is that he's had this basic combo on this car nearly 15 years. You know what I mean? Like blowing big block, he's always had that sort of wild bunch affinity. But he's now got the Whipple. What have they got? We've got leakage. We've got leakage, have we? That's not good.
Like so it looks like Reese gets to head off on his own in the...
All right, well, let's just... I'm just going to let the EH eat here. It's like when we watch the VB go 244 mile an hour. I just want to watch the EH disappear down there at nearly 180.
Just watch it rattle off. Yeah, at 180 mile an hour. Let's see what it can do.
All right, beautiful setup, beautiful car. It's in J315 here, so here we go. Off you go, Reese. Jeez, doesn't it go? 770, 182 mile an hour, ladies and gentlemen.
Sounded strong. It sounded really good, didn't it? I think they'd be happy with that. They'd have to be happy with that.
Let's have a look at the list here. I think that's... Yeah, we're at 773. He was already number 1 in the group. So, there's 4 in there. Reese Carkeet, Grantley Schloss, who's just about to come out, Jeff Trapnell and Guy Hall. So I can't see Trappy right now, but the last one I can see, and it might just be our last one of the evening schedule, folks. So this is the end of qualifying. One more run, and I think we're done for the evening. And that's going to be Grantley Schloss in the hatchback. A couple of weeks ago up at Benaraby at Kenda, he runner-up in a very, very tough OG 275 class. He got beaten by Lee Povey in the final, and honestly, when we came down to working out the most consistent vehicles over 2 or 3 runs, guess what it was? Him and Lee Povey. So 2 spot-on cars within hundreds of each other, run to run.
Well done.
And on the track at Benaraby, so it was a couple of weeks ago. This car impressed over 3 days or 2 days, nice. As did Lee Povey when he comes down from Mount Isa with the Jekyll Hyde VL, Turbo LS.
Brantley will be hoping to bring that consistency here tomorrow.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
See how he goes.
Absolutely.
You're spot on there. No, what? Nice work, though. 779.
Yep, and folks, this is kind of, as we said before, talk about dream factories, all the fabrication shops in this country. Cars like Grantley's are kind of the car that a lot of them are coming out like. Yeah. Aussie Muscle, Turbo, Boosted Small Block or Import Engine. Watch this thing go, real steel, street car. On a 315 it says here. I reckon he's still on a 275. Let's just see. Goes great. Go give it some, Grantley. Make it stick. Last run of the night, I think. God, that thing looks like it's a bunch of fards. 759, boys. 7:59. I think it's got to be a big PB. 176 mile an hour. It was dangling that left-hand front wheel about 300 foot out. Grabs those gears, and the thing goes to number one in the J315 category, and that's a great way to finish qualifying.
That was a lazy launch, but that was good, Chris.
It worked well. I didn't quite get
not mean that was impressive.
Didn't quite get the 60 there, but folks, that is us for qualifying. That is day one. So guess what? The fields will be seeded, and round one will kick off tomorrow morning, and we are back on track.
9:30.
9:30 on track. Competitor gates open.
With the street boys, so we'll be there. We're running 2 rounds, so it'll be in the first block as well. Round 1, round 2, because of course it'll be a knockout and you dial your own. Some of the other categories, of course, will be round robin. Well, your Chicago shootout, as you and Rusty will be calling as well. So, mate, if you enjoyed today, Chris, and who could not have enjoyed today, mate?
Yep.
You and I discussed it. You talked about it before. If you came today and you were critical of the action that happened today, mate, seriously, go find another sport.
Check your pulse. Check your pulse, because honestly, you know, as we say, we only turn up a couple of times a year. We don't rehearse. We just turn up and they send them. And hats off to all of our field, all of our entrants, all of our officials, all you people for coming today to put up with a slightly uncomfortable day, a bit warm. I'm glad that
Jambo
you guys
Jambo Tan, come on.
Yeah, Jambo Tan. I'm glad you all looked after yourselves, and I hope we see you all again tomorrow as we kick off things with racing again in the morning.
Chris, I'm not too sure if the merch is still open, but I'm sure that the pack merch or our Jambo Central merch, if that's open, it's probably going to take you a little bit to get out of the car park. Probably a good opportunity to get yourself a beanie or a cap, or get yourself a shirt. Get yourself, if you don't go home for something that and get something for someone who wasn't here today, that's a little bit mean-spirited. So get yourself some merch and make sure that you give all of our sponsors who have been on display a bit of love, if they are still open, if any of them are. But Chris, what a day, what an awesome event. And we get to do it all again tomorrow, my man.
Thanks, folks. Be safe on the way home, and get on to your friends and family. And we want to see you all back out here tomorrow, because we've got more to see. Got to write the script to see who's going to win all the billet J's here tomorrow.